Chapter 353. He-Bin's second Alliance Master has been born. Thank you, little she-devil. It was said that once a person on Cloud Continent made an oath using his own blood and the 99 Heavenly Tribulation, he would be directly struck to death by the 99 Heavenly Tribulation if he dared to violate it. Similar incidents had happened many times on Cloud Continent. Therefore, no one dared to easily make an oath using the 99 Heavenly Tribulation. This withered old man really hates me to the bone. Duan Lingtian looked at the skinny old man with a gaze that was cold and indifferent like ice. The old man looked at Li Fei as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Now, you can leave in peace. I really look forward to seeing how painful it will be for this kid when you abandon him and leave. As he finished speaking, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian betraying his friends and family. Li Fei's clear eyes were suffused with coldness as she calmly glanced at the old man and no longer paid any attention to him. Her slender hands tightly held onto Duan Lingtian, and her gaze was firm as before without the slightest change. She would not abandon her man and live an ignoble life, just like how her man would not abandon her. Little Fei when Duan Lingtian saw the withered old man make an oath using the 99 Heavenly Tribulation and was willing to let Li Fei go, he originally wanted to persuade Li Fei to leave. However, when he saw the gaze contained within Li Fei's eyes, he noticed the meaning that Li Fei wanted to express. It was incomparably firm and would never leave. In the end, he didn't open his mouth, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand and embraced Li Fei in his arms, and felt Li Fei's heartbeat. At this moment, Li Fei's heartbeat seemed to have completely merged with his heartbeat, and it was difficult to distinguish them. I'll give you the time of 3 breaths. If you still don't leave, then you'll be buried with him. The old man's withered body trembled slightly. He suddenly realized that everything he had done just now seemed to be useless. This young couple, although young, was actually willing to give up their lives for love. This made him feel that it was inconceivable, and at the same time, he was a little angry from embarrassment. Li Fei completely ignored the old man's threat. She quietly leaned into Duan Lingtian's embrace, taking in the familiar scent of Duan Lingtian's body and enjoying every second. She really hoped that this moment would last forever. As for Duan Lingtian, he held Li Fei in his arms and smelled the fragrance of Li Fei's hair. He felt extremely calm. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his soul had been elevated to a higher level. His spiritual power, which had been dormant for a long time, grew at an extremely fast rate, all the way to the critical point between the nascent soul stage and the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian didn't seem to notice this at all. Or perhaps he knew deep down that even if his mind power improved, it wouldn't change anything. 3 breaths later. Looks like you're really going to die with this kid. The old man sneered. His skinny body lightly trembled as his origin energy roared. Then I'll let you and this kid be a pair of dying mandarin ducks. Whoosh! In the sky above the old man, 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually condensed into form, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. Young Master, Xiong Quan, who'd always been struggling to stand up, went ghastly pale when he saw this scene, and his body that had just propped itself up fiercely fell to the ground once more. He madly pounded his fists on the ground as if he'd gone mad, and he hated his own weakness to the extreme. Stay your hand. Suddenly, a delicate shout spread throughout the 2nd floor of the Eternal Jade Restaurant, causing everyone to be stunned. The old man's face sank as he turned to look towards the source of the voice, and his gaze descended onto Wang Qiong. I, the old man, hate people telling me what to do. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you dare speak out of turn again, then I'll let you die with them. Big brother Zhang, bring sister-in-law in. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man by Wang Qiong's side as he spoke slowly. He didn't want to be a burden to this young couple. Big sister Wang Qiong, if there's a next life, I hope to be able to eat the food you cook again. Li Fei raised her head and lightly smiled to Wang Qiong. It's really delicious. Now, you and big brother Zhang quickly go in. Little sister Li Fei. Wang Qiong looked at Li Fei as a wisp of a smile appeared on her tear-stained face. You've taught me many things and allowed me to understand many things in an instant. Thank you. If you really want to eat the food Big Sister cooks, then you have to live well, and Big Sister will cook for you again. Live well? Wang Qiong's words caused Li Fei to sigh. Did she still have a chance? Brother Yong. Suddenly, under the gazes of everyone present, Wang Qiong looked at the slovenly young man by her side and spoke slowly. I know that when you followed me to the ancient city of Everlast to live in seclusion, you'd once said, unless someone threatens our lives, otherwise, you wouldn't commit the sin of killing again. Suddenly, Wang Qiong's fierce gaze descended onto the emaciated old man and two middle-aged men in the distance, and her voice became slightly colder. But today, I hope you can make an exception for me. Wang Qiong's words caused everyone besides the slovenly young man to be stunned for a moment. Big Brother Zhang, he wouldn't be. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat sped up when he heard Wang Qiong. Right at the instant Duan Lingtian's heartbeat sped up, a chilly voice sounded out by his ears. I understand. This voice was precisely emitted from the mouth of the slovenly young man in the distance. In an instant, in Duan Lingtian's field of vision, the slovenly young man vanished on the spot, and he'd obviously sped up to the limit. Duan Lingtian only saw the energy of heaven and earth royal in the sky before condensing into 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end. The strength of 3 ancient horned dragons. Big Brother Zhang. He's a second-level void initiation stage martial artist? Duan Lingtian revealed an expression of disbelief. Never had he imagined that this young man that looked to be a little over 30 years old would actually possess such a terrifying strength. Bang! Duan Lingtian's thoughts had only just spun when he heard an enormous bang. Zhang Shouyong had arrived before the old man in the blink of an eye, and his fist smashed out like a sledgehammer, and it smashed onto the old man's chest before the old man could react. The old man was smashed flying, and his face flushed red. Second-level void initiation stage. The old man shouted out in shock, and he felt something sweet in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Never had he imagined that this young man that looked to be a little over 30 years old was actually in existence that was even stronger than him. Whoosh! The old man didn't dare hesitate, and the origin energy on his body roiled as a narrow sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. His origin energy skyrocketed, and it carried along an extremely terrifying aura. This aura was even stronger than the advanced force. Sword concept. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. In the blink of an eye, another ancient horned dragon silhouette and almost 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the old man. The 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes surrounded the 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes at the center like a host of stars surrounding the bright moon. It's a grade 6 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. The grade 6 spirit sword in the old man's hand was able to amplify strength by almost 40%. The strength of almost 8,000 ancient mammoths was amplified by the grade 6 spirit sword on the basis of the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. As for the strength of the other ancient horned dragon, that was the strength bestowed upon the old man by sword concept. Concept reigned above force. Although the old man's sword concept was only at the lowest level, first-level sword concept, it still reigned above advanced sword force. Advanced force was able to allow a martial artist to gain the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, just like Xiong Quan's advanced sword force. Whereas the first-level sword concept that reigned above advanced sword force was instead able to allow a martial artist to gain the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths, which was the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Presently, when the old man attacked with his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons, and coupled with the strength of almost 8,000 ancient mammoths. Die. The old man's eyes were crimson red as his figure flashed out, and the narrow sword in his hand trembled as he flashed towards Zhang Shouyong like a bolt of lightning. Of course, in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, the old man had vanished into thin air. The old man's speed was too swift. With his current cultivation, he was utterly unable to see clearly, and only felt a gust of wind swiftly flash past as it swept towards Zhang Shouyong. Big Brother Zhang, watch out! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but warn him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian realized that his warning was unnecessary. He saw Zhang Shouyong vanish into thin air before his eyes, and when he appeared once more, he stood at the spot the old man was at earlier. A mere first-level void initiation stage martial artist with first-level sword concept dares to play tricks before me? Zhang Shouyong's voice contained slight disdain and overbearingness mixed within. Whoosh! Practically at the instant Zhang Shouyong finished speaking, a layer of light that flashed with flowing lights suddenly appeared on his body. This wasn't a defensive chi barrier. Instead, it was a layer of earthen yellow-colored light barrier. Instantly, Zhang Shouyong's entire body seemed to have fused into one with the earth, and it was impossible to distinguish between him and the earth. Suddenly, Zhang Shouyong took a stride forward. Taking a step out was like a mountain collapsing. Bang! An extremely formidable aura gushed out from Zhang Shouyong's body, and it seemed to have perfectly fused into one with the entire earth. This aura was even slightly stronger than the old man's sword concept, earth concept. As he looked at Zhang Shouyong, who seemed to have completely fused into one with the earth, Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart. After fusing with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he wasn't unfamiliar with concept. It was even to the extent that he was able to discern that Zhang Shouyong was executing a type of concept that was extremely difficult to comprehend, the earth concept within the concept of nature. Earth concept was able to allow one's aura to completely fuse with the earth. Not only was it capable of concealment and concealment, it was even capable of relying on the energy of the earth to attack, and it was an extremely overbearing concept. Whoosh! At this moment, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Zhang Shouyong. 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes floated in the air, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they accumulated force and were waiting to attack. Big Brother Zhang's earth concept is actually able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he had an astonished expression. Third level earth concept. Chapter 354. Concept was similar to the cultivation level of a martial artist, and it was divided into 9 levels. Every level was stronger than the previous level. First level concept was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Second level concept was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. Third level concept was comparable to the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons, and so on and so forth. The strongest concept was 9th level concept, and it was comparable to the strength of 9 ancient horned dragons. Third level earth concept. Duan Lingtian was shocked as well, and his heart was filled with shock when he saw Zhang Shouyong reveal a cultivation at the 2nd level of the void initiation stage. Now, Zhang Shouyong had actually executed 3rd level earth concept. Duan Lingtian didn't have the time to react when Zhang Shouyong took another step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he seemed to have completely fused into the ground and vanished without a trace. At this moment, the emaciated body of the withered old man that stood in the distance with a terrified expression suddenly trembled. Subsequently, it was as if his throat was tightly held by someone, and his face went ghastly pale as he opened his mouth, yet was unable to speak a single word for a long time. In the next moment, his eyes that flickered with a fierce light had completely dimmed down. Bang! The withered old man's body swayed a few times before crashing to the ground, and when he crashed to the ground, dazzling and resplendent fresh blood flowed out from his 7 apertures. The withered old man was a first-level void initiation stage expert. Earlier, he'd even controlled the lives of Duan Lingtian and Li Fei in his hands, and he was extremely domineering. But now, it was precisely such a domineering void initiation stage expert that crashed to the ground and bled to death from his 7 apertures. The scene before them caused Duan Lingtian and Li Fei to have an unreal feeling. Is this really a void initiation stage expert? At the same time, they were completely shocked by Zhang Shouyong's strength. Although they were unable to discern the traces of Zhang Shouyong attacking, they knew clearly that all this was related to Zhang Shouyong, who'd vanished on the spot in the blink of an eye and seemed to have fused into one with the ground. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Zhang Shouyang's slovenly figure once again appeared before the eyes of everyone, and he just happened to stand by the side of the withered old man's corpse. Zhang Shouyang calmly glanced at the withered old man as if he had done something insignificant. At this moment, the twin brothers standing at the side looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. They all realized that they had kicked an iron plate. A second-level void initiation stage, expert that had comprehended third-level Earth concept. Even if it was in the surrounding area of the ancient city of Everlast, such an existence could be called a top existence. To think that they would encounter it. Run. The same thought appeared in their minds. They hurriedly executed their movement techniques and flew out of the restaurant. They wanted to escape from this place of despair. In this place, they felt that their lives were completely out of their control. Zhang Shouyang's eyebrows twitched slightly. He had originally planned to chase after the two of them, but all of a sudden, he seemed to have realized something. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he gently shook his head. All of a sudden, Zhang Shouyang's figure flickered, disappearing from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already beside Wang Qiong. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force that had advanced to the peak of the nascent soul stage shook, and he vaguely noticed that a person was flying in from outside, and her target was the pair of fleeing twin brothers. Who is it? Right when Duan Lingtian was bewildered in his heart, a graceful figure appeared before his eyes. The figure blocked the path of the twin brothers. The lifelike silhouette of an ancient horned dragon circled in the sky above this person. Besides that, there were another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that surrounded this ancient horned dragon silhouette like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, and it was as if they were prostrating themselves before a supreme emperor, 9th level of the void-prying stage. The faces of the twin brothers that were stopped went grim as they shouted out in shock, "Stay behind." The voice of the person that arrived was extremely pleasant to the ear. Instantly, she made a move. Swoosh, swoosh. A pair of delicate hands flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and they seemed to have transformed into two venomous snakes that bit towards the twin brothers and directly broke their necks. Crack. The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard, and it caused one to shudder. Bang, bang. The bodies of the twin brothers crashed down along with the person that arrived, and they followed in the footsteps of the withered old man. This, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei looked at each other, and they both saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Only because the young woman that had appeared before their eyes and killed the twin brothers was someone they knew. This young woman was none other than the beautiful manager of the Profound Pool, and that was opposite the Eternal Jade restaurant. Duan Lingtian never imagined that this beautiful manager that looked to be extremely delicate actually possessed such a terrifying cultivation. The beautiful manager nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes spun with flowing lights as she looked towards the distant Zhang Shouyang and Wang Qiong, and her gaze descended onto Wang Qiong. Profound Pool. Zhang Shouyang nodded to the beautiful manager and greeted her indifferently. When faced with Zhang Shouyang's coldness, the delicate figure of the beautiful manager imperceptibly trembled, but it was still clearly seen by Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian knew that this was Zhang Shouyang's private matter, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He brought along Li Fei and arrived before Xiong Quan, then helped Xiong Quan up and sat down at the side. "Xiong Quan, are you all right?" Xiong Quan shook his head and forced out a laugh. "I'm fine." After making Xiong Quan consume the grade 7 gold injury pill, Duan Lingtian started to help him dissolve the medicinal strength. The current Xiong Quan had completely lost his origin energy, so he was utterly unable to dissolve the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill. After a short while, under the assistance of Duan Lingtian's origin energy, Xiong Quan's injuries recovered greatly. Although his dantian couldn't be healed, his complexion improved slightly, and he wasn't as pale as before. "I understand." Suddenly, a slightly miserable voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look. It was the beautiful manager of Xin Qian, and she sighed before turning around and leaving. That graceful and beautiful figure was lonely and desolate, as if she'd lost the most important thing in an instant. Besides that, when Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyang and Wang Qiong, he kept having the feeling that there was something different about this young couple. In next to no time, he obtained the answer. So it turned out that the problem lay with Wang Qiong. How could the current Wang Qiong have the slightest lack of confidence? Compared to the Wang Qiong of the past, the current Wang Qiong was simply like a completely different person. What happened? Duan Lingtian was puzzled in his heart. It was difficult to imagine that a person would change so much in the blink of an eye. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, thank you. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand and walked towards Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong as he sincerely thanked them. His tone was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Zhang Shouyong lending a hand today, it would have been impossible for him and Li Fei to survive. Little sister Li Fei, I didn't scare you, right? Wang Qiong stretched out her slender hand to seize Li Fei from Duan Lingtian's side, and then she pulled her to her side before asking about her well-being. Big sister Wang Qiong, I'm fine. Li Fei lightly shook her head. Come, let's have a private chat. Pay no attention to them. Wang Qiong brought Li Fei to the side to sit down, and they started chatting happily. This caused Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong to look at each other before smiling helplessly. The two of them found a place to sit down. After they sat down, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Big brother Zhang, I truly never imagined that you're actually a void initiation stage expert. Moreover, you're a void initiation stage expert that has comprehended third-level Earth concept. Zhang Shouyong smiled. I was just lucky. Lucky? Duan Lingtian shook his head. This wasn't luck. Being able to comprehend third-level concept at such an age, Zhang Shouyong's comprehension ability caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even if it was in the foreign lands, such a comprehension ability could already be considered to be not bad. Big brother Zhang, are you from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Duan Lingtian and revealed a wisp of a smile. Brother Lingtian, thank you. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Thank me for what? He was unable to wrap his head around it. It seemed that Zhang Shouyong had helped him today, right? Why did Zhang Shouyong thank him instead? Brother Lingtian, I presume you ought to be extremely curious about the relationship between me and the female manager of Xianqian, right? Zhang Shouyong asked. Although he didn't know why Zhang Shouyong suddenly asked this, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but nod. She's called Chun Xianqi, and she's my childhood sweetheart. My family and hers are even friends for generations, and my family arranged a marriage for the two of us since we were young. She can be said to be my fiancée. Of course, that's all in the past. At the moment I left my family, that marriage contract didn't count. As Zhang Shouyong spoke, he picked up his wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. Childhood sweetheart? Duan Lingtian never imagined that Zhang Shouyong had such a relationship with the female manager of the inn. Zhang Shouyong continued. Since I was young, I've taken her to be my own younger sister, and I've never thought that anything would happen between us. So, I've always paid no attention to that marriage contract. Later on, I got to know Qiong and quickly fell in love with her. Originally, my family didn't interfere in the matter between me and Qiong. Even though Qiong didn't have any background, her natural talent in the martial Dao was extremely good. But an accident later on caused Qiong's dantian to be damaged, causing her to lose all her origin energy. From that moment onwards, the family started to obstruct me from having any contact with Qiong, and they wanted to separate us. They even took out that marriage contract to force me. I left the family in a fit of rage. At that time, an even greater problem descended. Qiong actually wanted to leave me, and it was because she felt she'd lost her cultivation and wasn't worthy of me, causing her to become extremely unconfident. For the sake of allowing her to regain her confidence, I took her and flew far away to the ancient city of Everlast before establishing the Eternal Jade restaurant with her. When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of a smile appeared on Zhang Shouyong's face. Here, I saw her smile once more, even though she was still so unconfident. Chapter 355. Zhang Shouyong didn't speak of what happened after that, and Duan Lingtian was able to guess a thing or two. It was none other than Chen Xianqi being unwilling to give up. Then, coupled with Wang Qiong's lack of confidence, Chen Xianqi felt that he had an opportunity to take advantage of. Therefore, the relationship between Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong had always been in a deadlock. Zhang Shouyong laughed freely. This time, the life and death relationship between you and sister-in-law infected Qiong seemed to have thought it through in an instant and didn't feel that she was worthy of me anymore. Her past confidence no longer existed, even to the extent that she took the initiative to suggest leaving the ancient city of Everlast with me and going around the world. This was practically impossible in the past. Speaking up to here, Zhang Shouyong's face was filled with excitement. Congratulations, big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he congratulated Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong continued. Earlier, Xinqi also realized that Qiong had regained her confidence and knew that she didn't have a chance anymore. So, she thought it through and will leave in a few days. This time, you and sister-in-law have really helped us greatly. Otherwise, if Xinqi were to drag on for a few more years, I don't know how guilty I would feel. Duan Lingtian nodded. An hour later, Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Xiong Quan left the ancient city of Everlast once again. But there were two more people beside them. It was precisely Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. Duan Lingtian gave up a Fergana horse to Zhang Shouyong and his wife, and he and Li Fei rode on the same Fergana horse. Duan Lingtian embraced Li Fei and spurred the horse forward. The current Zhang Shouyong had changed into a clean set of clothes and wasn't as sloppy as before. The stubble on his face had also been shaved off, and he appeared to be handsome. But the wine gourd still hung on his waist. This wine gourd was like a treasure that never left his side. Big brother Zhang, why does it seem like the wine in your gourd can't be finished? Half a month later, Duan Lingtian finally couldn't help but ask. In this half a month, he was certain that Zhang Shouyong had not replenished the wine in his wine gourd. His wine gourd was like a bottomless pit, containing an endless amount of wine. Hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Zhang Shouyong was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but laugh. Brother Lingtian, your big brother Zhang's wine gourd isn't an ordinary gourd. This is a grade 5 spirit weapon that can hold 5,000 kilograms of wine. Wang Qiong explained to Duan Lingtian with a smile. A 5th grade spirit weapon? Wang Qiong spoke casually, but in Duan Lingtian's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. A 5th grade spiritual weapon? Li Fei, who was sitting in front of Duan Lingtian with her back leaning against Duan Lingtian's chest, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Looking at the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's hand, her autumn eyes flashed with an incredulous light. Xiong Quan, who was leading the way on his horse, was also slightly moved. He was shocked. I've really misjudged. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Now, his spiritual force stretched out, and he was able to notice that the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's hand was actually a grade 5 spirit weapon. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's mood surged. According to his knowledge, even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a grade 5 spirit weapon was in existence that was rare like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The 7-star sword sect he was in was one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. However, such a formidable sect seemed to only have a single grade 5 spirit weapon. It was a grade 5 spirit sword, and supposedly, it was in the possession of the 7-star sword sect's sect leader. That grade 5 spirit sword was the sword of the 7-star sword sect's sect leader that was passed down from generation to generation. Besides being able to store wine, this wine gourd ought to be an extremely terrifying offensive spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that this wine gourd was different. It wasn't a pure storage spirit weapon like a spatial ring, and besides that, it carried traces of a baleful aura. This was the baleful aura that only offensive spirit weapons possessed. Grade 5 spirit weapons. There are very few in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if it's in those empires that stand above imperial kingdoms, there probably aren't many of them. Could it be that Big Brother Zhang is a member of the Darkstone Empire? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. All along the way, he tried to ask about Zhang Shouyong's origins, but Zhang Shouyong brushed it off with a smile every single time, saying that he already had nothing to do with his past and didn't want to mention it. Duan Lingtian was able to feel the carefree and resolute tone in Zhang Shouyong's words. Looks like the clan that this big brother Zhang of his used to belong to had injured him greatly. Since Zhang Shouyong was unwilling to speak, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't ask any further. This also caused Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong's origins to become a mystery in his eyes. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, what plans do the two of you have? Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. We don't have any specific plans for now. However, we ought to first make a trip around the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. We'll first send you and sister-in-law back to the 7-Star Sword Sect, and then we'll make plans. Zhang Shouyong lightly smiled. A trace of warmth arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He naturally knew Zhang Shouyong's intentions. It was undoubtedly to escort him and Li Fei back to the 7-Star Sword Sect. After all, Xiong Quan's current cultivation was different from before. Even if it was a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, so long as the martial artist utilized a spirit weapon, Xiong Quan wouldn't be a match for the martial artist. Although Xiong Quan was able to execute advanced sword force that was comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. However, the strength bestowed by advanced sword force was unable to be amplified by spirit weapons. Spirit weapons could only amplify the strength of the fleshly body and origin energy. Currently, Xiong Quan had lost all his origin energy, and only his 9th-level body tempering cultivation remained. When the strength of his fleshly body exploded out, it was only comparable to the strength of one ancient mammoth. Even if he utilized a grade 7 spirit sword to amplify it, regardless of advanced sword force, Xiong Quan's strength was even inferior to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Xiong Quan Duan Lingtian sighed, then looked at Xiong Quan, who was leading the way on his horse, and asked, Xiong Quan, what plans do you have? Xiong Quan took a deep breath when he heard this, then slowly said, Young master, with my current strength, I'm unable to help you with anything. I want to return to my hometown. Xiong Quan's tone contained slight bitterness mixed within. Then we'll send you back to your hometown first. Duan Lingtian nodded. He respected Xiong Quan's choice. He'd already made a resolution in his heart. In the future, he would surely help Xiong Quan repair his Dantian. Repair his Dantian? If someone knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking now, that person would surely curse Duan Lingtian as a madman and feel that Duan Lingtian was indulging in wild fantasies. After all, if one's Dantian was broken, then even if one consumed the best healing panacea in Cloud Continent, the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill, it would still be powerless. This was a publicly acknowledged fact in Cloud Continent. If one's Dantian was crippled, one's entire life would be ruined. This was an ironclad rule. However, as someone who had merged with the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian did not care about this ironclad rule. According to Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, it was not impossible to repair a broken Dantian. At the very least, in Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, there were 2 ways to repair a broken Dantian. The first way was to find a legendary medicinal herb called the Immortal Spirit Herb. The Immortal Spirit Herb only existed in legends, and even Reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of it and had never seen it before. It was said that the Immortal Spirit Herb could even allow a person with a crippled body to regrow their limbs. Its medicinal strength could be said to be heaven-defying. The second way was to become a quasi-royal grade alchemist and refine the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill. The quasi-royal grade resurrection pill was a healing panacea that surpassed the grade 1 life recovery pill. In Cloud Continent, everyone only knew that the grade 1 life recovery pill was the best healing panacea. However, they did not know that Reincarnation Emperor Wu had long since refined the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill and the royal grade resurrection pill that were superior to the grade 1 life recovery pill. No matter how severe the injury was, as long as the heart did not stop beating, as long as the person consumed the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill, he could be saved. As for the royal grade resurrection pill, it was even more exaggerated. Even if the heart stopped beating, as long as it did not exceed an hour, the person could be saved with the royal grade resurrection pill. That Immortal Spirit Herb is too elusive and unrealistic. Looks like I can only help Xiong Quan repair his Dantian when I get to the foreign lands and obtain the great treasure that Reincarnation Emperor Wu left for his 3rd lifetime. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The pile of treasures that reincarnation Emperor Wu prepared for his third lifetime included the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill and the royal grade resurrection pill. After galloping for a month, Duan Lingtian's group finally arrived at Xiong Quan's hometown. Xiong Quan's hometown was located within a group of mountains, and it was a remote mountain village. Xiong Quan, you grew up here? Duan Lingtian looked at the remote village before him and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. It was difficult for him to imagine that Xiong Quan, the former guardian of the Boundless sect, actually had such an ordinary background.
Yes.
Xiong Quan lightly smiled as he nodded, and he was slightly excited as he looked at the distant village. Duan Lingtian's group had just entered the village when someone noticed them. It's Uncle Xiong Quan. In next to no time, a 12 or 13-year-old youth with sharp eyes recognized Xiong Quan, and he cried out in surprise as he ran over. Uncle Xiong Quan, Uncle Xiong Quan, you are? Xiong Quan was stunned when he saw the youth that pounced into his embrace. Uncle Xiong Quan, don't you recognize me? I'm Error. The youth raised his head and looked at Xiong Quan with an excited expression. You're Eru? Xiong Quan was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but laugh as he rubbed the youth's little head. Error, it's only been a few years, and you've already grown so big.
The youth laughed slyly.
Uncle Xiong Quan, I was only 7 years old when you left last time. Is everyone in the village well? Xiong Quan asked. The youth hurriedly nodded. Everyone is well. It's just that I usually miss Uncle Xiong Quan. Thimph. I want to be like Uncle Xiong Quan in the future and become an outstanding martial artist. I want to enter the Boundless sect and become a grand guardian like Uncle Xiong Quan. The youth's naive and unaffected appearance caused Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, Zhang Shouyong, and Wang Qiong to be unable to refrain from laughing. Then Error, you have to work hard. Xiong Quan smiled as he encouraged, yet a trace of loneliness flashed within the depths of his eyes. Xiong Quan, Uncle Xiong Quan. In next to no time, a group of people gushed out from the village, and they were incomparably enthusiastic. Looks like after Xiong Quan became the guardian of the Boundless sect, he didn't forget his hometown. These villagers all respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 356. Xiong Quan relied on his own hard work to grow from a mountain kid to a guardian of the Boundless sect. This was a surprising fact. Moreover, after Xiong Quan became a guardian of the Boundless sect, he was still able to remember his origins and take care of his hometown. This was something that was extremely hard to come by. It was admirable. It was precisely because of this that Xiong Quan was able to obtain the acknowledgement of the group of villagers in his hometown. Because of Xiong Quan, the group of villagers loved the house and its crow, and Duan Lingtian's group received warm hospitality in the village as well. After staying in the village for a few days and enjoying the countryside life for a while, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 prepared to leave. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian went to find Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan, this is the antidote. In the future, you don't have to worry that the poison in your body will relapse every half a year. This antidote is sufficient to eradicate the poison in your body. Duan Lingtian withdrew a medicinal pill and passed it to Xiong Quan. At that time, for the sake of controlling Xiong Quan, he'd tampered with the grade 9 spirit-clearing pill he gave Xiong Quan to consume and added poison. It was a type of slow-acting poison, and so long as one didn't consume the antidote to alleviate the poison after half a year, one would die without a doubt. Now, Duan Lingtian passed the antidote to eradicate the poison to Xiong Quan. Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan took a deep breath and consumed the medicinal pill, then said sincerely, Young master, in the future, when Xiong Quan isn't by your side, you must take good care of yourself and protect yourself. Young master doesn't have to feel guilty about Xiong Quan's matter. Everything is fate. Fate? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Xiong Quan, let me ask you, what is fate? Xiong Quan was speechless when he heard this. He didn't know how to explain. Xiong Quan, remember, you must not believe in the so-called fate. Now, although your Dantian is crippled, your advanced sword force is still present. Since you've opened the door of force, even if you don't have origin energy, you can similarly continue comprehending sword concept. Duan Lingtian slowly said to Xiong Quan, It's not important. Xiong Quan shook his head and smiled, looking extremely carefree. Without origin energy, so what if he comprehended sword concept? Only the sword in his hand was strong, and his attacks were strong. In terms of speed, he was no different from an ordinary 9th-level body-tempering martial artist. Xiong Quan, I know that your Dantian has been destroyed and you've lost all hope. However, I still have to tell you that I have a way to repair your Dantian. Duan Lingtian said to Xiong Quan with a solemn expression. What? Xiong Quan was frightened by Duan Lingtian's words. He was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Young master, you said you have a way to repair my destroyed Dantian? Is that true? The current Xiong Quan was no longer as calm and carefree as before. He was so excited that he lost his composure. The reason why he had pretended to be like that earlier was because he didn't want Duan Lingtian to worry and feel guilty. In fact, his heart had never walked out of the shadow of his Dantian being crippled. Over the past few years, Duan Lingtian did not treat him as a slave because he controlled him with drugs. Instead, he treated him like family, which made him feel grateful. Now, even without the control of drugs, he still tried his best to think for Duan Lingtian. You've been with me for a few years. Have I ever spoken empty words? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Xiong Quan's excitement. If they could choose, no one would choose to become a cripple. Xiong Quan's face flushed red when he obtained confirmation, and he was extremely excited. However, even though I have a way to help you repair your Dantian, I'm afraid it will still take some time. At least 5 or 6 years, at most 8 or 9 years, or even over 10 years. Duan Lingtian poured a bucket of cold water on Xiong Quan when he saw him so excited. However, Xiong Quan didn't mind, and he grinned. Young master, I can wait. Duan Lingtian nodded and patted Xiong Quan on the shoulder. Then I'll be leaving first. No need to send me off. Properly comprehend your advanced sword force. With your comprehension ability, comprehending sword concept isn't a difficult thing. I hope that when I see you next time, you've already comprehended sword concept. Young master, I will. I absolutely won't disappoint you. Xiong Quan hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction, then turned around and left to gather with Li Fei, Zhang Shouyong, and Wang Qiong before leaving this remote mountain range together. Scoundrel, are you still thinking about Xiong Quan? Li Fei couldn't help but ask when she saw Duan Lingtian didn't speak all along the way. Duan Lingtian sighed. My responsibility for Xiong Quan falling to such an end isn't small. Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's hand and consoled. Don't blame yourself. You were powerless at that time as well. That withered old man was too strong. But Big Brother Zhang killing that withered old man can be considered to have helped Xiong Quan take revenge. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked at the young man on the other Fergana horse beside him. Big Brother Zhang, thank you. Zhang Shouyong shook his head and smiled. Brother Lingtian, you don't have to be courteous. That day, when I saw you for the first time at Xinqian, I had a feeling of familiarity at first sight. The facts prove that our temperaments are compatible, and we're bound to become friends. Yeah. Wang Qiong, who sat in front of Zhang Shouyong, nodded as well. Little sister Li Fei and I hit it off at first sight as well, and I've taken her to be my own little sister in my heart. You're not allowed to bully her in the future. Otherwise, I'm not a match for you. But I can ask Brother Yong to help me teach you a lesson. As she finished speaking, Wang Qiong's tone had an extra sense of being protective. Then wouldn't I be eaten by this little girl for sure in the future? Duan Lingtian laughed exaggeratedly. Scoundrel, let's see if you dare bully me in the future. Wang Qiong's words caused Li Fei to beam with delight, and her beautiful face was filled with complacency. In the following days, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 didn't walk quickly, and they toured the scenery all along the way as they headed towards the 7-star sword sect. Something worthy of mentioning was, when they were about to arrive at Black Bamboo City, Duan Lingtian's cultivation broke through once more. 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. Presently, I've broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage, and my strength is comparable to the strength of 131 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 9th level Origin Core Stage martial artist, I possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more. The third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WYRM Python form, has finally attained perfection. The scope of effect of the quake energy has increased to the limit as well. So long as my opponent's strength doesn't exceed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths or more, I'm not afraid. Since he broke through, Duan Lingtian's mood had always been slightly surging. Lu Shige. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered with cold lights, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. When we return this time, we should properly settle the debt you owe me. Lu Shige had heavily injured him that day, and even knocked him out. He'd always been ashamed of this. He hoped that one day, he'd be able to rely on his own strength to make Lu Shige repay it tenfold, 100-fold. Now, although he hadn't broken through to the nascent soul stage, after his cultivation stepped into the 9th level of the origin core stage, he was already unafraid of an ordinary first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. So long as Lu Shige hasn't broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage, then with my current strength, it's sufficient to completely crush him. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his eyes emitted a trace of yearning. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian smelled the fragrance of Li Fei's hair before him, and felt the strong wind that blew from his galloping horse, and his eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was gentle like water. Presently, an entire year had already passed since he left the 7-star sword sect that day. This time, it wasn't only his cultivation that had broken through once more. Li Fei's cultivation had broken through half a month ago, breaking through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Of course, the reason Li Fei's advancement was so swift and closely followed Duan Lingtian's footsteps was because she'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk that day now. Li Fei's natural talent in the martial Dao was similar to Duan Lingtian, and they'd both arrived at the limit that a martial artist could attain. A year passed. Duan Lingtian was already 21 years old. Brother Lingtian, that city ahead is Black Bamboo City? Zhang Shouyang's gaze descended onto a small black in the distance as he slowly asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew that arriving at Black Bamboo City also meant that they were about to part ways with Zhang Shouyang and his wife. All along the way, he and Li Fei had formed a deep friendship with Zhang Shouyang and his wife. It was unavoidable that they were reluctant to part. Let's have a meal together after we arrive at Black Bamboo City. Zhang Shouyang looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei as he suggested. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei naturally had no objections. Little sister Li Fei, I'll surely come visit you with Brother Yong when I'm free in the future. Wang Qiong spoke to Li Fei with a face filled with tender affection. Big sister Wang Qiong, I'll miss you. Li Fei's beautiful eyes faintly had traces of mist as she spoke in a light voice. Duan Lingtian consoled Li Fei. All right, all good things must come to an end. Be happy. Not to mention, it's not like we won't have the chance to meet again in the future. Besides that, we still have to eat together in a while. Big sister Wang Qiong will feel uncomfortable seeing you like this. Li Fei lightly nodded and squeezed out a trace of a forced smile on her face. During this half a year of time, she and Wang Qiong felt like old friends at first sight and were close like sisters. Now that they were going to separate, they were naturally extremely reluctant. The small black dot in the distance gradually grew larger. Finally, it turned into a city. This city stood in the distance as if it had turned into a giant beast that swallowed the carriages and dragons in one gulp. After Duan Lingtian and the other three entered the city, they randomly found a restaurant and sat down by the window. Then, it was time to order. Brother Lingtian, they seem to be looking at you? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard Zhang Shouyang's voice. Only then did Duan Lingtian realize that the group of guests in the restaurant were looking at him strangely. In fact, when he entered the city just now, he realized that some people looked at him as if they had seen money. Their eyes were shining and their faces were filled with greed. What's going on? Duan Lingtian had no idea what was going on. The Shi family mansion. Patriarch, I want to see the Patriarch. An extremely fast figure dashed into the Shi family mansion and rushed all the way to the main hall of the Shi family mansion. Inside the Shi family hall. Recently, is there still no news of that Duan Lingtian? The old man in brocade clothes had a cold expression as he looked indifferently at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked. Chapter 357. Lord Xiaodou surely had a bitter smile on his face. I asked someone to inquire about it at the Seven-Star Sword Sect. 1 year ago, that Duan Lingtian left the Seven-Star Sword Sect and hasn't returned until now. Xiado, the vice president of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Jade Magnolia Trading Company, in existence at the 6th level of the Void Prying stage. Even if he was the Shur clan's patriarch, he didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest before Xiado. After all, even their Shur clan only had a single Void stage expert, and it was only a 1st-level Void Prying stage martial artist. If Hao wasn't killed by that Duan Lingtian, then with his natural talent, he would surely be able to become the 2nd Void stage expert of my Shur clan. When he thought up to here, Shur Li's face sank. You've already told me about this yesterday. Xiado glanced indifferently at Shur Li. Have you found out where he went? Shur Li shook his head. Not for now. Don't worry, Lord Xiado. That Duan Lingtian crippled my daughter's cultivation and even killed my son. I, Shur Li, am absolutely irreconcilable with him. So long as I have news of him, I'll surely notify Lord Xiado at the first possible moment. Xiaodo's arrival allowed Shur Li to see the hope of taking revenge. In the past, although he knew that his son, Shur Hao, was killed by Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare act rashly. Because Duan Lingtian was an outstanding disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, and the Shur clan wouldn't allow him to take a risk for a personal enmity and bring a calamity to the Shur clan. However, some time ago, this vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xiado, held a portrait and came over in a threatening manner, allowing him to see hope. His daughter, Shur Yin, recognized with a glance that the young man in the portrait in Xiaodo's hand was precisely that Duan Lingtian. Thus, he invited Xiado into the Shur clan estate, plotting a grand scheme of revenge. Duan Lingtian, you deserve death. You actually dared to kill Lord Xiaodo's only son. Cold lights flickered within Shur Li's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Patriarch, patriarch. Right at this moment, a figure rushed into the main hall without any prior notice. Xiado frowned when he saw the Shur clan disciples directly trespassing, and he grunted coldly. Patriarch Shur Li, looks like the rules of your Shur clan aren't much. Could it be that anyone can casually trespass into this Shur clan audience hall? Shur Li was a little embarrassed. He looked at the Shur family disciple and asked in a low voice, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Patriarch, the Shur family disciple said excitedly, "The person in the portrait has appeared." Pa. Just as Shur Li's pupils constricted, Xiado, who was sitting to the side and had just picked up a teacup to drink tea, suddenly trembled and crushed the teacup in his hand. Xiado stood up and looked at the Shur clan disciple as he shouted in shock, "You said the person in the portrait has appeared?" The Shur family disciple hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I saw him enter the city with my own eyes." Patriarch, patriarch. At this moment, several figures flashed into the main hall. My cousin found the young man in the portrait in Quiet Elegance restaurant. My friend noticed it too. I saw it with my own eyes. These Shur family disciples were similar to the Shur family disciple from before. They had all come to inform the patriarch. Good, good. Xiado laughed loudly as an imposing aura soared from his body. Although he didn't intentionally extend it out, it still caused the Shur family disciples present to go ghastly pale and shiver. Guang, Father will go take revenge for you right now. Xiaodo's voice was like a thunderclap, and it shook the main hall to the point it seemed as if it was shaking. After eating and drinking their fill, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 left the restaurant and galloped their horses out of Black Bamboo City. On the way, Duan Lingtian's brows knit. His spiritual force told him that there were many people spying on him from the shadows and following him now. Brother Lingtian, I've heard of the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-Star Sword Sect as well. Qiong and I will send you to the entrance of the 7-Star Sword Sect and take a look at the elegance of the 7 great sword peaks. How about it? Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled as he spoke. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and lightly smiled, and his smile contained gratitude mixed within. He knew clearly in his heart. Zhang Shouyong had surely noticed the people following him, and that was why he made such a decision. Then let's go slower. I still have to chat with big sister Wang Qiong, and I don't know when we'll meet again. Li Fei's beautiful eyes flashed, and were suffused with a sheen of reluctance as she suggested. Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong nodded. The group of 4 and 2 Fergana horses walked out of Black Bamboo City and headed directly towards the 7-star sword sect. Because of Li Fei's suggestion, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong intentionally slowed down their speed and didn't gallop wildly. Li Fei and Wang Qiong chatted to their heart's content before they left, and they laughed and talked to their heart's content. Black Bamboo City wasn't far from the 7-star sword sect, and even if they slowed down, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had already traveled half the distance after half an hour. The 7-star sword sect really deserves its reputation. Zhang Shouyong looked at the 7 sword peaks that stood in the distance and couldn't help but praise. I heard long ago that the 7-star sword sect has 7 great sword peaks, and it's a great spectacle in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Now that I've seen it today, it deserves its reputation. Wang Qiong nodded in deep agreement. Perhaps any one of the 7 great sword peaks was inferior to the solitary peak near the ancient city of Everlast. However, when the 7 sword peaks gathered together and stood there for a long time, it brought about a kind of visual shock to others. The 7 great sword peaks were like 7 sharp swords that charged into the sky. It seemed as if they wanted to pierce 7 holes in the sky. Right at this moment, thunk, 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 a string of dense sounds of horse hooves interrupted Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong, who were admiring the 7 sword peaks. Zhang Shouyong's face sank and a cold light flashed within his eyes. A trace of displeasure appeared on Wang Qiong's beautiful face as well. When Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong turned their horses around, they could see over 10 tall horses dashing over with the 3 Fergana horses in the lead, and their target was directly at them. Halt! Halt! In next to no time, the people that sat on the over 10 tall horses surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 4, and they seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that caused Duan Lingtian's group of 4 to have no place to escape. Shiyin. Li Fei's gaze was sharp, and she noticed the young woman following by the side of the dignified middle-aged man with a glance. The young woman's features were warped and savage, and her triangular eyes flickered with a gloomy sheen. It was precisely the former 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak disciple, Shiyin. The Shiyin that had her cultivation crippled by Duan Lingtian. The younger sister of the former number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, Shihao, Shiyin. Bitch. Shiyin looked at Li Fei, and her triangular eyes emitted frightening icy coldness. Today, you and your man will die, crippling my cultivation and killing my brother. None of you can escape. Shiyin's voice was filled with gloomy coldness. Clean your mouth. Wang Qiong's beautiful face went grim when she heard Shiyin insulting Li Fei, and she said in a low voice, "What does me insulting this bitch have to do with you?" Shiyin glanced coldly at Wang Qiong and grunted, "You and your man can only blame yourselves for being unlucky today, actually walking together with these 2 jinxes. All of you are bound to be dragged down by them. You mean you want to kill the 4 of us?" Zhang Shouyong, who sat behind Wang Qiong, had a calm expression as he asked indifferently, right when Shiyin intended to speak. "Exactly. All 3 of you will be buried with this Duan Lingtian today." An aged voice that contained extreme coldness and indifference sounded out, and it was an old man in embroidered clothes that sat on a Fergana horse that spoke. Presently, this group of people seemed to have taken this old man as their leader. This person, Duan Lingtian, looked at the old man in embroidered clothes and frowned, as he kept having the feeling that the old man was slightly familiar, but he could be sure that he'd never seen this old man before. If he'd seen him before, it would be impossible for him to not have any impression of him. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the old man's cultivation ought to be at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Zhang Shouyong's calm face sank slightly when he heard the old man. A void prying stage martial artist dared talk nonsense before him? Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the dignified middle-aged man by Shiyin's side glared angrily at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "You first crippled my daughter's cultivation, then killed my son. How? Today, I, surely, will make your blood splatter on the spot." "You're Shihao's father?" Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the dignified middle-aged man. Then his gaze descended onto the old man in embroidered clothes. You're taking revenge for sure how as well? Duan Lingtian, this is Lord Xiaodou. Lord Xiaodou is the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. I truly never imagined that you actually dared kill Lord Xiaodou's son. You're simply audacious to the extreme. The old man in embroidered clothes hadn't spoken when Shirley had already sneered. Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president? Xiaodou? Duan Lingtian frowned, and he seemed to have heard of it somewhere. Scoundrel, Black Wind City. Li Fei reminded. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding as he recalled. At that time, when he just left the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City and passed by Black Wind City at the border between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he participated in an auction. After the auction ended, there was once a person who spied on the infant jade-eyed, heavenly mouse he'd won. Later on, that person and the two old men by his side were all killed by Xiongquan. That person seemed to be the person in charge of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company in Black Wind City. You're Xia Guang's father? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in embroidered clothes, as he clearly remembered the name of that person from that day. Exactly. I'm Xia Guang's father, Xiaodou. Xiaodou's gaze was exceedingly icy cold and contained boundless killing intent. Looks like you still remember my son that was killed by you. I've searched for you for an entire year and finally found clues related to you in Black Bamboo City. Looks like even the heavens want me to take revenge for my son. As he finished speaking, Xiaodou's face flushed red, and he was extremely excited. He stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze, as if he was looking at a dead person. Xiaodou, you're the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company at any rate. Could it be that you don't want to know why I killed your son that day? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaodou and asked with a low voice. At that time, if it wasn't for Xia Guang arousing covetous intentions towards the infant jade-eyed, heavenly mouse in his possession and colluding with the members of the Ma clan auction house to kill them and seize the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse, he wouldn't have asked Xiongquan to kill Xia Guang. As far as he was concerned, all of this was something Xia Guang brought upon himself. Chapter 358. Xiaodou grunted coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian, then said with a gloomy face, I don't care why you killed my son. I only know that no matter who it is, if you dare kill my son, then you must be prepared to pay with blood. Even if the heavenly emperor kills my son, I, Xiaodou, will tear him apart. Even if your son was in the wrong, even if your son aroused killing intent first, you don't care? Don't you think that you didn't teach your son well? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaodou with a gaze that went slightly colder. Yes. Cold lights flickered within Xiaodou's eyes as he said with a grim voice, even if my son commits all sorts of crimes, no one can touch him, because he's the son of Xiaodou, the son of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president. Haha, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly when he heard Xiaodou. As expected, like son like father. He's the son of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president. Could it be that his life is more precious than the lives of others? Of course. In my eyes, my son's life is priceless. As for others, at least, you, Duan Lingtian's life, in the eyes of Xiaodou, is no different than lowly grass. Xiaodou's voice contained traces of ruthlessness mixed within. No different than lowly grass? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. If he had the strength to kill Xiaodou now, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to kill Xiaodou. Do you really think that the life of your son is precious, but the lives of others aren't? No different than lowly grass. Zhang Shouyong looked at Xiaodou and shouted coldly. Presently, the eyes of this young man with a calm expression had an additional trace of rage. Who do you think you are to dare be presumptuous before Lord Xiaodou? The Shi clan's patriarch, Shi Li's face sank. He, who intended to show off in front of Xiaodou, pushed off from his horse and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed towards Zhang Shouyong. Whoosh! At the same time that Shi Li flashed out, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the sky, half-step void stage. When they saw Shi Li shout out explosively before charging towards Zhang Shouyong, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Li Fei was stunned as well. In their opinion, Shirley was simply courting death. A half-step Void Realm expert was considered strong in their eyes, but in Big Brother Zhang's eyes, he was no different from an ant. After all, even a first-level Void Initiation Stage expert like Withered Old Man was killed by Zhang Shouyong in the blink of an eye, a mere half-step Void Stage martial artist that hadn't even stepped into the Void Prying stage was utterly not worth mentioning before Zhang Shouyong. Wong. Like a bolt of lightning, a spiritual saber suddenly appeared in Shirley's hand. Saber light swirled around it, resplendent and gorgeous. For a time, another 400-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Shirley. A 7th-grade spirit saber. Shirley's hand trembled. In the blink of an eye. Wong, 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 Wong. The grade 7 spirit saber in Shirley's hand instantly transformed into saber rays that filled the sky, forming a saber net that swept toward Zhang Shouyong in an imposing manner. Wang Qiong, who was in front of Zhang Shouyong, had become his first target. If he wanted to injure Zhang Shouyong, then he must first deal with Wang Qiong, this obstacle. Although Wang Qiong's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage and didn't possess the slightest origin energy, she didn't have the slightest trace of fear when facing the saber net that was formed from saber lights that filled the sky that accompanied Shirley. Her expression was calm, as if she utterly didn't take the scene before her seriously, because she knew that she had a formidable backer by her side. So long as this backer was here, she would be fine. This Shirley is dead for sure. When he saw Shirley make a move against Wang Qiong, Duan Lingtian had already sentenced Shirley to death in his heart. Just like how Li Fei was his reverse scale, Wang Qiong was similarly Zhang Shouyong's reverse scale. This Shirley actually dared make a move against Wang Qiong? He was simply courting death. As if it was reflecting Duan Lingtian's thoughts, Zhang Shouyong, who sat behind Wang Qiong, had a gloomy expression at the instant Shirley made a move and executed saber lights that filled the sky that swept towards Wang Qiong. You're courting death. Zhang Shouyong's cold voice carried along frightening, killing intent as it entered into the ears of everyone present, and it caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. In the next moment, swoosh, everyone only heard an ear-piercing howl of the wind, and it was accompanied by a string of explosions that were like thunderclaps. At practically the exact same moment, bang, everyone clearly saw that the body of Shirley, who charged over menacingly, stopped in midair, and in the blink of an eye, it exploded, causing blood and flesh to fly out in all directions, and not a single complete piece of his body could be seen. Obviously, he'd been struck by an extremely terrifying force. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. At this moment, including the Magnolia Trading Company's vice president, Xiado, the group of people that surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 4 seemed as if their throats were tightly gripped by someone, and their faces flushed red. Numerous pairs of eyes contained a sheen of extreme astonishment mixed within. An existence at the half-step void stage was directly blasted to death in an instant before they had the time to react. Duan Lingtian looked at this scene calmly, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest. What a joke. This Big Brother Zhang was a formidable existence at the 2nd level of the void initiation stage. A mere half-step void stage martial artist dared be presumptuous before Big Brother Zhang. He was simply courting death. Li Fei's beautiful face was slightly pale, and she was terrified by Zhang Shouyong's ability. Although she didn't clearly see how Zhang Shouyong attacked, she saw the scene of Shirley's body being blasted apart by the terrifying force. Shirley didn't even have the time to let out a shrill cry when he was killed. Everything happened too quickly to the point it caused one to be shocked. Father! Shi Yin looked at the incomplete corpses that covered the ground, and her body lightly trembled as her triangular eyes flickered with despair and astonishment, and she had an expression of disbelief. Her father died just like that? No. Impossible. For a time, Shi Yin was slightly dazed, whereas the others were jolted awake by Shi Yin now. Hiss, 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 hiss. Numerous sounds of cold air being inhaled rose and fell, and it set off the atmosphere at the scene to be slightly oppressive. Even Xiado, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company and in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage, had traces of fear in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Shou-yong now. He was utterly unable to clearly see how this young man attacked earlier. Too swift. Swift to the point his eyes were unable to catch sight of it. Xiaodou understood that this was a dangerous figure. Xiaodou's heart sank, and he looked at Zhang Shou-yong and cupped his hands. "Sir, I'm the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xiaodou. Today is a personal enmity between me and this Duan Lingtian, so I hope that you don't interfere. I, Xiaodou, and even the entire Jade Magnolia Trading Company owe you a favor." Now, Xiaodou used the Jade Magnolia Trading Company to pressure Zhang Shou-yong, and he wanted to make Zhang Shou-yong have misgivings and retreat in the face of difficulties. As far as Xiaodou was concerned, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company still had a certain degree of pressure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but unfortunately, Xiaodou was bound to be disappointed. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Duan Lingtian knew Xiaodou's intentions when he heard Xiaodou, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Could it be that Xiaodou thinks that Big Brother Zhang would be afraid of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company behind him? Moreover, Xiaodou. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaodou, and the corners of his mouth held a ridiculing smile. A vice president like you dares to threaten to represent the entire Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Laughable. You. Xiaodou's face sank as cold lights shot out from his eyes, and he wished for nothing more than to directly kill Duan Lingtian. However, the young man that caused him to be extremely fearful had yet to state his position. No matter how much he hated Duan Lingtian, he could only grit his teeth and endure it, not daring to make a move. The young man's strength was too terrifying. According to his estimations, the young man was at least at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above. It was far from something he could compare to. Finally, Zhang Shou-yong gave Xiaodou a reply, and he grunted coldly. Right when Xiaodou didn't know what Zhang Shou-yong meant, he saw Zhang Shou-yong move, vanishing on the Fergana horse into thin air. In the next moment, an ear-piercing and awe-inspiring howl of the wind swept out in all directions. He was able to vaguely see that there were 3 enormous silhouettes flying and moving in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they made a circle in the sky. When these 3 enormous silhouettes entered into Zhang Shou-yong's eyes, it caused his face to become exceedingly ghastly pale. Second level of the Void Initiation Stage. As a 6th level Void Prying Stage martial artist, he was able to clearly sense that this young man hadn't exerted his concept, and he'd only purely utilized his origin energy to mobilize his strength, the strength of 3 ancient horn dragons. This was the symbol of a 2nd level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. This young man was a Void Initiation Stage martial artist. Whoosh! It was like a gust of wind blew past, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Shou-yong appeared before Xiaodou. Whereas now, besides Xiaodou and Shi, not a single one of the other 10+ people were still alive. All of them were killed by Zhang Shou-yong. From the moment Zhang Shou-yong made a move until he appeared before the old man, it only took the time of a single breath. In the time of a single breath, he swept out in all directions and killed over 10 people. Zhang Shou-yong used his actions to illustrate how terrifying a Void Initiation Stage martial artist was, so strong. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his eyes contained slight yearning mixed within, yearning towards the Void Initiation Stage. No. Meanwhile, the nearby Shi, who was dumbstruck, finally recovered from her shock, and as she looked at the corpses that covered the ground, her face went ghastly pale as her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Her triangular eyes flickered with boundless astonishment and despair. The reason she'd appeared here today was because she wanted to see Duan Lingtian being killed with her own 2 eyes. She'd even decided in her heart that once Duan Lingtian was killed by the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, she would tear Duan Lingtian's corpse into pieces, as only in this way would she be able to vent the hatred in her heart. But now, all of this was bound to become her fantasy. Why? Why is it like this? Why? Why does this Duan Lingtian have such a formidable backer by his side? Why? The heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. Shi clenched her fists tightly, and her triangular eyes flickered with unwillingness. Her twisted and sinister facial features were now completely twisted together. You said you wanted to kill my brother earlier? Zhang Shouyang's gaze descended onto Xiaodou as he asked with a calm tone. Chapter 359. Sir, who exactly are you? Xiaodou took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Shouyang as he asked. Subsequently, he suppressed the terror in his heart and slowly said, Perhaps the clan or sect you're from has some relationship with our Jade Magnolia Trading Company. His words had an additional intention of admitting defeat. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? The corners of Zhang Shouyang's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain as he said indifferently, Sorry, I've never heard of it. Never heard of it? Xiaodou's face instantly flushed red as if someone had choked him. He naturally thought that Zhang Shouyang said this intentionally. Although the Jade Magnolia Trading Company couldn't be considered to be the top trading company in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it was renowned far and wide. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised. According to his knowledge, although Zhang Shouyang had stayed in the ancient city of Everlast for a few years, besides having some understanding of the 7 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zhang Shouyang hadn't paid attention to the other powers. Suddenly, whoosh! In the sky above Zhang Shouyang, 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared once more, spiraling down as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws, and they brought an extremely oppressive feeling to others. Xiaodou's face went ghastly pale when he saw this scene, and his eyes emitted terror. Since you said repeatedly that you want to kill my brother, then I'll send you on your way first and remove any worries for my brother. Zhang Shouyang spoke word by word, and every word he spat out seemed to have transformed into a heavy hammer that smashed onto Xiaodou's chest, causing Xiaodou's face to go even more ghastly pale. In the end, it completely shattered Xiaodou's will. Thump! Xiaodou's body crashed down and actually knelt on the ground. Then he lowered his noble head and said with a slightly trembling voice, Sir, spare me. I was only joking earlier. That unfilial son of mine actually dared offend Sir, your brother. He deserves to die 100 times. Sir, it's I who didn't teach my son well. It's I who didn't teach my son well. The current Xiaodou didn't have the arrogance of a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist as the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. The current him was like a dog that wagged its tail and begged for mercy. Before death, he'd completely abandoned his dignity, just for the sake of surviving. Vice President Xiaodou, you didn't say that earlier? A wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he looked down upon Xiaodou from the bottom of his heart. A dignified 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, for the sake of survival, had given up the dignity a martial artist ought to possess as a person. Such a person was pathetic. Brother Duan, I was just joking with you. Just joking with you? Really, really. When Xiaodou heard Duan Lingtian's words, he suppressed the flames of rage that were on the verge of bursting out from the depths of his heart and spoke hurriedly. Joking? Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly cold. Soon after, he strangely smiled. Since Vice President Xiaodou likes to joke so much, Big Brother Zhang, I think you can joke with Vice President Xiaodou. I think Vice President Xiaodou won't mind. Vice President Xiaodou, right? Yes, yes. Xiaodou hurriedly nodded. At this moment, how could he dare say no? When Zhang Shouyang heard Duan Lingtian's words, he understood Duan Lingtian's intentions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Vice President Xiaodou, right? Zhang Shouyang asked indifferently. My lord, just call me Xiaodou. Just call me Xiaodou. Xiaodou had an expression of panic and lost composure. You like to joke, right? Zhang Shouyang asked again. I do. Xiaodou hurriedly nodded and didn't dare hesitate. Very good. Zhang Shouyang nodded, then he raised his hand and pressed it down on Xiaodou's head. At the same time that Xiaodou's body shivered, Zhang Shouyang slowly said, Then I'll joke with you. See if I can make your head explode by slightly urging my origin energy. Xiaodou was already trembling with fear, and when he heard Zhang Shouyang, he lost his composure and directly fell limp on the ground. Then he said with a trembling voice, Spare me, my lord, spare me. I can't take this joke. I can't take it. Humph. Zhang Shouyong's gaze went cold and he lost the intention to continue teasing Xiaodou, and the origin energy on his right hand skyrocketed. No. Xiaodou's gaze was sharp and just happened to see this scene, causing his face to go grim. His limbs pushed off from the ground as his figure shook, and he seemed to have transformed into an eagle that flashed out with the intention of fleeing. In the sky, 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with him. But would he be able to flee? Want to flee? The corners of Zhang Shouyong's mouth curled into a cold smile, and in practically an instant, a layer of earthen yellow light barrier appeared on the surface of his body. In the sky above him, 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes competed to dance as they appeared. Swoosh! In the eyes of Duan Lingtian, Zhang Shouyong's entire body had instantly fused into one with the earth and vanished on the spot. At the same time that Zhang Shouyong, who'd utilized his third-level earth concept, vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian, he'd appeared over 10 meters away and easily obstructed Xiaodou, who intended to flee. Bang! Zhang Shouyong's palm descended, his origin energy skyrocketed, and the edges of his origin energy faintly contained traces of an earthen yellow glow. Obviously, Zhang Shouyong had utilized his third-level earth concept in this palm strike. Bang! The palm strike that contained the strength of 6 ancient horned dragons descended onto Xiaodou's chest, and it emitted an enormous bang. Instantly, Xiaodou followed in the footsteps of the Shi clan's patriarch, Shi Li, and his body exploded apart to transform into incomplete corpses that covered the sky and scattered everywhere. He was deader than dead. Shi Yin. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a delicate shout sound out by his ears, and subsequently, Li Fei, who sat before him, flashed out. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that Shi Yin actually wanted to flee as well. Swish! Li Fei's figure flashed out gracefully and caught up to Shi Yin in the blink of an eye, and the 3-foot-long blade in her hand pierced through Shi Yin's back and passed through her body. Li Fei's gaze was extremely calm when she saw Shi Yin die before her eyes. Shi Yin deserved death. The 10-plus people that came menacingly earlier were now scattered all over the place, and all of them were dead. I just happened to return that Fergana horse to all of you. Zhang Shouyong spoke as he pulled over the 2 Fergana horses that were his spoils of the battle, and he and Wang Qiong each sat on one. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei rode on the 2 Fergana horses as well. The 4 of them headed towards the 7-star sword sect together. The incident that occurred earlier didn't affect the mood of Duan Lingtian's group of 4, and the 4 of them chatted and laughed all along the way as they rode the Fergana horses forward slowly. But unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Unknowingly, the 4 of them had arrived at the foot of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. Outside the 7-star sword sect, Brother Ling Tian, sister-in-law, will meet again someday. Zhang Shouyong lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian and Li Fei as he bid his farewells. We'll meet again someday. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Big sister Wang Qiong, if you and big brother Zhang are free in the future, you must come see me. Li Fei looked at Wang Qiong with a reluctant expression. Of course. Wang Qiong lightly nodded, and her eyes contained reluctance mixed within. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei withdrew their gazes when they saw Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong's figures vanish before them. Then they turned their horses around and headed towards the stable behind the sect. The 2 of them had only just entered the stable when they saw a young man come over to greet them. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, senior sister Li Fei. It was precisely Mou. After not seeing him for a year, Mou had matured quite a bit. Mou, you've broken through to the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage? Duan Lingtian glanced at Mou with a surprised expression. I remember that you were only at the 1st level of the Origin Core stage a year ago. How did you improve so quickly? Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you're able to discern my cultivation? Mou was dumbstruck. Senior brother Duan Lingtian was covered in dust and had obviously just returned from outside, so it was impossible for him to know his current cultivation beforehand. In other words, senior brother Duan Lingtian was able to discern it. Duan Lingtian gave Mou a mysterious smile, then descended from the horse and helped Li Fei down. Then he said to Mou, I'll leave our horses to you. Take this, It's a small token of my appreciation. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he withdrew a large stack of silver. An entire 1 million silver was passed over to Mou. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I can't accept this. Mou shook his head and laughed foolishly. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Mou, then asked curiously, "Aren't you taking care of the horses here and acting as a coachman for the sake of getting a little more salary? This money is sufficient to cover your salary for many years of working here. Why don't you want it?" Mou rubbed the back of his head. "My mother told me that I have to rely on my own hard work to earn money. I don't accept a reward that's not deserved. Take it. Just treat it as your salary for helping us take care of the Fergana horses," Duan Lingtian continued. Seeing that Mou still didn't accept it, he immediately glared. "If you don't accept it, then you're looking down on me." Seeing that Duan Lingtian had spoken to this extent, Mou could only accept it with a face full of gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Your talent is not bad. Work hard. I hope to see the day when you shine." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Mou. Then he held Li Fei's hand and left the stable, following the mountain path towards Dubhe Peak. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I definitely won't let you down." Grasping the silver in his hand, Mou's face was solemn, and his gaze was firm as iron. "Little Feier, let's go back. I've abducted you for over a year. Elder Bai is surely anxious. You've been on the road for half a day, and you're tired. Have a good rest." Duan Lingtian sent Li Fei to the side of the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak, then helped Li Fei comb her beautiful hair as he spoke gently. "Okay." Li Fei nodded meekly, then stepped onto the chain bridge and slowly left. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze when he saw Li Fei's figure vanishing before his eyes. He didn't return to Migres Peak, but instead headed towards the peak of Dubhe Peak. Some things had to be faced sooner or later. Lu Shirge. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. After arriving at the trade hall at the peak of Dubhe Peak, Duan Lingtian didn't notice Lu Shirge's whereabouts, so he walked towards an inner court disciple and asked, "Senior brother, do you know where Lu Shirge's place of cultivation is?" This inner court disciple turned around, and his pupils constricted when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. He obviously recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. The inner court disciple took a deep breath. When Duan Lingtian was heavily injured and knocked unconscious by Lu Shirge, he was present as well. Now, after Duan Lingtian vanished without a trace for a year, he took the initiative to look for Lu Shirge. His goal was obvious: to take revenge on Lu Shirge. Chapter 360. Duan Lingtian, you. The inner court disciple hadn't finished speaking when his pupils abruptly constricted, and his gaze descended behind Duan Lingtian, as if he'd seen something that caused him to be terrified. Subsequently, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian to react and hurriedly walked away. It was as if staying by Duan Lingtian's side for a moment longer would cause him to suffer some sort of calamity. The inner court disciple's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned, and then he turned around. When his gaze moved to the distance, he noticed two people were ascending the peak of Dubhe Peak side by side. Lu Shirge. I really didn't waste any effort. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. The people that appeared before him now were precisely Lu Shirge and Fanjian. Meanwhile, Lu Shirge and Fanjian noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and after they approached, Lu Shirge's eyes emitted piercingly cold lights as he said with a cold and indifferent voice, "Duan Lingtian." In this past year, he hadn't heard any news related to Duan Lingtian, and knew that Duan Lingtian was still outside and hadn't returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect. The more it was like this, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. He was worried that Duan Lingtian had stayed outside for too long, and when he returned, Duan Lingtian's cultivation would have far surpassed his. After all, Duan Lingtian's natural talent was there for all to see. After another 2 or 3 years, Duan Lingtian would have matured, and it would be impossible for him to be a match for Duan Lingtian. Now, when he saw Duan Lingtian had returned, at the same time that he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, killing intent towards Duan Lingtian arose once more. As far as he was concerned, only by killing Duan Lingtian would he be able to have no worries. Lu Shirge. When faced with Lu Shiji's provocation, Duan Lingtian wasn't outdone, and his eyes emitted a frightening cold light. He descended the peak of Dubhe Peak today precisely for the sake of looking for Lu Shigu now. Lu Shigu had walked right into his trap and allowed him to save some effort. Humph! Duan Lingtian, you were seriously injured and knocked unconscious by my big brother Lu last time. How dare you be so arrogant in front of my big brother Lu today? Fanjian sneered, pretending to be someone else. Fanjian. Duan Lingtian calmly swept a glance at Fanjian, a mischievous smile dancing in his eyes. Do you think that with this Lu Shigu around, I can't do anything to you? You. Fanjian's expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, afraid that Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack him. Duan Lingtian was about to make fun of Fanjian. His sensitive psychic power suddenly trembled. He discovered that Lu Shigu had once again launched a sneak attack on him. Lu Shiji's entire person seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind, sweeping over. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned slightly cold. His face sank, and his legs trembled as he barely dodged Lu Shiji's palm. Whoosh! Lu Shiji's palm practically brushed past Duan Lingtian's clothes as it flashed past. Duan Lingtian, your natural talent is indeed not bad. It's only been a year, yet you've actually already broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. A wisp of a strange smile appeared on the corners of Lu Shiji's mouth as he gazed at the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above Duan Lingtian. His sneak attack from before was only for the sake of probing Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to dodge. Do you think everyone is like you, not improving in the slightest after a year has passed? Duan Lingtian said in disdain. 9th level of the Origin Core stage. The commotion caused by the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Lu Shigu was great. In next to no time, the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples near the trade hall at the peak of Dubhe Peak all gathered around to watch the show. It's that Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian has vanished without a trace for a year, and he's finally come out. This Duan Lingtian has actually broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. His natural talent is truly monstrous. Yeah, with such natural talent, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass senior brother Lu Shigu in another year or 2. Looks like senior brother Lu Shigu has really brought great trouble upon himself. The crowd of inner court disciples whispered in discussion. As far as they were concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian didn't ascend the life and death arena and properly cultivated for another year or 2, at that time, he would absolutely be able to easily crush Lu Shigu now. He was still slightly lacking. When the inner court disciples' words entered into Lu Shiji's ears, it caused Lu Shiji's face to sink, and his eyes had cold lights that were awe-inspiring. What he was most worried about was this. Duan Lingtian. Lu Shiji's ghastly gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he said in a low voice, I've long since heard that your ability to defeat someone stronger than you is not bad. Now that you've broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, I presume you wouldn't even be afraid of a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist, right? When he heard Lu Shigu, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist. I don't know about others, but I'm naturally not afraid of you, Lu Shigu. Good. Lu Shigu started laughing arrogantly and willfully. Since it's like this, then do you, Duan Lingtian, dare to ascend the life and death arena and fight to the death with me, Lu Shigu? Life and death arena? As soon as Lu Shigu said this, the surrounding crowd of inner court disciples burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Why do I have to ascend the life and death arena with you? Lu Shigu frowned, then took a step forward and provoked coldly. What? You, Duan Lingtian, the renowned genius in the martial Tao of our 7-star sword sect, the genius in the martial Tao that's able to defeat someone stronger than you, now that you've broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, you still don't dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me, a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist? Earlier, who was it that said he wasn't afraid of me, a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist? What? Now that you heard I'm inviting you to ascend the life and death arena to battle, you're afraid? As he looked at Duan Lingtian, whose expression became even more unsightly, the mocking smile on the corners of Lu Shiji's mouth grew even wider. Looks like some people are only formidable with their mouths. At the critical moment, they're instead terrified. Big Brother Lu, besides being formidable with his mouth, what else is formidable about this Duan Lingtian? What rare genius in the martial Tao of the Seven-Star Sword sect? As far as I'm concerned, he's utterly trash that isn't worth mentioning. Fanjian cooperated with Lu Shigu in a timely manner and trampled on Duan Lingtian's dignity. Fanjian. Duan Lingtian's eyes seemed as if they could emit flames as he looked at Fanjian and said in a cold voice, "You said I'm only formidable with my mouth? All right. I, Duan Lingtian, the trash in your eyes, invite you to ascend the life and death arena to battle. Do you dare?" Duan Lingtian's words caused the inner court disciples present to look at Fanjian with strange expressions. Yeah, you, Fanjian, said that Duan Lingtian is only formidable with his mouth, but is incapable in other aspects and is trash. Now, Duan Lingtian invites you to ascend the life and death arena to battle. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian's words caused Fanjian to be stunned. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage now. Even if it was Duan Lingtian who hadn't broken through a year ago, Fanjian knew that he wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian. How could he dare accept Duan Lingtian's life and death arena agreement? What? You don't dare? The gaze Duan Lingtian looked at Fanjian had an additional sense of disdain and contempt. You, Fanjian, keep saying that besides having a formidable mouth, I'm incapable in other aspects, and even said that I, Duan Lingtian, am trash. Now, you don't even dare accept the life and death arena agreement of this trash. Are you telling everyone present that you, Fanjian, are inferior to even trash? You, Fanjian, are inferior to even trash. When Duan Lingtian's words entered into Fanjian's ears, it caused Fanjian's face to flush red, and he gnashed his teeth. He wished for nothing more than to directly accept Duan Lingtian's life and death arena agreement and ascend the life and death arena to battle Duan Lingtian. In the end, his reason still prevailed over his impulse. When he noticed the gazes of the surrounding crowd of inner court disciples that became stranger and stranger, Fanjian sneered. Duan Lingtian, don't change the topic. Today, it was Big Brother Lu who first invited you to ascend the life and death arena to battle. If you dare accept Big Brother Lu's life and death arena agreement, then so what if I, Fanjian, accept your life and death arena agreement? As expected, Fanjian's words drew a wave of disdain from the crowd. Fanjian is too shameless. He clearly knows that it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for senior brother Lu Shigu. Yet he's still instigating Duan Lingtian to accept senior brother Lu Shiji's life and death arena agreement. Exactly. Once Duan Lingtian agrees to senior brother Lu Shiji's life and death arena agreement, the one that dies will surely be Duan Lingtian. Even if he agrees to Duan Lingtian's life and death arena agreement, but at that time, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. In the end, he utterly doesn't have to ascend the life and death arena to battle Duan Lingtian. If I was Duan Lingtian, I'd request to ascend the life and death arena to battle Fanjian before battling Lu Shigu. Let's see if Fanjian dares. The crowd of 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciples discussed animatedly. What? Duan Lingtian? Weren't you extremely arrogant and conceited earlier? You don't dare? Fanjian disregarded the discussions in the surroundings and used a mocking gaze to stare at Duan Lingtian as he provoked. Fanjian. Duan Lingtian sneered. I can agree to your request, but I heard an inner court senior brother's suggestion earlier, and it's not bad. So long as you agree to my life and death arena agreement, I can agree to Lu Shiji's life and death arena agreement. But I, Duan Lingtian, want to ascend the life and death arena to battle you. Fanjian. After our battle, I'll ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Shigu. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Fanjian. You. Fanjian's face sank as he glared at the inner court disciple that gave this suggestion. Then his gaze once again descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, don't forget, it's Big Brother Lu that invited you to ascend the life and death arena to battle today. As they say, First come, first serve. I, Fanjian, won't compete with Big Brother Liu. Haha. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly. Fanjian, I, Duan Lingtian, have seen many shameless people in my entire life, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Before you, they aren't even worthy to carry your shoes. Duan Lingtian's words that seemed to be praise instead caused Fanjian to feel it to be incomparably ear-piercing when it entered Fanjian's ears. The surrounding crowd of inner court disciples couldn't help but emit a wave of laughter. They deeply agreed with what Duan Lingtian said now. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. You're still speaking in such a dignified manner. Do you, Fanjian, really think that the senior brothers present are unable to discern your cowardice and weakness? Laughable. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile, and his words were sharp. Duan Lingtian, looks like you don't dare accept Big Brother Liu's life and death arena agreement. Chapter 361. Lu Shirgu, who watched coldly from the sidelines for a while, spoke out once more, as if he was cooperating with Fanjian. Duan Lingtian, even if you don't ascend the life and death arena, even if I can't kill you, I, Lu Shirgu, won't let you have an easy time. I'll slowly torture you, and even... Although Lu Shirgu hadn't finished speaking, but the gloomy gaze that descended onto Duan Lingtian's dantian undoubtedly told everyone what he wanted to say, yet didn't. He would cripple Duan Lingtian's dantian. For a time, many inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained a sense of pity. Although the Seven-Star Sword sect prohibited disciples from killing each other in private and even crippling each other's dantians, but accidents couldn't be avoided when martial artists fought. Even if Lu Shirgu really crippled Duan Lingtian's dantian, he could say it was an accident. At that time, the Seven-Star Sword sect would at most give Lu Shirgu some insignificant punishment. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian would be destroyed. Right at this moment, a cold voice abruptly sounded out. Lu Shirgu, if you dare have any ideas about Duan Lingtian's dantian, I'll surely cripple you. Along with this voice sounding out, the gazes of everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shot towards the source of the voice. A young man with a cold expression was slowly stepping onto the peak of Dubhe Peak, and his cold gaze stared at Lu Shirgu. It's senior brother Zhang Song. It was senior brother Zhang Song that took away the unconscious Duan Lingtian the other day. Looks like he has a good relationship with Duan Lingtian. Nonsense. If it wasn't for their relationship being good, would senior brother Zhang Song stand up for Duan Lingtian? Supposedly, senior brother Zhang Song's cultivation had already broken through to the third level of the nascent soul stage last month. As expected of the son of the Mizar Peak's master, he's inherited the outstanding natural talent in the martial Tao of the Peak Master Zhang Fan. The gazes the numerous Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples looked at Zhang Song were filled with reverence. Reverence towards the strong. Senior brother Zhang Song. Seeing Zhang Song's arrival, Duan Lingtian smiled brightly and greeted him. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. Zhang Song replied with a smile. Where was the cold look from before? Zhang Song. Lu Shirgu looked at Zhang Song, his expression as ugly as it could be. Zhang Song spoiled his plans time and time again and had long made him hate him to the bone. But unfortunately, no matter if it was his background or strength, he was inferior to Zhang Song, so he could only bury this hatred in the depths of his heart. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, if this Lu Shirgu dares to touch you in the future, just let me know and I'll make him suffer. When Zhang Song looked at Duan Lingtian, he had a smile on his face. But when his gaze landed on Lu Shirgu, it became incomparably cold, as if he was a completely different person. His words were filled with dominance. The crowd was in an uproar. The inner court disciples present were clearly aware that since senior brother Zhang Song said this, it also meant that he would become Duan Lingtian's backing in the inner court in the future. For a time, many inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with envy. After all, within the Seven-Star Sword sect's inner court, only inner court disciples below the age of 30 that stayed behind to guard the sect. Practically all the inner court disciples above the age of 30 were sent to the various properties of the Seven-Star Sword sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Presently, Zhang Song's cultivation had stepped into the third level of the nascent soul stage. In terms of strength, amongst the group of inner court disciples that stayed behind to guard the seven-star sword sect, it was sufficient to be ranked in the top 5. Most importantly, Zhang Song still had a layer of honorable identity. The son of the Mizar Peak's master. It could be imagined that with Zhang Song's care now, there wouldn't be many inner court disciples that dare defend Duan Lingtian in the inner court in the future. Zhang Song, this is a personal enmity between us and Duan Lingtian. I hope you don't interfere. Lu Shirgu took a deep breath, as he was unwilling to let Duan Lingtian off just like this. Lu Shirgu, did you not hear what I said or what? Zhang Song's face sank, and his gaze was like a sword that flashed straight at Lu Shirgu as he said in a low voice, "If there's something wrong with your ears, then I don't mind cutting off your ears to help you examine them properly. If there's nothing wrong with them, then shut your mouth." Zhang Song's threat caused Lu Shirji's face to flush red, and his gaze was vicious. But he just happened to not dare flare up, and he could only clench his fists tightly as his body trembled to express the intense dissatisfaction in his heart. In the end, Lu Shirgu looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, "Duan Lingtian, if you're a man, then fight me openly on the life and death arena, and fight to the death. Otherwise, you're a coward, a piece of trash." Hearing Lu Shirji's words, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change, and he said indifferently, "Lu Shirgu, do you think that your little bit of provocation will work on me?" Seeing that his thoughts were seen through, Lu Shirji's expression turned ugly, but he didn't forget to mock Duan Lingtian, "Coward, piece of trash. Didn't you say that you're not afraid of me? Now, you don't even have the courage to fight me on the life and death arena? You really want to fight me on the life and death arena?" Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Lu Shirgu, as if he wanted to confirm it further. "Of course. Let's see if you have the guts to accept the challenge." Lu Shirji's face revealed disdain and contempt as he said with a cold smile, "I can promise you that I'll fight you on the life and death arena." Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian wouldn't agree, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, and it was out of everyone's expectations. "Junior brother Duan Lingtian." Zhang Song's face went grim. "You don't have to pay attention to this Lu Shirgu. How old are you, and how old is he? Even if you don't dare accept his life and death arena agreement, it's fine. It's not shameful." "Zhang Song, what does Duan Lingtian's agreement to my life and death arena agreement have to do with you?" Lu Shirgu was slightly enraged from embarrassment when he saw Zhang Song interfering once again. "What? You have objections?" Zhang Song glanced coldly at Lu Shirgu, and his tone was terrifyingly calm. "If you have objections, I'll give you a chance. You and I will fight on the life and death arena. If I'm unable to kill you in a single move, then I'll draw my sword and cut my own throat. How about it?" Zhang Song's words could be said to be domineering, and it caused the crowd of inner court disciples present to feel their blood boil. Lu Shirji's face sank. He was only at the first level of the nascent soul stage, whereas Zhang Song was at the third level of the nascent soul stage. In terms of strength, Zhang Song was twice as strong as him. Killing him in a single move wasn't difficult. It was naturally impossible for him to agree to Zhang Song's life and death arena agreement. "If you don't dare, then shut your mouth." How could Zhang Song not know what Lu Shirgu was thinking when he saw Lu Shirji's face flushed red? Yet he didn't dare reply after a long time, and he spoke with a disdainful expression. He once again looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly shook his head. As far as he was concerned, even though Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao was strong to the point that even he felt inferior, but Duan Lingtian hadn't matured after all, and it wasn't very likely for him to be a match for Lu Shirgu. So, he wanted to stop Duan Lingtian's impulsiveness. Impulsiveness was the devil, and sometimes it would even cause one's death. He wanted to make Duan Lingtian wake up, but in next to no time, he was stunned. "Don't worry, senior brother Zhang Song. I'm confident." Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into Zhang Song's ears. "You've broken through to the nascent soul stage?" Zhang Song replied via voice transmission, and his tone contained slight astonishment mixed within. "No, I'm at the 9th level of the origin core stage now." Duan Lingtian replied. Then he didn't wait for Zhang Song to reply before turning around to look at Lu Shirgu and said indifferently, "Lu Shirgu, I can agree to your life and death arena agreement, but you must agree to a condition of mine. If you're willing to agree, then I can ascend the life and death arena with you right now. If you're unwilling to agree, then take it as I've never agreed to your life and death arena agreement. What condition? The gaze of Lu Shirgu, who originally thought he didn't have the chance to kill Duan Lingtian, abruptly lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he seemed as if he'd taken stimulants and was extremely excited. Presently, the gazes of the crowd of inner court disciples present, including Zheng Song and Fan Jian, had descended onto Duan Lingtian. They were all curious. What condition did Duan Lingtian want Lu Shirgu to agree to? Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Fan Jian. This caused Fan Jian's face to go grim as a bad premonition arose within his heart. If you want me to agree to ascend the life and death arena to battle you, then it's not impossible. But you have to ask Fan Jian to ascend the life and death arena with you and battle me. I'll battle the two of you by myself. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. His words caused the atmosphere at the scene to become slightly strange. Duan Lingtian wants Fan Jian to ascend the life and death arena to battle him as well? He wants to fight the two of them by himself? Could it be that this Duan Lingtian has gone mad? Does he really think he can kill senior brother Lu Shirgu and Fan Jian? Madman! Madman! Practically not a single inner court disciple looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Even though Duan Lingtian had defeated a strong opponent many times in the past and created miracles. But today, the person Duan Lingtian was going to face was a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Although the 9th level of the origin core stage and the first level of the nascent soul stage were only a single level apart, the difference was like 1,000 miles. The difference in strength between the two was almost double. Zheng Song was stunned. Lu Shirgu was stunned as well. Lu Shirgu secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian raise this condition. He'd practically guessed Duan Lingtian's plan at the first possible moment. It was none other than Duan Lingtian wanting to fight to the death and kill Fan Jian right under his nose. Perhaps I can make Fan Jian become bait and draw him up to the life and death arena. At that time, with me making a move, it would be utterly impossible for him to have the chance to touch Fan Jian. Lu Shirgu thought in his heart, and a perfect idea appeared in his heart. He didn't think that Duan Lingtian had the strength to defeat him, only a 9th level origin core stage martial artist. Earlier, the reason he probed Duan Lingtian was because he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian had broken through to the nascent soul stage. Once Duan Lingtian had broken through to the nascent soul stage, then no matter how unwilling he was, he could only dispel the thought of going against Duan Lingtian. Even to the extent that he decided to leave the 7-star sword sect and avoid Duan Lingtian's revenge. He could imagine that even if Duan Lingtian, who possessed the ability to defeat a strong opponent, had just broken through to the first level of the nascent soul stage, he would surely be able to easily kill him. After he confirmed that Duan Lingtian was a 9th level origin core stage martial artist, he knew that this was his chance to kill Duan Lingtian, and also his last chance. So long as he was able to provoke Duan Lingtian to battle on the life and death arena and kill Duan Lingtian, he would have no more worries. Lu Shirgu's gaze descended onto Fan Jian. Chapter 362. Big Brother Lu, don't listen to this Duan Lingtian, you. At the same time that Fan Jian's face went pale, he was slightly flustered. Because he noticed that Lu Shirgu seemed to have already made up his mind to let him ascend the life and death arena to battle with the Duan Lingtian. He knew his own limits. He was far from being a match for the Duan Lingtian. If the Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, a single sword strike would be sufficient. But before Fan Jian could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Shirgu. Fan Jian, don't worry. With me, Lu Shirgu, here. I guarantee that you won't lose a single hair. Lu Shirgu's words were filled with strong confidence, the confidence of a nascent soul martial artist. What? You don't believe me? Seeing Fan Jian's expression still unsightly and not replying to him for a long time, Lu Shirgu was slightly embarrassed and his face couldn't help but sink. Big Brother Lu, Fan Jian had a bitter expression. He wanted to tell Lu Shirgu that since the Duan Lingtian wanted him to ascend the life and death arena together, he surely had confidence. But in the end, he didn't continue speaking, because he saw the determination in Lu Shiji's eyes. He and Lu Shigu had known each other since long ago, and he knew Lu Shiji's character. He knew clearly in his heart that once Lu Shigu made up his mind to do something, no one could stop him. No matter what he said, it was useless. Don't worry, the reason I made a move against this Duan Lingtian earlier was to probe his depths and see the progress of his cultivation in this year. Since he hasn't broken through to the nascent soul stage, I'm naturally not afraid of him. Right at this moment, Lu Shiji's voice transmission entered Fanjian's ears, causing Fanjian's heart to settle. So it turned out that the reason Big Brother Lu made a move earlier was to probe Duan Lingtian's depths. Seeing Lu Shigu so confident, the worry in Fanjian's heart lessened. Suddenly, Fanjian looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, Duan Lingtian, Fanjian, can agree to your conditions. I'll ascend the life and death arena with Big Brother Lu and battle you. When Duan Lingtian heard Fanjian, his expression froze and a wisp of astonishment appeared on his face. It was as if he found it hard to believe that Fanjian would agree to this condition. However, when his expression landed in the eyes of Lu Shigu and Fanjian, it made the latter feel that he was lacking in confidence, causing the latter's confidence to greatly increase. Fanjian, you're such a coward. You actually dare to challenge me to the life and death arena. What a surprise. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, you, Duan Lingtian, are bound to become an untrustworthy person in the future, and it will be difficult for you to gain a foothold in the 7-Star Sword sect. Fanjian sneered with a smug expression on his face. Seeing Duan Lingtian behaving like this, he naturally thought that Duan Lingtian had purposely said that he wanted him to join him on the life and death arena in order to make him back off. At that time, this Duan Lingtian would be able to righteously reject Brother Lu's challenge to the life and death arena. At this moment, Fanjian felt that he was so smart. Humph! Duan Lingtian coldly swept Fanjian with his gaze, and his mouth slightly moved as he sent a voice transmission that broke through Fanjian's eardrums. Fanjian, even if I'm not a match for Lu Shigu, I'll still kill you before he makes a move against me. After that, I'll leap off the life and death arena. At that time, with Senior Brother Zhengsong's protection, Lu Shigu is bound to be unable to kill me. Fanjian's face went slightly grim when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, yet he didn't give in. Then let's see if you kill me first, or Brother Lu kills you first. Subsequently, Fanjian passed on what Duan Lingtian had said to him via voice transmission to Lu Shigu, and it caused Lu Shiji's eyes to be unable to refrain from squinting. Fanjian, you can be at ease. With me here, he won't be able to kill you. Lu Shigu replied to Fanjian via voice transmission, and his tone was filled with strong confidence. I believe in Brother Lu. Fanjian hurriedly replied. Presently, Lu Shigu and Fanjian didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's agreement to the life and death arena this time any longer. Duan Lingtian wasn't really confident. Instead, he wanted to fish in troubled waters. Ascending the life and death arena to battle the two of them was fake. Wanting to kill Fanjian and then flee was the real truth. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, do you want to reconsider? Zhengsong frowned and wanted to take a step further to restrain Duan Lingtian. Zhengsong's actions caused Lu Shigu and Fanjian's expressions to be slightly unsightly. At this moment, they were truly worried that this matter would be spoiled by Zhengsong. Senior brother Zhengsong, there are things one can do and things one can't do in one's lifetime. Today, since I, Duan Lingtian, have spoken, then I'll naturally keep my word. Duan Lingtian shook his head and refused Zhengsong's good intentions. The surroundings were in an uproar. This Duan Lingtian really wants to ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Shigu and Fanjian? He's simply gone mad. A 9th-level origin core stage martial artist wants to go against a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist? What a fantasy. None of the surrounding 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciples looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Let's go to the life and death arena. Lu Shigu glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian, then called out to Fanjian before heading towards the other side of the peak. The life and death arena of the 7-Star Sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak, was situated at the side of a precipice at the peak of Dubhe Peak, and it was covered in floor tiles that seemed to be dyed with blood. Whoosh, whoosh. When they arrived at the life and death arena, Lu Shirgu and Fanjian flashed out and were the first to ascend the arena. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Zheng Song walked side by side, and behind them was a group of inner court disciples as they slowly walked towards the life and death arena in a formidable array. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, are you really confident? Although Duan Lingtian's voice transmission revealed strong confidence, Zhang Song couldn't help but be slightly worried. He'd always been extremely grateful to Duan Lingtian. It was Duan Lingtian that allowed his father to break through to the void initiation stage in one go. This was an enormous favor. It was difficult to return. Senior brother Zhang Song, it isn't the first time I've ascended the 7-star sword sect's life and death arena, but those that have died on the life and death arena have always been my opponents. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Zhang Song nodded and didn't say anything further. He chose to believe Duan Lingtian. Based on Duan Lingtian's past deeds, Duan Lingtian wasn't an impulsive person. Every time he ascended the life and death arena, no one looked favorably upon him, but every time he was able to exceed everyone's expectations and kill his opponents one by one. Duan Lingtian had created too many miracles. But unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to see it with his own 2 eyes. This time, he finally had the chance. He really looked forward to it. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived before the life and death arena. The surroundings of the life and death arena were filled with people. So long as it was someone at the peak of Dubhe Peak, no matter if it was an inner court disciple or an inner court elder, all of them had gathered over to watch the show. What's happened? Some of the inner court disciples that had just arrived couldn't help but ask curiously. In next to no time, along with the explanations of the other inner court disciples, they came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian wanted to ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Shirgu and Fanjian. 1 against 2. Duan Lingtian has broken through to the nascent soul stage? This was their first thought when they heard of this matter, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "No." Some inner court disciples that knew the situation shook their heads. Duan Lingtian hasn't broken through to the nascent soul stage and is only at the 9th level of the origin core stage. The reason he was willing to ascend the life and death arena was mostly because of Fanjian. Exactly, the conflict between him and senior brother Lu Shirgu was ultimately because of the culprit, Fanjian. Perhaps he wants to seize this opportunity to kill Fanjian. Kill Fanjian? With senior brother Lu Shirgu present, it's extremely difficult for him to kill Fanjian. It's indeed extremely difficult. No matter how the group of inner court disciples discussed, the agreement on the life and death arena had already been set and was difficult to change. On the life and death arena, Lu Shirgu stood there, and the inner court disciple attire on his body fluttered with the wind, causing him to look graceful and elegant. Whereas Fanjian was now standing behind Lu Shirgu, as if only by hiding behind Lu Shirgu would he be able to obtain a sense of security. Duan Lingtian. Lu Shirgu's fierce gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with ruthlessness and bloodthirstiness. Duan Lingtian nodded to Zhang Song, then his figure flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he lightly descended onto the life and death arena to stand in confrontation with Lu Shirgu. Fanjian, you plan to always hide behind Lu Shirgu? After ascending the life and death arena, Duan Lingtian didn't look at Lu Shirgu, but instead looked at Fanjian, who was behind Lu Shirgu, as he asked indifferently. Fanjian's face flickered between a livid and ashen expression when he heard Duan Lingtian. Haha, this Fanjian is truly cowardly. It's not strange. Although Fanjian has recently broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, when facing Duan Lingtian, who had the strength to cripple the 9th level origin core stage senior brother Wu Yongqin's arm 1 year ago, he's still not enough. Yeah, 1 year ago, Duan Lingtian was only at the 8th level of the origin core stage, yet he was even able to cripple the arm of a 9th level origin core stage inner court disciple. Now that he's broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, sweeping through all the martial artists in the origin core stage is nothing difficult for him, and he can be called the #1 person below the nascent soul stage. At the same time that the crowd of inner court disciples around the life and death arena ridiculed Fan Jian, they weren't stingy with their praise of Duan Lingtian in the slightest. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian is still too impulsive. Yeah, if another 2 years passed, he might not be unable to surpass senior brother Lu Shigu. He's too impatient. In next to no time, some inner court disciples couldn't help but sigh, and they felt pity for Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, even if Duan Lingtian was able to kill Fan Jian today, it would be extremely difficult for him to survive. After all, besides Fan Jian, Duan Lingtian still had to face Lu Shigu, who was an inner court disciple at the nascent soul stage. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Lu Shigu's mouth when he saw Duan Lingtian ascending the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian, you're quite bold to actually dare ascend the life and death arena. Today, I, Lu Shigu, will send you on your way. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Lu Shigu, then paid no further attention to him, and his gaze instead descended onto Fan Jian, who was behind Lu Shigu. As far as the bystanders were concerned, Duan Lingtian's target wasn't Lu Shigu, but Fan Jian. Fan Jian's face went grim when he noticed Duan Lingtian's burning gaze, and he felt oppressed in his heart. Before Duan Lingtian, who was similarly at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, he felt that his cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage was completely useless. Fan Jian, out of respect for Elder Lu Qiu that day, I intended to bury the hatchet with you, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it properly. Today, I won't show mercy. Chapter 363. Everyone present was able to deeply feel the rage within Duan Lingtian's words. Fan Jian's face went grim as he hurriedly hid behind Lu Shigu, as he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would suddenly kill him. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, then instantly moved, his entire body tearing through the sky as he flashed out. Everywhere he passed, dust suffused the air. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he flashed directly towards Fan Jian, and Lu Shigu, who was before Fan Jian, was directly disregarded by him. Whoosh! Instantly, a narrow sword appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand. As soon as this narrow sword appeared, 45 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared beside the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. The strength of 165 ancient mammoths. Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell continuously in the surroundings of the life and death arena. They were all shocked by the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. This narrow sword provided an amplification of close to 40%. It was obviously a Grade 6 Spirit Sword. This Duan Lingtian had a Grade 6 Spirit Sword? Where did junior brother Duan Lingtian get a Grade 6 Spirit Sword? Zhang Song had an astonished expression. This Grade 6 Spirit Sword was left behind by the withered old man Zhang Shouyong killed at the ancient city of Everlast's Eternal Jade Restaurant. Zhang Shouyong gave this Grade 6 Spirit Sword, which was his spoils of battle, to Duan Lingtian, and it had become the strongest weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession. Big brother Lu, save me. Although he was hiding behind Lu Shigu, Fan Jian didn't have the slightest feeling of safety. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian withdraw a Grade 6 Spirit Sword and display the strength of 165 ancient mammoths, he was completely terrified. He was utterly unable to arouse the thought of resisting in his heart. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. His body was like a spirit serpent as he went around Lu Shigu, and the sword in his hand was like a bolt of lightning as it struck straight towards Fan Jian's throat. He intended to kill Fan Jian with a single strike. You're courting death. In the beginning, Lu Shigu was also attracted by the Grade 6 Spirit Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Now that he reacted, the Grade 7 Spirit Sword appeared in his hand, transforming into a bone-like sword light that directly swept towards the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. He wanted to shake off the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and save Fan Jian. Yunfeng's Sword Art. The sword light in Lu Shiji's hand was fast to the extreme. As it swept out, it seemed to carry the power to split mountains. At the same time, more than 250 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Lu Shige. The strength of Lu Shige's sword was stronger than the strength of Duan Lingtian's sword by an entire 90-plus ancient mammoths. Whoosh! When the sword flashed out, it was like a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds and smashed down with a loud bang. It was precisely the profoundness of the Cloud Peak sword technique. When Duan Lingtian was chasing after Fanjian, he seemed to be ignoring Lu Shige, but his thoughts were completely on Lu Shige. Therefore, when Lu Shige drew his sword, he discovered it at the first possible moment. When he discovered that the grade 7 spirit sword in Lu Shige's hand was heading towards his sword, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile that contained traces of a scheme that had succeeded. Just when the gazes of everyone in the surroundings of the life and death arena slightly congealed and fell on Duan Lingtian, wanting to see if Duan Lingtian was able to disperse Lu Shige's sword strike. "Come at me," Duan Lingtian suddenly lightly shouted. In the next moment, everyone saw that Duan Lingtian's figure that was flashing towards Fanjian suddenly trembled. Like an agile spirit serpent, he made a turn and faced Lu Shige, who was attacking him. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Sword drawing arts. The grade 6 spirit sword suddenly changed direction and transformed into an even swifter bolt of lightning, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Not good. Lu Shige was originally brimming with confidence, but when he saw Duan Lingtian suddenly change direction and a sword flashing straight towards him, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. There were only two possibilities for Duan Lingtian daring to do this. Firstly, Duan Lingtian was confident. Secondly, Duan Lingtian was courting death. Obviously, Duan Lingtian didn't seem to be the type of person who would court death. However, the current situation was critical. Even if Lu Shige felt uneasy in his heart and realized that the situation had changed, he could only brace himself and go forward. Cloud Peak Sword Technique. A sword strike that was as heavy as the peak of a cloud welcomed Duan Lingtian's tarsal bone sword that followed like a shadow. The strength of over 250 ancient mammoths completely exploded. Die! Lu Shige's gaze revealed a fierce expression as the sword in his hand fiercely descended. He didn't think that Duan Lingtian's method of defeating the strong as the weak would be able to bridge the gap of over 90 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, and his heart moved. Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand raged and started to tremble, and the frequency of the trembling grew faster and faster. It welcomed Lu Shige's sword strike that was as heavy as the peak of a cloud. Clang! Instantly, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the sword in Lu Shige's hand. At this instant, time seemed to have completely frozen. The crowd of inner court disciples and elders around the life and death arena stared wide-eyed and held their breaths as they stared blankly at this scene. The strength of this sword strike from Duan Lingtian was comparable to the strength of 165 ancient mammoths. The strength of this sword strike from Lu Shige was comparable to the strength of 250 ancient mammoths. If it was any other time, they would think that Lu Shige was capable of easily obtaining victory with such an obvious difference in strength. But today, the person Lu Shige encountered was Duan Lingtian, the legendary disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. The legendary disciple that had once defeated the strong as the weak and killed existences that were stronger than him many times. They were curious in their hearts. Today, would Lu Shige use a formidable strength to suppress Duan Lingtian and even kill Duan Lingtian? Or would Duan Lingtian create another miracle and defeat the strong as the weak and turn defeat into victory and kill Lu Shige? Everyone's eyes were glued to this scene. They knew that the result would be out very soon. Of course, more than 90% of the people amongst them didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to create another miracle. After all, the difference was too great. A difference of over 90 ancient mammoths was a gap that was practically impossible to surmount. Clang! No matter what the crowd of people around the life and death arena thought, the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the grade 7 spirit sword in Lu Shige's hand in the end. The two terrifying forces fiercely collided in practically an instant. Origin energy shook as a formidable aura spread out and transformed into a gust of wind that swept through the life and death arena, causing dust to suffuse the air. Oem, 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 oem. The trembling of origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand skyrocketed to the limit. Tremor energy, raised to the limit. Strangle out. Suddenly, a shrill and miserable cry tore through the sky, and it was accompanied by the sound of iron falling to the ground. Right when the crowd of people around the life and death arena didn't have the time to react, everyone clearly saw Duan Lingtian's figure tremble as he instantly shot towards Lu Shirgu, who was blasted back. Swish! The sword that trembled with origin energy entered Lu Shirgu's chest like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Fresh blood violently sprayed out as if it had condensed into numerous dazzling red roses. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew his sword. Lu Shirgu's body swayed a few times, and his eyes stared wide open as he fell to the ground with everlasting regret. Lu Shirgu, dead. Duan Lingtian stood beside Lu Shirgu's corpse without moving like a mountain, as if he'd transformed into an undefeatable god of war. Whoosh! Outside the life and death arena, after a period of deathly silence, it completely boiled over. Senior brother Lu Shirgu is dead? Oh my god. The strength of that sword strike of his was comparable to the strength of over 250 ancient mammoths, yet it was actually crushed by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's sword strike seems to only have the strength of 165 ancient mammoths, right? He's actually still able to defeat someone stronger than him with a difference of over 90 ancient mammoths. Abnormal. He's too abnormal. The crowd of inner court disciples were all astounded. Even those inner court elders were looking at Duan Lingtian with a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Even though they'd heard of the deeds of Duan Lingtian in the past, but hearing and seeing with their own eyes were two completely different concepts. A difference of the strength of 90 ancient mammoths? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight arc when he heard the astounded voices of the crowd of inner court disciples. Since he'd cultivated the third form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WYRM Python form, to the mastery stage, his tremor energy had risen to the limit. The scope of its effect was within the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of Duan Lingtian's opponent didn't exceed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, then his tremor energy would be able to take effect. When Lu Shirgu exerted his full strength, it was indeed very strong, comparable to the strength of over 250 ancient mammoths. However, it still wasn't able to pull open a gap of over the strength of 100 ancient mammoths with Duan Lingtian's strength. So, once Duan Lingtian's tremor energy was utilized, he still died. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian relied on a grade 6 spirit sword to exert the strength of 165 ancient mammoths, that was because he'd held back. After all, the basic strength Duan Lingtian was able to exert now wasn't the strength of 120 ancient mammoths that an ordinary 9th-level origin core stage martial artist possessed. Instead, it was the strength of 131 ancient mammoths. From the beginning until the end, when he attacked Lu Shirgu, he'd still held back the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. If this strength of 11 ancient mammoths was amplified by a grade 6 spirit sword, then it would be the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian had held back the strength of an entire 15 ancient mammoths. But even then, Lu Shirgu was still killed by him. A clean sword strike that directly killed Lu Shirgu. After killing Lu Shirgu, the knot in Duan Lingtian's heart was completely undone. He used his own strength to make Lu Shirgu pay the price for what he'd done that day, the price of his life. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a gust of wind sound out by his ears. When he glanced over, he noticed that Fan Jian, who was dumbstruck earlier, had recovered from his shock and intended to flash down the life and death arena to flee. Wanna flee? A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and his figure flashed out, as if transforming into the wind. The origin energy beneath his feet lightly trembled, and the frequency grew faster and faster. Duan Lingtian stepped on the tremor energy, and his speed was more than 50% faster than usual. In the blink of an eye, he'd caught up to Fanjian and blocked in front of Fanjian. Chapter 364. Duan Lingtian's gaze was exceedingly calm when faced with Fanjian's begging for mercy. Fanjian, I've said it before. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it properly. Since it's like this, then go with Lu Shige. No. When he realized that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to let him go, Fanjian's face revealed a savage expression as he shouted out explosively, and the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed as he charged towards the other side with the intention of fleeing. Pig-headed, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he once again stepped on quake energy to rush out. His speed was so swift that it was even slightly swifter than an ordinary first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. In the blink of an eye, he'd caught up to Fanjian. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the hand that held the narrow sword lightly trembled. Sword drawing arts. A sword strike that was swift like a bolt of lightning easily swept past Fanjian's throat, and fresh blood sprayed out to cover the sky. Whoosh! Fanjian's body that was charging forward stopped halfway, then he was brought out by inertia and fiercely fell out, and after he fell to the ground, he brushed past the ground and brought out a long bloody mark on the ground. Dead. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. The gazes of everyone couldn't help but descend onto the young man on the life and death arena. This young man had once again created a miracle, using a cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage to kill a first-level Nascent Soul stage martial artist and a 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist in a head-on battle. It was simply inconceivable. Duan Lingtian searched the corpses of Lu Shige and Fanjian for a while before taking away their spatial rings and spirit weapons. Then he walked down the life and death arena with a satisfied expression and descended beside Zheng Song. Meanwhile, Zheng Song reacted to what had happened, and his face was filled with a bitter smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, you really amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Duan Lingtian smiled. Senior brother Zheng Song, is the peak master in Mizar Hall? I was just about to ask for a cup of tea from him. Let's go. Zheng Song nodded with a smile, then called out to Duan Lingtian before leaving the life and death arena. Wherever he passed, a group of inner court disciples respectfully opened up a path for him. Only when Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from sight did the deathly silent life and death arena regain its liveliness. Most people's gazes fell on the two corpses on the life and death arena. Lu Shige and Fanjian are really unlucky. They actually provoked that malefic. According to what I know, the disciples that provoked that malefic didn't seem to be able to survive. I truly never imagined that after Duan Lingtian broke through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, he was even able to kill a first-level Nascent Soul stage martial artist. Yeah, it's really unbelievable. Even more shocking is that he actually possesses a grade 6 spirit sword in his possession. After all, even our 7-star sword sect doesn't have many grade 6 spirit weapons, and all of them are in the possession of the various peak masters and guardian elders. In the past, Duan Lingtian only made a name for himself in the outer sect. From today onwards, his name is destined to spread throughout the inner sect. All the inner disciples were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. On the way to Mizar Hall, Zheng Song asked Duan Lingtian, Junior brother Duan Lingtian, when did you return? Duan Lingtian smiled. I just returned. Just returned? Zheng Song couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. You just returned and went to look for Lu Shige? Duan Lingtian nodded. Looks like you really aren't willing to wait for even a moment. But your improvement is too shocking. 1 year ago, you didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before Lu Shige. 1 year later, on the life and death arena, you killed him in a single move. As he finished speaking, Zheng Song, this 3rd-level Nascent Soul stage martial artist, couldn't help but reveal slight fear in his eyes. Duan Lingtian's methods were truly too strange. It was difficult to fathom. Duan Lingtian smiled. It's all right. I barely made a slight improvement. Barely? A slight improvement? The corners of Zheng Song's mouth twitched when he heard this. This junior brother Duan Lingtian really won't stop until he's shocked to death. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Zheng Song arrived at Mizar Hall together. In the pavilion of Mizar Hall,
Peak Master.
Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Amongst all the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect, only Zheng Fan was the closest to him. Kid, when did you return? Zheng Fan laughed heartily.
I just returned today and came to ask for a cup of tea from the Peak Master.
Duan Lingtian laughed slyly. Zheng Fan's brows raised, then he started fiddling with the tea set, and he asked curiously as he busied himself, "Where did you go this year?" "The ancient city of Everlast." Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and spoke bluntly. "The ancient city of Everlast?" Zheng Fan was surprised. "You actually went to such a distant place. That place is extremely chaotic. Kid, you're too bold to even dare go there." Zheng Fan didn't know that Duan Lingtian had the protection of a 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist when he went there, and when he returned, he even had the protection of a void initiation stage expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't make such a fuss over nothing. In the past year or so, your cultivation has increased again, right? Zheng Fan poured a cup of tea for Duan Lingtian, then glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he asked. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken yet. "Father, junior brother Duan Lingtian is already a 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artist now. Not only that, he ascended the life and death arena as soon as he returned today and killed Lu Shige." Meanwhile, Zheng Song had walked into the pavilion and sat by Duan Lingtian's side as he spoke with a smile. Zheng Fan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Zheng Song. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian with an astounded expression. "Your current cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage is sufficient to kill a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "I was just lucky." "Luck?" As the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan naturally knew that it was impossible for this to be luck. "Duan Lingtian, you're too modest. Even though I know of your ability to defeat a strong opponent as the weak, I never imagined that you'd actually be able to kill a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist. A 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artist killing a 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist. If it was in the past, he would utterly not dare believe it. But now, all this had happened to Duan Lingtian, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest, as he'd experienced Duan Lingtian's mysteriousness since long ago. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then held up his teacup and tasted the fragrant tea. After a short moment, Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, "Duan Lingtian, what conflict actually exists between you and Zhao Lin?" "Zhao Lin?" Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then he asked in a low voice. "Peak Master, when I left 1 year ago, could it be that Zhao Lin really followed me?" Zheng Fan nodded. "Exactly. However, he was stopped by me at the critical moment, and in the end, he could only obediently return to the 7-star sword sect. From his appearance at that time, it seemed as if he wouldn't stop until he killed you." Cold lights flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes. "Zhao Lin, he was really stubborn." Zheng Fan continued. "Duan Lingtian, if you have something that's difficult to say about the matter between you and Zhao Lin, then don't speak of it. However, I still have to remind you, this Zhao Lin isn't to be trifled with." As he spoke up to hear, Zheng Fan's tone contained slight fear. "Isn't he only an outer court elder of Migrez Peak?" Duan Lingtian frowned and was slightly puzzled. How could it be so simple? Zheng Fan shook his head. "Do you think that a mere outer court elder of Migrez Peak has the ability to make the outer court martial competition I presided over turn into a life and death battle?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. That outer court martial competition changing into a life and death battle was related to Zhao Lin? Zheng Fan nodded. "He still has such great ability?" Duan Lingtian frowned as he recalled that outer court martial competition, and he recalled that Zhao Lin was indeed present at that time. Zhao Lin had come with Shi Hao. Zhao Lin only left when Shi Hao was killed. Looks like that time, Zhao Lin ought to have colluded with Shi Hao and reached some sort of agreement with Shi Hao to go against me. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian guessed many things. Some of the doubts of the past were completely solved. Zheng Fan shook his head. If that Zhao Lin was only an outer court elder, then he naturally wouldn't have such great ability. But the existence behind him isn't simple. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that when Zhang Fan spoke up to hear, his expression had become serious. Could it be that the sect leader is behind him? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked. Within the seven-star sword sect, there weren't many people that were able to make Zhang Fan fear them. It isn't the sect leader. Zhang Fan shook his head, and at the same time that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, he continued. But that existence isn't much different from the sect leader. Duan Lingtian's mood that had eased up once again surged up and down, and he laughed bitterly. Peak Master, don't keep me in suspense. Speak frankly. I'm not keeping you in suspense. I only want to let you understand the existence behind Zhao Lin. As Zhang Fan finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. But I wonder if you've heard of the 2 guardian elders of our 7-star sword sect? Guardian elders? Instantly, Duan Lingtian's gaze focused and his face sank. Peak Master, you wouldn't be thinking of telling me that Zhao Lin is related to the guardian elders, right? Duan Lingtian had heard Lu Qiu mention the 2 guardian elders of the 7-star sword sect that day. Although he didn't know much about the guardian elders, he knew that the cultivation grounds of the 2 guardian elders each occupied one of the 9 great spirit points in the 7-star sword sect. Not only that, the guardian elders had a special status in the 7-star sword sect, and to a certain extent, they were able to stand on equal footing with the sect leader. Moreover, because of their high seniority, even the 7-star sword sect's leader had to respectfully call them martial uncle. Exactly. Zhang Fan nodded. Zhao Lin is precisely one of the 2 guardian elders of our 7-star sword sect, the grandson of Elder Ming. Elder Ming lost a son when he was young, and he especially dotes on his only grandson. Just like the sudden change in the rules of the outer court martial competition the other time, it was precisely Zhao Lin who went to look for Elder Ming. Of course, he didn't tell Elder Ming that he wanted to go against you, and only said that he hoped the outer court martial competition would be able to arouse the potential and will to live of the outer court disciples because of this. Arouse the potential and will to live of the outer court disciples? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer when he heard Zhao Lin's excuse. Zhao Lin's excuse was rather dignified. I never imagined that Zhao Lin had such a background. I thought he was only an ordinary outer court elder. Chapter 365. After bidding farewell to Jing Fan and Zheng Song, Duan Lingtian left Mizar Hall. His mood was slightly heavy. Zhao Lin's background caused fear to arise in his heart, but in next to no time, he seemed to have thought of something and heaved a sigh of relief. Me too. Why think so much? It's fine if that Zhao Lin doesn't come provoke me, but if he dares to take the initiative to cause trouble, then I, Duan Lingtian, am not someone to be trifled with. A strand of cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Presently, his spiritual force had already advanced to the critical point between the nascent soul stage and the void-prying stage, and he was only a step away from advancing to the void-prying stage. Once his spiritual force broke through to the void-prying stage, he would be able to inscribe even stronger inscriptions. Inscriptions that were sufficient to deal with void-prying stage martial artists. Since he'd thought it through, Duan Lingtian's mood was carefree, and he walked towards Migres Peak with large strides. Today, killing Lu Shirgu and Fanjian could be considered to have settled one of the matters in his heart. Today, when Lu Shirgu launched a surprise attack on him, he'd guessed Lu Shirji's intentions and knew that Lu Shirgu was probing him. After Lu Shirgu probed him, he noticed the killing intent in Lu Shirji's eyes. He knew clearly in his heart that Lu Shirgu had aroused killing intent towards him. In this way, Duan Lingtian took advantage of the situation and not only tricked Lu Shirgu onto the life and death arena, he even tricked the instigator, Fanjian, into the life and death arena. When Lu Shirgu and Fanjian ascended onto the life and death arena, their outcome was already decided. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't show mercy towards 2 people that wanted to kill him, and he killed them one by one, completely cutting off the weeds and eliminating the roots. Migres Peak. I, Duan Lingtian, have returned. Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak, and his brows raised as his gaze descended onto Migres Peak that shot into the sky and was concealed within the clouds and mist. Duan Lingtian passed through the chain bridge and stepped onto the high platform of Migres Peak. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Everywhere he passed, the Migres Peak disciples bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian returned each and every one of them with a smile and walked into Migres Peak. The group of Migres Peak disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion as they looked at Duan Lingtian's figure. I haven't seen senior brother Duan Lingtian for over a year. I feel that his cultivation seems to have improved again. You can even tell? I guessed. Actually, this isn't difficult to guess. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the Wu Dao, even if he didn't break through to the nascent soul stage after a year has passed, he would surely have broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. You're right. Just as the group of Migres Peak disciples were discussing animatedly, big news, big news. A voice that was like a thunderclap that contained origin energy spread throughout the surroundings of the entire Migres Peak trade hall. Immediately, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression as he left the chain bridge and stepped onto Migres Peak. Today, not long ago, senior brother Duan Lingtian killed the 9th level origin core stage inner court disciple, Fanjian, and the 1st level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shirgu, on the Dubhe Peak's life and death arena with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage. After this Migres Peak disciple successfully attracted the gazes of everyone, he released shocking news. Instantly, the surroundings of the trade hall were deathly silent. They weren't surprised that Duan Lingtian killed the 9th level origin core stage Fanjian. But that Lu Shirgu, what? Senior brother Duan Lingtian killed Lu Shirgu? I heard long ago that 1 year ago, Lu Shirgu launched 2 sneak attacks on senior brother Duan Lingtian, and even heavily injured senior brother Duan Lingtian and knocked him unconscious. But I never imagined that 1 year later, senior brother Duan Lingtian would take revenge and directly kill him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too strong. Even if a year has passed, senior brother Duan Lingtian would at most be 21 years old, right? Killing a nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 21, not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, such a monster hasn't appeared even in the Darkstone Empire, right? For a time, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the Migres Peak was like the sun in the midday sky. Presently, perhaps there were some Migres Peak disciples that didn't know the name of the Peak Master, Wu Dao. But Duan Lingtian's name was known by everyone. Presently, his spiritual force had broken through to the verge of stepping into the void-prying stage, and Duan Lingtian was already able to easily detect the aura of void-prying stage martial artists. Even if there was a void-prying stage martial artist following him, he would similarly be able to notice it. So, when he returned to the stalactite cave at the peak of Migres Peak now, he didn't have to be as careful as before and walk around for half a day. After his spiritual force extended out and noticed that no one was following him, Duan Lingtian returned to the stalactite cave. Within the stalactite cave, there were another 2 drops of 10,000-year stalactite milk within the pool, 2 drops a year. Wanting to gather enough for another bottle is easier said than done. Duan Lingtian shook the pill bottle in his hand, then shook his head and smiled. Not long after, Duan Lingtian sat on the stone platform and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't cultivate. Presently, the 3rd form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WYRM Python form, had already been cultivated to perfection by him. If he wanted to continue cultivating, he must first familiarize himself with the records of the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique in Emperor Wu's memories. The 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was the Wind WYRM form. Now, Duan Lingtian was seriously comprehending the Wind WYRM form mental cultivation method. The Wind WYRM form carried a high-grade Earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind. This, when Duan Lingtian completely understood the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WYRM form, he couldn't help but be stunned. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, once he started cultivating the Wind WYRM form, he could start cultivating the high-grade Earth rank movement technique, Whirlwind. It was even to the extent that he could rely on whirlwind to comprehend force. Generally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists that have overcome 6-9 heavenly tribulation or above are able to start coming into contact with force. Earth-rank martial skills are only able to display their might after comprehending force and are able to be controlled like an arm. Generally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists are able to cultivate Earth-rank martial skills. The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. But, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, if he cultivated according to the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique he created himself, the Wind Wyrm form, he could cultivate the high-grade Earth-rank movement technique, Whirlwind, and rely on it to comprehend Wind Force. Wind Force belonged to the force of nature. It was similarly divided into Elementary Force, Half-Step Advanced Force, and Advanced Force. Once one comprehended Advanced Wind Force, the next step was to comprehend Wind Concept. Wind Concept and the Earth Concept Zhang, Shou Yong comprehended were both concepts of nature. I truly never imagined. After being stunned for a moment, Duan Lingtian revealed a smile. As expected of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique that Samsara Emperor Wu created after experiencing 2 lifetimes, a super cultivation technique that surpasses numerous top cultivation techniques. It's actually able to allow one to start comprehending force at the nascent soul stage. It's simply unbelievable. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear about what comprehending force at the nascent soul stage meant. Just like when he was at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Once he comprehended wind force, then once he executed elementary wind force, he would be able to gain an additional strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Once he comprehended half-step advanced wind force, his strength would gain an additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths. Once he comprehended advanced wind force, his strength would gain an additional strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. The strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. What concept was that? After all, even if it was a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, if not amplified by a spirit weapon, his strength would only be comparable to the strength of 1,200 ancient mammoths. If I'm able to comprehend advanced wind force at the first level of the nascent soul stage, no one below the void-prying stage would be a match for me. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he thought to himself. Of course, he knew that all this was only his imagination. Comprehending force was an extremely long process. Besides requiring extremely high comprehension ability, it also required extremely strong willpower and even unremitting hard work. At that time, the greatest characteristic of the first form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Spirit Serpent form, was to temper the flexibility of my body. The greatest characteristic of the second form, the Raging Python form, was to temper my body and allow my body to possess the strength of a raging python. The greatest characteristic of the third form, the Wyrm Python form, was to bestow upon me quake energy and fuse it with origin energy, allowing me to defeat someone stronger than me. Duan Lingtian recalled the cultivation he'd walked all along the way and lightly pondered. Presently, the greatest characteristic of the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind Wyrm form, is to allow me to cultivate whirlwind and comprehend wind force, allowing me to possess the speed of a Wind Wyrm. Duan Lingtian's mood surged and was unable to calm down for a long time. The Wind Wyrm form gave him too great of a shock. A nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending wind force. I truly look forward to it. Duan Lingtian slowly calmed down his restless mood, and after he calmed his heart, he started cultivating. Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, Wind Wyrm form. When Duan Lingtian was cultivating in meditation, he didn't know that the matter of him killing the first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shirgu, had practically spread throughout the entire 7-star sword sect. Dubhe Peak, Merak Hall. That Duan Lingtian's natural talent is indeed not bad. In only a year, he killed Lu Shirgu and took revenge for the enmity from a year ago. A blue-clothed middle-aged man looked at a white-clothed young man. Xuefeng, I know you don't get along with him, but in the future, don't offend this Duan Lingtian. Master, you said he killed Lu Shirgu? Xuefeng's face went grim, and he had a face full of disbelief. He naturally knew who Lu Shirgu was. He was an extremely famous inner court disciple in the 7-star sword sect's inner court, and his cultivation had stepped into the first level of the nascent soul stage. He could be considered to be one of the top figures amongst the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciples below the age of 30. But now, he was killed by the Duan Lingtian that he hated to the bone? He wasn't willing to believe it. Yes, the blue-clothed middle-aged man was precisely the peak master of Monarch Peak, and he nodded indifferently. This Duan Lingtian's natural talent is extraordinary. I'm afraid it won't be long before the sect leader will take him as a personal disciple. Remember, don't offend him. Sect leader? Hu Shuefeng's face went grim and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. But he knew that he had no other choice now. Duan Lingtian was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Chapter 366. Did you hear what I said? When he saw Hu Shuefeng not reacting after a long time, the Monarch Peak's master's tone became slightly low. Yes, master. Although Hu Shuefeng was unwilling in his heart, he could only agree, and he silently said in his heart, Duan Lingtian, since my master doesn't allow me to touch you, then I'll spare your lowly life for now. Presently, Hu Shuefeng seemed to have completely forgotten. He had never been a match for Duan Lingtian. Not in the past and not now. Alcade Hall, the cultivation place of the Alcade Peak's master. Kerr, a graceful and luxurious figure, soared into the sky and descended into the pavilion, then looked at the young woman that was leaning on the side of the pavilion and looking at the horizon with infatuation, and lightly called out. His voice was filled with doting. Master. The young woman returned to her senses, then looked at the beautiful woman that suddenly appeared in the pavilion and bowed respectfully. Kerr, the Duan Lingtian you're constantly thinking about has returned. The beautiful woman lightly smiled. Master, you said the young master has returned? The young woman's delicate figure lightly trembled when she heard the beautiful woman. Then her beautiful autumn eyes lit up, and a wisp of unexpected joy appeared on her drop-dead gorgeous face. This young woman was precisely Kerr. Since she returned 3 months ago and found out that Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had left the 7-star sword sect, she'd always been waiting for Duan Lingtian to return. She hadn't seen the man that she yearned for day and night for almost 2 years, and she missed him extremely in her heart. As for the beautiful woman that stood before Kerr, her identity was obvious. The Alcade Peak's master, one of the vice sect leaders of the 7-star sword sect. That Duan Lingtian is extraordinary as well. He's just returned today and already ascended the life and death arena to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. The Alcade Peak's master sighed with emotion, and her eyes revealed slight astonishment. It's difficult to imagine that his age is actually the same as yours. The natural talent and the martial Tao of this personal disciple of hers had already caused her to be extremely shocked. Only 21 years old, 8th level of the origin core stage. In the history of the 7-star sword sect, such a monster had practically never appeared. But now, that Duan Lingtian, the sweetheart of her personal disciple, was similarly only 21 years old, yet was already a 9th level origin core stage martial artist. He even had the ability to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Such a battle record was simply appalling. Master, is young master all right? As for who Duan Lingtian had killed, Kerr did not care. What she was most concerned about was whether Duan Lingtian was all right. When she noticed Kerr's worry and anxiousness, the Alcade Peak's peak master shook her head. Don't worry, he's unharmed. Supposedly, that first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple was killed by him in a single move. This is simply inconceivable. As she finished speaking, the Alcade Peak's peak master looked at Kerr and asked, Kerr, do you know what method he relied on to defeat someone stronger? Kerr shook her head, and a wisp of a smile of adoration appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. Young master has always been very formidable. No matter how hard Kerr works, I'm unable to catch up to him. Not only did Kerr's words not have the slightest trace of jealousy, she was instead happy for Duan Lingtian. This caused the Alcade Peak's peak master to be unable to help but sigh in her heart. This disciple of hers had really completely given her heart to that Duan Lingtian. Now, I'm interested in meeting him. The Alcade Peak's Peak Master lightly smiled as she spoke to Kerr, and her words were filled with interest towards Duan Lingtian.
Master, I want to go look for young Master.
Kerr lightly bit her lower lip and had a delicate and pitiful appearance as she spoke in a light voice. Go on. The Alcade Peak's Peak Master lightly smiled as she nodded. You little girl, you've been longing for him these past 3 months, and even your cultivation has fallen behind by quite a bit. You've caused Master to be anxious, and Master wants to personally go capture him. Master, you're making fun of me again. Kerr was embarrassed to the point her entire face flushed red, and she fled in panic. After leaving Alcade Hall, Kerr recalled that she didn't know where the young Master's place of cultivation was. Yes, I'll go look for Big Sister Faye first. Since young Master has returned, she's surely returned as well. When she thought up to here, Kerr headed towards Alcade Peak. All along the way, Kerr's beautiful figure and peerless appearance drew the gazes of many lascivious men. So beautiful. She seems to be the personal disciple that the Alcade Peak's Peak Master took over a year ago. Looks like not only does this young woman have a drop-dead gorgeous appearance, her natural talent in the martial Tao is extremely high as well. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone as strong as the Alcade Peak's Peak Master to take her as a personal disciple. Yeah, the Alcade Peak's Peak Master is one of the few experts in our 7-star sword sect. Besides the sect leader and the 2 guardian elders, her strength is the strongest amongst the peak masters of the other 6 great outer court sword peaks. The group of inner court disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and they only reluctantly withdrew their gazes when the beautiful figure vanished before their eyes. Migres Peak's Peak, Stalactite Cave. Who? Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he'd cultivated for, and only when he felt his cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage was unable to advance any further did he open his eyes and spit out a mouthful of foul air. From the 9th level of the origin core stage to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage is a great gap. Even with my current natural talent, it would be difficult to break through without a few months of bitter cultivation. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, no matter what, I must break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with slight persistence. Of course, although Duan Lingtian hoped that he would be able to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, he knew as well that once there was a stagnation in the process of cultivation, he must stop cultivating and calm his mind. Otherwise, it would only produce the opposite of the desired result and be harmful without any benefit. So hungry. Rubbing his dry and flat stomach, Duan Lingtian withdrew fresh meat from his spatial ring and started roasting it. After he ate his fill, he walked out of the stalactite cave. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to leave the cave passageway, and he stood on the tilted tree. Sunlight passed through the clouds and mist above him and sprinkled onto Duan Lingtian's body like specks of stars, causing Duan Lingtian to feel traces of warmth. I wonder if Kerr has returned or not. I'll go look for little Faye first. His spiritual force stretched out, and after confirming that there was no one on the peak of Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian borrowed strength from the tilted tree to leap up to the peak of the peak, then headed down the mountain. In next to no time, he arrived nearby the trade hall. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice sound out, and he raised his head to look over before nodding with a smile to the Migres Peak disciple that came towards him. This Migres Peak disciple was none other than Yi Xiaobei. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, can I have a word with you? Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a trace of a burning sheen. Duan Lingtian nodded, then walked to an empty space nearby the trade hall with Yi Xiaobei, and went straight to the point. What's the matter? Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'm the grandson of the president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. I want to invite Senior Brother to join our Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Of course, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company won't restrict Senior Brother's freedom. Senior Brother only needs to have a name in our Jade Magnolia Trading Company and be an honorary elder of our Jade Magnolia Trading Company. So long as Senior Brother is willing, then in the future, The Jade Magnolia Trading Company will give senior brother a salary of 10 million gold every year. As he finished speaking, Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, and he waited for Duan Lingtian's reply. 10 million gold a year. He believed that Duan Lingtian ought to not refuse such a great temptation. Yi Xiaobei's recruitment had exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations. Only becoming an honorary elder in name would allow one to obtain a salary of 10 million gold every year? Sounds pretty good. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall. Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Wasn't it the trading company that Xiaodou and his son were in? Xiaodou, the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. A few days ago, he wanted to kill Zhang Shouyong to take revenge for his son, Xiaoguang. In the end, he was killed by Zhang Shouyong. This Yi Xiaobei is the grandson of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's president? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Xiaobei in surprise. No wonder Yi Xiaobei was able to casually take out 10 million gold to throw at the Migres Peak disciple that day. Moreover, based on his words, it seemed as if the gold he carried with him wasn't just 10 million gold. At that time, he felt that Yi Xiaobei's identity wasn't simple. Now it would seem that his guess wasn't wrong in the slightest. Even Xiaodou was only the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, whereas Yi Xiaobei's grandfather was the president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, the true controller of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. A salary of 10 million gold every year. Your Jade Magnolia Trading Company is really generous, willing to spend so much money to support an idle person like me. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Yi Xiaobei as he spoke slowly. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Our Jade Magnolia Trading Company has taken a fancy to senior brother's potential. Perhaps senior brother isn't worth this price now, but it will be far more than this price in the future. Yi Xiaobei went straight to the point and spoke magnanimously. He spoke extremely bluntly. The Jade Magnolia Trading Company didn't take a fancy to the current Duan Lingtian, but the Duan Lingtian that would grow up in the future. Now, the Jade Magnolia Trading Company seemed to be at a disadvantage. But once Duan Lingtian grew up, not only would the Jade Magnolia Trading Company be able to recover its costs, it would even be able to make a huge profit. Moreover, it would be able to get on good terms with Duan Lingtian in advance. To the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, this was extremely beneficial. You're rather direct. Yi Xiaobei's directness left a rather good impression on Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian still shook his head. However, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I'm not interested in becoming an honorary elder of your Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Yi Xiaobei was stunned. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to reject him so decisively. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, won't you reconsider? If you're willing, our Jade Magnolia Trading Company can even give you 10 years' salary in advance. 10 years' salary in advance. 10 million gold every year. 10 years, that would be 100 million gold. One had to admit that this condition was tempting, or at least, it tempted Duan Lingtian. The total amount of gold and silver he had was less than half of 100 million taels of gold. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian still shook his head and rejected Yi Xiaobei. Although he had a conflict with the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xiaodou, and his son, he didn't have any ill feelings towards the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Chapter 367. Although Yi Xiaobei said that there was no need for Duan Lingtian to do anything for the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, but as the saying goes, after taking advantage of others, one's mouth would soften. Once he took the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's money and became an honorary elder of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, then with his character, he would absolutely not stand idly by if the Jade Magnolia Trading Company encountered any trouble in the future. So, Duan Lingtian chose to refuse. He knew clearly in his heart. Once he agreed to Yi Xiaobei, then he would undoubtedly have to bear a responsibility. He didn't want to bear such a responsibility for money. Not to mention that he wasn't short of money for now. Even if he was short of money, he had ways to earn money. Looks like our Jade Magnolia Trading Company doesn't have this fortune. When he realized Duan Lingtian's resoluteness, Yi Xiaobei sighed, and at the same time, he thought in his heart, before 100 million gold, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change and even directly refused his invitation. This senior brother Duan Lingtian was really not an ordinary person. In next to no time, a smile once again hung on Yi Xiaobei's face. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, as the saying goes, even if business doesn't come to an agreement, in the future, if you have anything you need help with, so long as it's within my ability, I'll surely not refuse. Thank you. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Then he walked away and stepped onto the chain bridge to head towards Arcade Peak. Looks like grandfather is going to be disappointed. As he watched Duan Lingtian's figure vanish before his eyes, a bitter smile appeared on Yi Xiaobei's face as he sighed in his heart. After Duan Lingtian arrived at Arcade Peak, he went to Elder Bai's residence. As soon as he entered the gorge, Duan Lingtian saw two beautiful women that were sitting together and chatting happily. The women were engrossed in their conversation and didn't notice him. When Duan Lingtian saw one of the women, his gaze abruptly lit up, and his breathing became slightly hurried. The heavy sound of his breathing alarmed the two women. The two women looked over at the same time. Scoundrel! One of the women stood up. She had an angelic face, a devilish figure, and a pleasantly surprised smile hung on her face. It was precisely Li Fei. Young master! Another woman let out a low cry, losing her composure. Her graceful body came forward to welcome him. Duan Lingtian opened his arms and welcomed the woman into his embrace. He hugged her tightly as if he was afraid that she would leave. Young master, I miss you so much. Ker's voice was agitated as she slowly raised her head. Her beautiful face was covered in tears. Silly girl, I missed you too. Why are you crying? You should be happy. Duan Lingtian helped Ker wipe away the tears on her face. His face was full of love, but at the same time, he felt a little heartache. Young master, I'm just happy. As Ker spoke, she hugged Duan Lingtian tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go for the rest of her life. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. Li Fei stood in the distance and watched this scene quietly. A smile appeared on her face, but she did not disturb them. Young master, why are you only here now? I've already stayed at Sister Fei Er's place for 2 days. Ker hugged Duan Lingtian tightly and muttered. Scoundrel, Ker came looking for us the day we came back. We didn't know where you cultivated, so she stayed at my place temporarily. Li Fei explained. Duan Lingtian nodded and hugged Ker even tighter. Silly girl, aren't I here now? Young master, you didn't look for me when you came back. Did you not want to care about Ker anymore? Ker raised her head. Her watery eyes were covered with a layer of mist as tears welled up in them. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly. Silly girl, don't think too much. Ker nodded gently and hugged Duan Lingtian tightly, enjoying this moment of peace. However, this peace did not last for long. This was because in the next moment, a hurried voice was heard and broke the peaceful atmosphere. Junior sister, your man is in trouble. Accompanied by a hurried voice, a lively and beautiful figure swept into the canyon. Duan Lingtian, Ker, and Li Fei immediately looked at the person who came. The scene in front of her stunned Zhuoqing, and she stood there in a daze. Senior sister, you said that scoundrel is in trouble? Did you make a mistake? Isn't scoundrel here? Li Fei was puzzled and confused. Duan Lingtian also looked at Zhuoqing curiously. Why didn't he know that something had happened to him? As for Ker, after Zhuoqing appeared, she was embarrassed to the point of temporarily leaving Duan Lingtian's embrace. A rosy blush appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face, causing one to be unable to refrain from going forward to kiss her. Zhuoqing finally recovered from her shock, then looked at Duan Lingtian and laughed bitterly. Why are you still here? If I'm not here, then where am I? Zhuoqing's words caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. Senior sister, did something happen? He was able to discern that Zhuoqing's breathing was slightly hurried, and she'd obviously run all the way back. You really don't know? Zhuoqing frowned when she saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. Wait, that Wu Yongqian clearly said that you caused the death of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao. Could it be that he's slandering you? When Zhuoqing's words entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck. I caused the death of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao? And it was Wu Yongqian who said it? The Migres Peak's master is dead? Li Fei couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The rosy color on Ker's face gradually dispersed, and she was slightly moved, and her eyes revealed astonishment. I heard Master say that although the cultivation of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, was inferior to her, he was still a top figure amongst 9th-level void-prying stage martial artists. How could he have died? Most absurd of all, that Wu Yongqian actually said that scoundrel caused the death of the Migres Peak's master. Li Fei's face was covered in a layer of frost. That Wu Yongqian obviously had the intention of framing scoundrel. How could scoundrel possibly kill the Migres Peak's master? Finally, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. The news that Zhuqing brought back was too shocking. Senior sisters Zhuqing, what actually happened? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuqing and asked curiously. Now, he urgently wanted to know the ins and outs of the matter. He faintly realized that this matter wasn't so simple. Zhuqing caught her breath and said, earlier, I originally intended to go to the trade hall at the peak of Dubhe Peak to buy some medicinal pills, but right when I just ascended the peak and arrived nearby the trade hall, when she spoke up to hear, Zhuqing paused, then took a deep breath and continued, I saw that Wu Yongqian carried the corpse of his foster father, the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, and arrived at the peak. He put down Wu Dao's corpse, then knelt at the side of the corpse. After that, he kept on saying that you caused the death of his foster father, and he wanted the sect leader to seek justice for his foster father. Zhuqing finished speaking in a single breath. A wisp of shock appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he heard this. The Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, is really dead? Suddenly, an absurd thought arose within the depths of his heart. Could it be, for the sake of confirming this thought of his, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuqing and asked, Senior sister, did you see Wu Dao's corpse? Zhuqing nodded. I saw it. If it wasn't for me recognizing him, I wouldn't dare confirm that he's dead. He's the peak master of our 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak after all, a formidable existence at the 9th level of the void-prying stage. He was killed by someone? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Zhuqing recalled as she said, there were no obvious injuries on Wu Dao's body. His face was almost black, and he bled from all 7 apertures, and it was more like he was poisoned to death. Poisoned? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted imperceptibly. I've really guessed correctly? Could it be that Wu Dao really found the soul-shattering fruit in the primeval forest? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and his mind surged. He only felt that all this was like a dream at that time. The peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao, summoned him and asked him about his method of utilizing origin energy to defeat a stronger opponent. At that time, for the sake of foiling Wu Dao, he casually found an excuse. He said his origin energy underwent a mutation because he consumed a spirit fruit from the primeval forest. Later on, for the sake of convincing Wu Dao, he casually spoke of the characteristics of the soul-shattering fruit. At that time, as far as he was concerned, the soul-shattering fruit was extremely rare even in the foreign lands. It was impossible for it to appear in the primeval forest. But today, Wu Dao was poisoned to death, and Wu Yongqian kept on saying that it was he who caused Wu Dao's death. All this was too much of a coincidence. Could it be that there's really a soul-shattering fruit in the primeval forest, and it was even found by Wu Dao? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think. If it was really like this, then Wu Dao was too unlucky, right? The soul-shattering fruit was an extremely special type of highly poisonous spirit fruit. Even the most knowledgeable alchemist in the foreign lands, including the former Emperor Wu of Samsara, was only able to recognize the soul-shattering fruit from its appearance. If it was a person that couldn't recognize the soul-shattering fruit, then there was only one way to test if the soul-shattering fruit was poisonous. Make a person or beast test the poison with their own body. Otherwise, no one was able to use other methods to test the toxicity of the soul-shattering fruit. Even after the Emperor Wu of Samsara became a royal-grade alchemist all those years ago, he was unable to use other methods to test the toxicity of the soul-shattering fruit. It could be imagined how deeply the soul-shattering fruit concealed its poison. If that Wu Dao really died from consuming the soul-shattering fruit, then he can only blame himself for being unlucky. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. How rare was the soul-shattering fruit. Even the Emperor Wu of Samsara from all those years ago only had the fortune to see it twice. Since Wu Dao was able to obtain the soul-shattering fruit, it could only be said that he and the soul-shattering fruit were fated. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, why would Wu Yongqian say that you caused the death of the Migres Peak's master? Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. At that time, she saw Wu Yongqian's hysterical appearance clearly, and it didn't seem to be fake. Li Fei and Ke looked at Duan Lingtian as well. As far as they were concerned, no matter if Wu Dao's death was related to Duan Lingtian or not, they didn't care. Even if Wu Dao was really killed by Duan Lingtian, they would only feel that Wu Dao deserved death. Duan Lingtian was their sky, their everything. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to speak, whoosh, it was as if a gust of wind blew past, and a figure flashed into the gorge and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader has summoned you to the peak of Dubhe Peak. The person that had appeared now was precisely the Alcade Peak's outer court elder, Elder Bai. Chapter 368. The appearance of Elder Bai was slightly out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Sect leader? Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard Elder Bai. Looks like this matter has already alarmed the Seven-Star Sword Sect's sect leader. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. The Migres Peak's master that died this time was a great figure of the Seven-Star Sword Sect after all. As the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, it was impossible for him to stand idly by and do nothing, and he would surely investigate this matter deeply. Master, this matter surely isn't related to scoundrel. Li Fei hurriedly said to Elder Bai with an anxious expression, deeply afraid that something would happen to Duan Lingtian because of this. Elder Bai looked at Li Fei and her eyes emitted a doting expression as she lightly smiled. Fei, don't worry. The sect leader only asked Duan Lingtian to go over, and didn't want to do anything to Duan Lingtian. Exactly what happened to this matter isn't something that Wu Yongqian alone can decide. Exactly, Elder Bai is right. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little girls had worried expressions now, and he couldn't help but console them. Duan Lingtian, I heard from some Alcade Peak disciples that you've come to Alcade Peak, and only then did I guess that you're here. Since the sect leader has summoned you, then make a trip. I'll go with you. Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as she slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded. He couldn't avoid this matter. I'll go as well. The two little girls, Li Fei and Ke, spoke in unison. In the end, Duan Lingtian went with the four girls to step onto the chain bridge that led from Alcade Peak to Dubhe Peak, and head towards the peak of Dubhe Peak to see the Seven-Star Sword Sect's sect leader. Presently, there was practically not a single Alcade Peak disciple in the vicinity of the Alcade Peak's trade hall. Looks like those Alcade Peak disciples have all gone to the peak of Dubhe Peak to watch the show. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he faintly guessed the reason. Wu Dao was the peak master of Migres Peak, and his death was sufficient to cause a great earthquake in the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Duan Lingtian believed him. At this moment, so long as it was a Seven-Star Sword Sect member that knew of this news, they ought to have gathered at the peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak. It was human nature to watch the show. On the road, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, a voice transmission entered his ears, causing his eardrums to tremble slightly. Duan Lingtian, I don't care if the death of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, is related to you or not. You must remember, you must flatly deny that Wu Dao's death is related to you, and completely disassociate yourself from the relationship. It was Elder Bai's voice transmission. Elder Bai's words warmed Duan Lingtian's heart, and he replied via voice transmission, Thank you for your concern, Elder Bai. I know what to do. Elder Bai nodded, and only then did she relax. In her eyes, Duan Lingtian was the man of the disciple she doted on the most, and he could be considered to be half a disciple of hers. Even if it was only for the sake of her disciple, she didn't want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and the four women arrived at the peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak together, although Duan Lingtian was prepared since long ago, he was still shocked. Presently, The peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak was filled with a dense crowd, and heads were moving about, causing it to be extremely bustling. Most of these people were seven-star sword sect outer court disciples, and although there were many inner court disciples, they were completely drowned out by the outer court disciples. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he noticed with a glance that a few tens of figures were standing high in the sky in the distance. Obviously, they were all void stage experts. These people were led by a middle-aged man that wore an azure robe with gold inlaid on it. The middle-aged man stood there with his eyes closed, unmoving like a mountain, and imperceptibly, he gave others an unfathomable feeling. He's the sect leader of the seven-star sword sect? Instantly, Duan Lingtian guessed the identity of this middle-aged man. The sect leader of the seven-star sword sect, Linghu Jin Hong. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has come. Suddenly, the surging crowd was in an uproar, and there were indeed some people that stood at the edge of the crowd that noticed Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear. According to what Wu Yongqian, the foster son of Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, said, Wu Dao was precisely killed by Duan Lingtian. A mere seven-star sword sect inner court disciple caused the death of the peak master of Migres Peak. This Duan Lingtian's ability caused them to feel fear and terror that came from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he continued walking forward with the four women. Everywhere they passed, the surging crowd automatically opened up a wide path for them. Duan Lingtian was able to see it. Presently, when the crowd of seven-star sword sect disciples that opened up a path for him focused their gazes on him, their eyes emitted traces of a sheen of terror, as if he wasn't a human, but a dreadful beast. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to this, and he directly arrived at the empty space in the middle of the crowd. On the empty space, Wu Yongqian knelt there. Beside Wu Yongqian lay a corpse silently. The corpse's face was black, and the blood on the 7 apertures of the corpse hadn't completely dried up, and it seemed to be incomparably dazzling. Wu Dao. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized that the person that lay on the ground and bled to death was precisely the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao. The Wu Dao that was overbearing in front of him in the past and intended to seize his method of utilizing origin energy had now become a corpse. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recognized the signs of Wu Dao being poisoned. It really is the poison of the soul-severing fruit. This Wu Dao's luck is really good. He actually really found the soul-severing fruit in the primeval forest. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. This Wu Dao is really misfortunate to the extreme. No matter how rare the soul-severing fruit was, he was actually able to find it. He deserved to die. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Wu Yongqian, who knelt on the ground, abruptly raised his head, and his scarlet-red eyes flickered with a gaze of hatred as it converged onto Duan Lingtian. It's you. It's you. It's you that caused the death of my foster father. It's you that caused the death of my foster father. I want to take revenge for foster father. I want to take revenge for foster father. Amidst his roars, Wu Yongqian stomped on the ground and rose up, and he seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty fierce beast as he flashed out to pounce towards Duan Lingtian. Accompanying Wu Yongqian's flashing out was the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared out of thin air. Swish! Instantly, the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, appeared in Wu Yongqian's left hand, and his origin energy raged as he flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky, beside the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes, were another 40-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes. The strength of 160-plus ancient mammoths all exploded out. Humph! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, but he didn't make a move, because someone had made a move before him. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart abruptly sounded out, and the sound of air exploding echoed out in succession. Duan Lingtian only felt a gust of wind blow past him, and with a bang, Wu Yongqian flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring, fiercely falling onto the ground in an extremely sorry state. How can you be presumptuous before the sect leader? Elder Bai withdrew her hand and stood at the side of Duan Lingtian, and her cold gaze swept Wu Yongqian as she spoke with a cold voice. Subsequently, Elder Bai soared up into the sky and descended by the side of a graceful and luxurious beautiful woman high in the sky, Duan Lingtian. Wu Yongqian lay on the ground as he stared at Duan Lingtian, and a sheen of hatred flickered within his eyes. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to him, and he raised his head to look at the seven-star sword sect's leader, Ling Hu Jinhong, who stood in the sky with his eyes closed. Ling Hu Jinhong looked to be no different from an ordinary person, but Duan Lingtian was instead able to feel that he was unfathomable. Duan Lingtian believed this Ling Hu Jinhong's strength was absolutely not inferior to Zhang Shouyong. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Hu Jinhong and greeted him. Even when facing the seven-star sword sect's leader, Duan Lingtian still stood ramrod straight, and he didn't have the slightest intention of bowing. Presumptuous. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded out. It was a middle-aged man that stood behind Duan Lingtian, and he stepped out into the sky. His cold eyes looked down at Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, why aren't you bowing when you see the sect leader? Looks like you don't take the sect leader seriously. As he spoke, he put the crime of not respecting the sect leader on Duan Lingtian. Not taking the sect leader seriously? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man, as the middle-aged man was an old acquaintance of his. Elder Zhao Lin, which eye of yours saw that I don't take the sect leader seriously? The middle-aged man was precisely the Migres Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin grunted coldly. You actually dare not bow when you see the sect leader. Isn't this not taking the sect leader seriously? Zhao Lin stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was like a blade, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian on the spot, seize Duan Lingtian's spatial ring in one go, and obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Although there were many people on the peak of Dubhe Peak, it was instead deathly silent at this moment. Zhao Lin's words entered into the ears of everyone present. Everyone was curious how Duan Lingtian would respond. After all, within the seven-star sword sect, being disrespectful to the sect leader was a not small crime. Of course, there were also many people that were worried about Duan Lingtian. Not only does this kid not bow before me, he actually still does as he pleases before the sect leader. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth curled into a helpless bitter smile. Instead, it was the graceful and luxurious beautiful woman that stood by Elder Bai's side that sized up Duan Lingtian with interest, and the sexy corners of her mouth that curled into an arc had a slight mischievous smile mixed within. He's the man that Kerr yearns for day and night? Even until now, he seems to not have the slightest fear, and has a carefree expression as if he has a card up his sleeve. I wonder how he'll deal with Zhao Lin's difficulties. The beautiful woman's heart was filled with curiosity. As for the person involved, the seven-star sword sect's leader, Ling Hu Jinhong, still had his eyes closed as he stood there in the air, as if he didn't know anything about his surroundings. Ha ha! Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian laughed loudly, and his laughter spread out to every corner of the peak of Dubhe Peak. It caused the group of seven-star sword sect disciples to feel their scalps go numb. What's this Duan Lingtian doing? He dares be so presumptuous before the sect leader? Elder Zhao Lin. Chapter 369. I really don't think highly of the sect leader. Duan Lingtian's words were like a thunderclap that abruptly exploded out on the peak of Dubhe Peak, and it entered into the ears of everyone present. As soon as these words were spoken, the air at the scene seemed to be jerked. It was deathly silent. Although there were many people on the peak of Dubhe Peak, all of them held their breaths now, and it was terrifyingly silent, as if the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. After a short moment, high above in the sky, besides the seven-star sword sect's leader, Ling Hu Jinhong, who still had his eyes closed as he stood in midair with a calm expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. The remaining seven-star sword sect higher-ups all went pale. This kid is too willful. The peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, frowned, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian contained slight worry mixed within. The beautiful woman's beautiful brows slightly trembled, and her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as if wanting to discern something from Duan Lingtian. Elder Bai, who stood by the beautiful woman's side, had a worried expression. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian's courage would be so great to actually dare say in public that he didn't think highly of the sect leader. Suddenly, hiss, 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 a wave of gasping sounds rose and fell, and it spread throughout the entire peak of Dubhe Peak. It was the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples on Dubhe Peak that had finally recovered from their shock. Duan Lingtian has gone mad. Madman. This Duan Lingtian is simply a madman. Saying he doesn't think highly of the sect leader in front of the sect leader. Isn't he courting death? Does he really think that because he possesses extraordinary natural talent in the martial Tao, the sect leader won't blame him? He's simply indulging in fantasy. This Duan Lingtian is surely going to suffer great misfortune today. The group of 7-star sword sect disciples whispered. At this moment, some of the 7-star sword sect disciples that stood near Duan Lingtian and could see Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes as if they were looking at a dead person. In front of the 7-star sword sect leader and all the higher-ups, saying that he didn't put the sect leader in his eyes? In the entire 7-star sword sect, probably only this Duan Lingtian was able to say something like this, and only he dared to say it. Of course, saying such words also meant that he had to pay a great price. Bastard!
Young master!
Li Fei and Kerr, who were following behind Duan Lingtian, exclaimed softly. A trace of worry appeared on their beautiful faces. While they were worried, they also had some doubts. Logically speaking, the Duan Lingtian they knew wasn't such an impulsive person. Zhou Qing stood by Li Fei's side with a dumbstruck expression as well, and her eyes emitted slight worry as she looked at Duan Lingtian's figure. Does this Duan Lingtian not want to live anymore? Yi Xiaobei, He Dong, and the other 7-star sword sect disciples that had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Of course, there were also people that took pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. For example, Wu Yongqian and Hu Shuefeng. Duan Lingtian, let me see how you deal with this today. Wu Yongqian struggled to stand up, then he wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian actually dares to say that he didn't put the sect leader in his eyes in front of the sect leader? Hu Shuefeng's face revealed a mad smile. Presumptuous. High above in the sky, Zhao Lin, who looked down at Duan Lingtian, abruptly shouted out coldly, Duan Lingtian, you actually dare say that you didn't put the sect leader in your eyes? This is great disrespect to the sect leader. According to the rules of the 7-star sword sect, you ought to be crippled of your cultivation. As Zhao Lin spoke, the origin energy on his body roiled. Above him, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and their imposing auras shot into the sky and were on the verge of erupting. His icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. To him, this was a good opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Right when Zhao Lin was about to make a move, Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, you keep saying that I was disrespectful to the sect leader, but I wonder when I was disrespectful to the sect leader? Please enlighten me, Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian naturally felt the killing intent in Zhao Lin's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. This Zhao Lin is really chattering without end. Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone present to be speechless. Earlier, this Duan Lingtian had clearly said that he didn't take the sect leader seriously. It's only been a short while, and he's already playing dumb? Right when most people revealed astounded expressions from Duan Lingtian's words. High above in the sky, the 7-star sword sect's leader, Ling Hu Jin Hong, who'd always had his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes. At this moment, Ling Hu Jin Hong looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. Although he hadn't seen Duan Lingtian, he wasn't unfamiliar with Duan Lingtian. This rare genius in the martial Tao of the 7-star sword sect had long since caused his reputation to reverberate like thunder, and he'd always wanted to meet Duan Lingtian. What does this little fellow have in mind? Ling Hu Jin Hong looked at the scene before him, and his heart slightly jerked as he was filled with curiosity. Zhao Lin stood in the sky. The origin energy on his body was like flames that coiled and suffused his entire body, and he grunted coldly. Duan Lingtian, as the saying goes, spilled water can't be taken back. Everyone present has heard what you said earlier. It's impossible for you to take it back if you want to. Duan Lingtian smiled. Then I want to ask Elder Zhao Lin, what did I say that caused you to think that I was greatly disrespectful to the sect leader? Zhao Lin said in a low voice earlier, you said you didn't take the sect leader seriously. Could it be that this isn't greatly disrespectful to the sect leader? You still want to deny it? So it's these words. Duan Lingtian nodded and had an expression of sudden understanding. Then he looked at Zhao Lin and asked with a smile, Elder Zhao Lin, according to what you said, I said I didn't take the sect leader seriously and I was greatly disrespectful? Of course. Zhao Lin's brows raised as the origin energy in his hand condensed and skyrocketed. Duan Lingtian, you were greatly disrespectful to the sect leader and committed a great taboo of the sect. Today, I'll cripple an arrogant disciple like you on behalf of the sect. As Zhao Lin spoke, his figure shook and intended to envelop Duan Lingtian and attack Duan Lingtian. However, instantly, Zhao Lin's face went grim. He noticed that at this moment, there were two formidable auras stretching over and tightly locking onto him, causing him to not dare make any rash movements. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan. The Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang. He knew clearly in his heart. Now, with these two people protecting Duan Lingtian, unless the sect leader personally gave the order, otherwise, it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. He regretted it. If he knew earlier, he should have directly made a move and killed Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian spoke those greatly disrespectful words earlier. At that time, Zheng Fan and Qin Xiang hadn't targeted him yet. He'd missed the best opportunity. She's Ker's master? The Alcade Peak's master? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the beautiful woman that floated by Elder Bai's side, and he thought in his heart. The beautiful woman was graceful and luxurious with an extraordinary bearing. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman, the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang, was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Then she replied via voice transmission. Why are you thanking me? If it wasn't for you and Peak Master Zheng Fan, this mad dog, Zhao Lin, would probably have already made a move against me. Duan Lingtian continued via voice transmission. Mad dog? The corners of Qin Xiang's mouth twitched slightly, and she glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. You must give the sect leader an explanation for today's matter. Even though the sect leader thinks highly of your natural talent, it doesn't mean that you can act recklessly. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied, then once again looked at Zhao Lin and asked indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, you said earlier that I don't take the sect leader seriously, and that is greatly disrespectful to the sect leader. I wonder if you take the sect leader seriously? Of course. Zhao Lin didn't hesitate in the slightest as he spoke with certainty. So in this way, Elder Zhao Lin, you take the sect leader seriously, and you don't take him seriously in your heart? Duan Lingtian started laughing. When he saw Zhao Lin's face go grim and want to refute, he'd already looked at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. Sect leader, I think that if you want to see if a 7-star sword sect disciple respects you, it doesn't depend on whether the etiquette is considerate or not. Just like me, although I don't take you seriously, I still take you seriously in my heart and respect you from the bottom of my heart. Unlike some people, they say one thing, yet think another thing in their hearts. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he glanced at Zhao Lin and pointed out something. Duan Lingtian, don't make slanderous accusations. Zhao Lin's face went grim, and he almost roared. At this moment, if it wasn't for Zheng Fan and Qin Xiang staring at him, he wished for nothing more than to directly make a move and tear Duan Lingtian into pieces, then burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Enough. A calm voice suddenly sounded out, and it suppressed Zhao Lin's hysterical voice. Linghu Jinhong glanced indifferently at Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin, you ought to properly cultivate your character. You ought to change this impatient temper of yours. Yes, sect leader. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and nodded. But the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with contained frightening coldness mixed within, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Ling Hu Jin Hong looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were calm and without the slightest ripple. The hearts of everyone present couldn't help but rise. All of them wanted to know, would the sect leader punish Duan Lingtian? After all, what Duan Lingtian said earlier was too far-fetched. Finally, Ling Hu Jin Hong slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian entered the Seven-Star Sword Sect for less than 2 years, and he successively defeated a strong opponent on the life and death arena and killed 4 outer court disciples. He left the sect for a year, and on the day he returned, he used a cultivation at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage to kill a 1st-level Nascent Soul stage inner court disciple. Ling Hu Jin Hong's tone was calm, and although his voice wasn't loud, it entered into the ears of everyone present. These deeds of Duan Lingtian were familiar to everyone present, but when it was spoken out, it instead caused some 7-star sword sect disciples to be greatly surprised. Looks like the sect leader has always been paying attention to Duan Lingtian. This isn't strange. Duan Lingtian is a rare genius in the martial Tao of our 7-star sword sect after all. Once he matures, his accomplishments wouldn't be inferior to the 5 great young masters. Exactly, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it's sufficient to obtain the sect leader's attention. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Chapter 370. Duan Lingtian. You, very good. The 7-star sword sect's leader, Ling Hu Jin Hong, looked at Duan Lingtian, and his face that was tranquil from the beginning until the end revealed a trace of a rare smile. I won't pursue the matter from before. Let's drop it here. Let's drop it here. Since Ling Hu Jin Hong said this, he obviously didn't plan a fuss about what had happened earlier with Duan Lingtian. Sect leader. Zhao Lin's gaze went slightly cold, and he had an unwilling expression. This Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Ling Hu Jin Hong. Zhao Lin, are you questioning my decision? Ling Hu Jin Hong's voice was calm, and it contained coldness mixed within, causing Zhao Lin to shudder, and he shook his head in panic. Zhao Lin doesn't dare. Meanwhile, the peak of Dubhe Peak was once again in an uproar. The sect leader really thinks highly of Duan Lingtian, and he's letting it go just like that? Looks like those with strong natural talent in the martial Tao do indeed have special privileges. Some 7-star sword sect disciples were extremely envious of Duan Lingtian from their words. Presently, the group of people that were concerned about Duan Lingtian, like Li Fei, Kerr, and the others, all heaved a sigh of relief. As for the people that wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian, like Wu Yongqian and Lu Shirgu, their expressions were gloomy. I never imagined that this little bastard would be able to escape calamity. Hu Shuifeng glanced at Li Fei and Kerr who were following behind Duan Lingtian, and he gnashed his teeth. What did this Duan Lingtian rely on to obtain the favor of so many beauties? First was Li Fei. Now, there was another young woman whose beauty wasn't inferior to Li Fei. Moreover, she was the personal disciple of the Monarch Peak's master. For a time, the flames of jealousy that filled Hu Shuifeng's heart arose, and it seemed as if it could burn everything. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian thanked Ling Hu Jin Hong in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Ling Hu Jin Hong looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded with praise, and thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian is different from the other 7-star sword sect disciples. When the other disciples stood before me, they were all respectful and reverent, and didn't even dare breathe loudly. But what Ling Hu Jin Hong didn't know, because of his casual attitude at this time, it made Ling Hu Jin Hong look at him a bit higher. Sect leader, you have to give back my justice, Lingtian. Suddenly, Wu Yongqian's voice sounded out, and like a fuse, it completely ignited the atmosphere at the peak of Migrez Peak. Lingtian, Lingtian, Lingtian. They remembered the reason why they were gathered here today. Lingtian, 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 Lingtian of Lingtian, 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 Lingtian. Impossible. The Peak Master of Migrez Peak has a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void-Prying stage. How could Duan Lingtian possibly kill him? That's not necessarily true. Don't forget the miracles Duan Lingtian has created in the past. Yeah, no matter what kind of miracle it is, As long as it happens to Duan Lingtian, I won't be surprised. If the Migres Peak's Peak Master was really killed by Duan Lingtian, then no matter how much the sect leader values Duan Lingtian today, Duan Lingtian will probably be unable to escape death. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples started whispering in discussion. At this moment, the gaze Linghu Jin Hong shot at Duan Lingtian abruptly became fierce, and he asked with a deep voice. Duan Lingtian, Wu Yongqian said it was you who killed the Peak Master of Migres Peak. Do you know your crime? Wu Yongqian looked at Duan Lingtian in a timely manner, and his eyes were crimson red as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty fierce beast that lay dormant at the side as he spied on Duan Lingtian, ready to pounce at any moment. Sect leader, Peak Master Wu Dao's death isn't related to me. What crime have I committed? Duan Lingtian shook his head and denied it flatly. Even though Wu Dao died because of consuming the soul destruction fruit. But as far as he was concerned, Wu Dao's death wasn't related to him in the slightest. If it wasn't for Wu Dao spying on his method of utilizing origin energy, he wouldn't have casually described the characteristics of the soul destruction fruit. Wu Dao finding the soul destruction fruit and consuming it to death was simply his own misfortune, and he only had himself to blame. Duan Lingtian, you're talking nonsense. Wu Yongqian's face went ghastly pale when he heard Duan Lingtian's denial, and he almost roared. If it wasn't for you misleading my foster father to look for that poisonous fruit, he wouldn't have consumed the poisonous fruit and died from the poison. It's all your fault. It's you who deceived my foster father and made him mistakenly think that it was a spirit fruit that was capable of causing origin energy to mutate. What the heck is going on? Linghu Jin Hong's sword-shaped brows twitched, and his fierce gaze seemed to have transformed into a sword that flashed straight towards Wu Yongqian, causing Wu Yongqian's body to tremble for no reason, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Wu Yongqian hadn't mentioned all this before. He only said that Duan Lingtian caused the death of the Migres Peak's master. Let me say it. Duan Lingtian spoke first, then looked at Linghu Jin Hong and said, Sect leader, that day, after Peak Master Wu Dao saw through my secret, he wanted to obtain the method of utilizing origin energy from me that allowed the weak to defeat the strong. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian paused. Method of utilizing origin energy? Linghu Jin Hong's sword-shaped brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. Sect leader, the reason I was able to defeat the strong as the weak was because my origin energy was able to execute an extremely profound method. Peak Master Wu Dao precisely saw through my method, so he summoned me. He wanted to obtain that method from me and take it for himself. Duan Lingtian spoke bluntly. Wu Yongqian snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, on that day, my foster father wanted to obtain your method of utilizing origin energy because he wanted to contribute it to the sect. Don't make slanderous accusations and slander my foster father. Slander? Duan Lingtian laughed, then said indifferently, Wu Yongqian, I'm extremely curious. Do you believe the words you're saying now? If Peak Master Wu Dao really wanted me to contribute that method of utilizing origin energy to the sect, why didn't he report it to the sect leader first before making a decision? It can be seen from this that he did it for his own selfish desires. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he spoke bluntly without holding back in the slightest. You. Wu Yongqian's expression was unsightly. At this moment, he was able to feel the doubtful gazes that swept over from the surroundings. Obviously, no one believed what he said. Duan Lingtian continued. Later on, I told Peak Master Wu Dao about the secret of my method of utilizing origin energy. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, besides Wu Yongqian, the gazes of practically everyone present descended onto him. No matter if it was the crowd of 7-star sword sect higher-ups, or the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples. At this moment, they were filled with interest towards the secret of Duan Lingtian's method of utilizing origin energy, only because that was the method Duan Lingtian used to defeat the strong as the weak. It was Duan Lingtian's trump card. Duan Lingtian relied on that method of utilizing origin energy to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage? Probably. Some 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion, and their eyes shone as they stared at Duan Lingtian. They could imagine. If they were able to grasp that method, their strength would surely obtain an extremely great increase. They didn't even think about it. Even if he really possessed that miraculous and profound method, would Duan Lingtian share it? Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian spoke once more. I told Peak Master Wu Dao about the secret of my method of utilizing origin energy. My origin energy underwent a mutation precisely because of a spirit fruit I encountered in the primeval forest. At that time, after I consumed that spirit fruit, my origin energy underwent a mutation, and thus I possessed the method of defeating the strong as the weak. Duan Lingtian's words caused a wave of sighs. So it turns out that Duan Lingtian consumed a spirit fruit, and that's why he possessed that strange method. Spirit fruits, especially such a miraculous spirit fruit, are an extremely rare fortuitous encounter, and it's difficult for others to replicate. Some 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Duan Lingtian continued. Later on, I described the characteristics of that spirit fruit to Peak Master Wu Dao. Since that time I left Migres Peak, I've never seen Peak Master Wu Dao again. As he spoke up to here, Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Yongqian and said indifferently, "As for why he slandered me for causing the death of his foster father, I don't know. Perhaps it's because I crippled his right arm that day, so he thought of using this slandering method to take revenge on me. Or perhaps the death of Peak Master Wu Dao was caused by him. He did this only for the sake of slandering me, for the sake of obtaining Peak Master Wu Dao's grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water." As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. "You're talking nonsense." Wu Yongqian's face went gloomy when he heard Duan Lingtian, and the origin energy on his body roiled as his figure flashed out, as if transforming into a brutal fierce beast that pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! In Wu Yongqian's hand, the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, appeared once more. The strength of over 160 ancient mammoths, fully exploding out. When faced with Wu Yongqian, who approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he abruptly raised his hand, and a narrow sword appeared out of thin air. It was a grade 6 spirit sword as well. Instantly, Duan Lingtian attacked. Sword drawing arts. Clang! The two grade 6 spirit swords collided, and Duan Lingtian's quake energy shook, forcing Wu Yongqian to abandon his sword. At the instant the sword in Wu Yongqian's hand fell to the ground, swoosh, Duan Lingtian kicked out, kicking Wu Yongqian flying, and the latter fiercely fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. "I'll kill you." Wu Yongqian struggled to stand up and once again pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Pig-headed, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and killing intent was aroused in his eyes. Right at this moment, a cold snort that seemed to have come from within an ice cave caused the air to slightly condense. Instantly, Wu Yongqian, who flashed swiftly towards Duan Lingtian, strangely stopped halfway. His body stiffened, and he didn't move for a long time, and his forehead broke out in cold sweat, so strong. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and his heart trembled. At the instant, Linghu Jinhong's imposing aura condensed and descended onto Wu Yongqian. His acute spiritual force clearly sensed it. Linghu Jinhong only used his imposing aura to cause Wu Yongqian to be unable to move in the slightest. As expected of the 7-star sword sect's leader, a void initiation stage expert, only when Linghu Jinhong withdrew his imposing aura did Wu Yongqian recover his composure, and his face flushed red as he said agitatedly, "Sect leader, don't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense. My foster father ate the spirit fruit that he described, and then died from the poison. He surely did it on purpose. He surely did it on purpose." As he finished speaking, Wu Yongqian was slightly hysterical. Meanwhile, everyone present came to a sudden understanding. Chapter 371. Intentionally? Duan Lingtian couldn't refrain from laughing when faced with Wu Yongqian's hysteria. "You said I intentionally caused the death of Peak Master Wu Dao?" "Exactly. It was you that caused the death of my foster father." Wu Yongqian's eyes were crimson red and suffused with bloodthirsty killing intent, and he was about to swallow his target. After glancing at Wu Yongqian as if he was looking at an idiot, Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jinhong. Sect leader, the characteristics of the spirit fruit I described before Peak Master Wu Dao was indeed no different than the spirit fruit I consumed that day. As for the spirit fruit Peak Master Wu Dao found, according to my guess, it ought to only have similar characteristics to the spirit fruit I consumed. But I'm extremely curious. Even I know how to use a silver needle to first test if the spirit fruit is poisonous before daring to consume it. Could it be that Peak Master Wu Dao didn't test the spirit fruit he obtained and directly consumed it? Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with bewilderment. Peak Master Wu Dao tested that spirit fruit. Right at this moment, a white-haired old man walked out from the group of 7-star sword sect higher-ups. The old man had a benevolent expression, and after lightly smiling and nodding to Duan Lingtian, he said, Peak Master Wu Dao used a silver needle to test the spirit fruit he obtained, but didn't find any toxicity. Later on, he was still worried, so he looked for me and the other alchemy elders to help him. When he spoke up to hear, the old man paused for a moment before continuing. But according to our tests, that spirit fruit indeed didn't have any toxicity. Now it would seem that the toxicity within that spirit fruit is extremely secretive and utterly impossible to test. In my entire lifetime, it's still the first time that I, Guanzhong, know that such a spirit fruit actually exists in the world. When he spoke up to hear, the old man sighed. Guanzhong, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. According to his knowledge, the one and only grade 6 alchemist in the 7-star sword sect was called Guanzhong. He was also the alchemy elder that controlled the 7-star sword sect's alchemy hall. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold air rose and fell one after another. It caused the atmosphere on the peak of Dubhe Peak to become slightly oppressive. Even Elder Guanzhong is unable to test the toxicity of that spirit fruit. The peak master of Migres Peak, his luck is truly. It seems that even if we get some kind of spirit fruit in the future, we can't eat it directly. It's best to cut out a small piece and feed it to the ferocious beasts. If the ferocious beasts don't die, then we can eat it. If Peak Master Wu Dao knew how to use this method to test for poison, he wouldn't have been poisoned to death. Perhaps even Peak Master Wu Dao himself didn't expect that the poison of the spirit fruit couldn't be detected by normal means. The group of 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and they all felt that the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, had died unjustly and died with grievance. Duan Lingtian, you must recognize that kind of spirit fruit, so you deliberately let my master look for it, right? Wu Yongqian glared at Duan Lingtian and questioned sternly. Idiot! Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at Wu Yongqian and calmly said, Didn't you hear what Elder Guanzhong said? Even he has never seen or heard of such a spirit fruit. Don't tell me you think my knowledge is better than Elder Guanzhong's? Moreover, according to my knowledge, there are many spirit fruits that have similar characteristics, but their medicinal strengths aren't the same. Duan Lingtian looked at Guanzhong and slowly asked, Elder Guanzhong, is it so? Guanzhong nodded. It's indeed so. There are countless types of spirit fruits in Cloud Continent, but their medicinal strengths aren't the same. According to my knowledge, there are many types of spirit fruits that have similar characteristics to other spirit fruits, and they can practically pass off as genuine. As soon as Guanzhong finished speaking, it caused a stir on the peak of Dubhe Peak as expected. Looks like Peak Master Wu Dao ought to have just found a spirit fruit with similar characteristics. But, although the spirit fruit he found has similar characteristics to the spirit fruit Duan Lingtian consumed, its medicinal strength is at two extremes. Exactly. The spirit fruit Duan Lingtian consumed gave him an extremely great benefit, causing others to be envious. But the spirit fruit Peak Master Wu Dao consumed was a type of spirit fruit that even Elder Guanzhong was unable to test the toxicity of. This type of spirit fruit is unheard of. I'm afraid only by allowing a person or beast to personally test the poison would one be able to test the toxicity of this type of spirit fruit. But when an ordinary person obtains a spirit fruit, would they share it with another person or beast? Peak Master Wu Dao will become the Peak Master of Migres Peak that died the most aggrieved death in the history of our seven-star sword sect. The whispers of these seven-star sword sect disciples entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian, and it caused the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching. That Wu Dao was indeed unfortunate and died aggrieved. He was even able to encounter the soul-severing fruit. This fact still caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly unable to recover from his shock, and he felt as if he was dreaming. At that time, he casually fabricated the toxicity of the soul-severing fruit for the sake of brushing off Wu Dao. But he never imagined that Wu Dao really went to the primeval forest to look for the soul-severing fruit. Even more unexpected was that Wu Dao actually really found the soul-severing fruit. Perhaps, at the moment Wu Dao found the soul-severing fruit, his fate was already decided. Sect Leader, you already know the sequence of events. If Peak Master Wu Dao really died because of that poisonous fruit, then it can only be said to be a freak combination of factors. I never imagined that there was another type of poisonous fruit within the primeval forest that had characteristics similar to the spirit fruit I consumed. And it was even found by Peak Master Wu Dao. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jinhong as he slowly spoke. Linghu Jinhong raised his hand and his origin energy roiled before enveloping down and sweeping up the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, on the ground. After a short moment, this grade 6 spirit sword that originally belonged to the Peak Master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao, fell into Linghu Jinhong's hand. The Peak Master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao, mistakenly consumed a poisonous fruit and died, and it's unrelated to anyone else. The grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, will be temporarily safeguarded by me, and will be left to the next Peak Master of Migres Peak. As Linghu Jinhong spoke up to hear, his eyes squinted as he abruptly looked at Wu Yongqian, who was about to speak once more. The fierce gaze caused Wu Yongqian to shudder, and he tightly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Disperse. As Linghu Jinhong's voice sounded out, he announced the end of today's farce. In the next moment, in the eyes of all the seven-star sword sect disciples, Linghu Jinhong's figure gradually faded, and he first transformed into a phantom before vanishing without a trace. Duan Lingtian, arrive at Dubby Hall in 3 days. At the same time, a warm voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern it. This was precisely the voice of the seven-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. I'm not resigned. I'm not resigned. After Linghu Jinhong left, Wu Yongqian roared as he carried Wu Dao's body and dashed madly down Dubhe Peak. Everywhere he passed, the seven-star sword sect disciples moved aside. I originally thought that Wu Yongqian had some ironclad evidence that could prove that it was Duan Lingtian that caused the death of Peak Master Wu Dao. Never had I imagined that in the end. All of this was actually a farce. However, we've finally found out the secret of Duan Lingtian defeating a stronger opponent. Not only is Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao formidable, his luck is excessively good as well, causing others to be envious. Amidst the waves of bustling discussion, the seven-star sword sect disciples gradually dispersed. Hu Shuefeng glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian, then gritted his teeth before turning around and leaving with an unwilling expression. High above in the sky, the group of seven-star sword sect higher-ups gradually dispersed as well. Duan Lingtian, I'll obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll sooner or later. Zhao Lin took a deep breath before flying off into the distance. The peak of Dubhe Peak that was bustling with noise and excitement a moment ago had gone silent for a moment. Only some inner court disciples that stood near the trade hall and Duan Lingtian's group remained. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures flashed down from the sky. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, and the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang. Just as they landed beside Duan Lingtian and the others, a voice rang out. Whoosh! A wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out from behind the clouds and mist in the distance at the peak of Dubhe Peak. The howls of the wind grew closer and closer. Qin Xiang's beautiful brows frowned slightly as she focused her gaze towards the source of the sound and muttered, It's a demon beast. For a moment, Duan Lingtian, Zheng Fan, and the others looked over as well. In the distant sky, the clouds and mist roiled, and an incomparably swift black figure was passing through the clouds and mist to flash over. Everywhere it passed, it pulled out a long airflow, and its imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. After a short moment, that black figure approached the peak of Dubhe Peak. So long as it passed through a few more layers of clouds and mist, it would appear before the eyes of everyone. First level void prying stage demon beast. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force faintly detected the background of this black figure. Wait. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force shook, and his face went serious. This demon beast is carrying a person. It seems to be a 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist. Whoosh. Finally, an enormous black figure passed through the clouds and mist before Duan Lingtian's group, and it appeared to float high in the sky. What's that? It seems to be a demon beast. What demon beast is so audacious to actually dare trespass into our 7-star sword sect? At the peak of Dubhe Peak, the inner court disciples nearby the trade hall all surrounded over, and they looked up at the enormous black figure in the sky. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze had descended onto the black figure as well. This was a bird-type demon beast that seemed like an eagle yet wasn't an eagle. Its entire body was covered in shiny black-colored feathers, and when its wings were spread open, it was like a cloud that covered the sky. The feathers on the tip of its wings were even like sharp blades that flickered with a frightening sheen under the thin sunlight. It caused one's hair to stand on end. Dark rock. In next to no time, some inner court disciples exclaimed in shock. Dark rock? Duan Lingtian started to search the memories of Emperor Wu when he heard this. After a short moment, he obtained what he wanted to know. Dark rock, a void-prying stage demon beast, and when it matured to the limit, its strength was comparable to a 3rd-level void-prying stage martial artist. Dark rock was the product of the union between a rock-type demon beast and an eagle-type demon beast. Dark rock possesses the speed of a rock-type demon beast and the attack of an eagle-type demon beast. It's an extremely terrifying demon beast, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. At this moment, he was most curious about the person that sat behind the dark rock. Suddenly, whoosh, the dark rock descended from the sky, and the figure that sat cross-legged behind it with a zither on its lap entered into Duan Lingtian's eyes. All of a sudden, clang. Chapter 372. The sound of a zither abruptly sounded out, and it was like a high mountain and flowing water, causing one to feel relaxed and happy. Duan Lingtian glanced over. He saw the wings of the dark rock spread open, its back was flat like the ground, and a young man in a silver robe sat cross-legged there, and he was concentrating on playing the zither. Every time his hand descended, a beautiful sound of the zither would follow. It was like the clear sound of an empty valley that lingered in the air without end. The young man was around 26 or 27 years old, and he had a graceful bearing and extraordinary bearing. 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 26 or 27? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he saw the young man's appearance clearly. After all, even the most outstanding inner court disciple in the 7-star sword sect's younger generation that he knew, Zheng Song, was only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 28 this year. This young man was even younger than Zheng Song, but his strength far surpassed Zheng Song. Who the heck is he? Zither, young master. Suddenly, an exclaim of surprise sounded out. It was precisely Zheng Song, who stood nearby Duan Lingtian, who looked at the white-robed young man and spoke. Zither, young master? One of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian was stunned. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian heard waves of exclamations enter into his ears. He's Zither, young master? Zither, young master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, ranked 3rd. Supposedly, this Zither young master had already broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage a few months ago. He seems to be only 26 years old. 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 26. Simply monstrous. In our 7-star sword sect, in terms of natural talent in the martial Tao, I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian is able to compare to him. Exactly. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent, so long as he can maintain it, it's even possible for him to step into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 26. The crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples discussed animatedly. Right at this moment, Zither young master who sat cross-legged on the dark rock and played the zither obviously heard the discussions of the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples, and his eyes squinted as the movements of his hands slowed down. The sound of the zither reverberated throughout the peak of Dubhe Peak and gradually disappeared. Whoosh! Zither young master's figure moved and floated down, and his gaze descended onto Qin Xiang and Zheng Fan. Zishang greets the two peak masters. Obviously, this Zither young master, Zishang, recognized the peak masters of Alcade Peak and Mizar Peak. Zither Prince. Zhang Fan lightly smiled, as he didn't dare be disrespectful when facing this outstanding talent in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Rather, it was Qin Xiang who nodded her head lightly. A strand of cold light flashed imperceptibly within Zishang's eyes towards Qin Xiang's casualness, and it flashed before vanishing. Even so, Duan Lingtian still managed to capture it. Duan Lingtian was alarmed. This Zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters, was absolutely not a good person. Very quickly, when he noticed Zither young master's gaze, Duan Lingtian frowned. Presently, Zither young master's burning gaze had descended onto Kerr who was by his side. Kerr, we meet again. Zither young master faintly smiled at Kerr, refined and courteous. At this moment, it was as if Kerr was the only one left in his world. Yes, Kerr obviously didn't have a good impression of this Zither young master, and she replied indifferently, "This is..." In next to no time, Zither young master's gaze reluctantly left Kerr and descended onto Li Fei who stood on the other side of Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a trace of shock. In the end, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. So long as it was a normal man, the young man that stood by the side of 2 drop-dead gorgeous women would arouse jealousy in his heart. Duan Lingtian noticed that when Zither young master looked at him, traces of warning were mixed within the depths of his gaze. It was as if he was warning him of something. Peak Master Qin Xiang. Suddenly, Zither young master looked at the peak master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang, and he slightly bowed. I've come this time mainly because I want to propose marriage to peak master Qin Xiang. Propose marriage? As soon as Zither young master said this, it caused everyone present to be astounded. Right when everyone hadn't recovered from their shock, Zither young master continued. Last time, Peak Master Qin Xiang passed by the Imperial City and stopped at my Z clan. Since that time, I've fallen in love with your disciple at first sight. I heard recently that Peak Master Qin Xiang and your disciple have already returned to the 7-star sword sect, so I rushed over impatiently. I hope Peak Master Qin Xiang can fulfill my wish and betroth your disciple, Kerr, to me. As soon as Zither young master said this, Qin Xiang's beautiful brows raised. The expressions of Duan Lingtian and the people by his side that knew of the relationship between him and Kerr went grim. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Earlier, he'd noticed that the gaze Zither young master looked at Kerr was unusual, yet he never imagined that Zither young master had come to the 7-star sword sect this time for the sake of proposing marriage to Peak Master Qin Xiang. He actually wanted to marry Kerr. I hope Peak Master Qin Xiang can fulfill my wish. Zither young master looked at Qin Xiang and said a step further. If Peak Master Qin Xiang is willing to fulfill my wish, then Zishang is willing to ask Master to bestow a grade 5 spirit sword as the betrothal gift. Zither young master's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It caused the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples present to be dumbstruck. Grade 5 spirit sword? Even our 7-star sword sect seems to only have a grade 5 spirit sword. This Zither young master said repeatedly that he wants his master to bestow a grade 5 spirit sword to him. Who exactly is his master? I heard long ago that Zither young master took an expert from the Imperial Kingdom as his master. Now it would seem that all this is true. Grade 5 spirit sword? My God, what extravagance! The seven-star sword sect inner court disciples were in an uproar, and they were all shocked. To them, a grade 5 spirit sword was an existence that was difficult for them to attain in their entire lifetimes. Zither, young master. Right at this moment, a delicate shout sounded out. It was Kerr who stood by Duan Lingtian's side. She stretched out her hand to hold onto Duan Lingtian's arm and came close to Duan Lingtian. Then her beautiful eyes congealed with cold lights as she looked at Zither, young master, and said indifferently, Zither, young master, thank you for your great love. But unfortunately, Kerr's heart already belongs to someone else. Her heart belonged to someone else. Duan Lingtian's stiff face bloomed into a brilliant smile, and he held onto Kerr's delicate hand with a flip of his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, Zither, young master's face went gloomy, and the white robe on his body fluttered without wind. He looked at Qin Xiang. Peak Master Qin Xiang. Before Zither, young master could finish speaking, Qin Xiang said indifferently, I respect Kerr's choice. Qin Xiang's words were undoubtedly indicating her position. Zither, young master's face instantly went gloomy, and his graceful image shattered into pieces. His pair of cold and indifferent eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he slowly spoke. You, leave Kerr, and I can satisfy any request of yours. Zither, young master's words contained a condescending tone, and it was even more like a person in a higher position speaking to a person in a lower position. Idiot! A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he heard Zither, young master, and he slowly spat out 2 words. Idiot? Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian called one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zither, young master, an idiot? This, at the same time that all the 7-star sword sect disciples were dumbstruck. The gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with adoration. Presently, besides Kerr and Li Fei, even the group of people by Duan Lingtian's side, including Qin Xiang and Zheng Fan, had dumbstruck expressions. Duan Lingtian was too valiant. You're courting death. Right when most people were dazed, Zither, young master, abruptly shouted out explosively. His fingers shook as origin energy condensed to descend onto a string on the zither in his hand. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of the zither sounded out, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. The expressions of some 7-star sword sect inner court disciples with comparatively weaker cultivations went pale, and they felt as if their eardrums were about to burst from the sound. Just as the lightning flashed, Swish! An ear-piercing howl sounded out. It was a string on the zither in Zither, young master's hand that left the zither, and it seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow that whistled towards Duan Lingtian, pointing directly at Duan Lingtian's chest, and it seemed as if it wanted to pierce through Duan Lingtian's entire body. In the sky above Zither, young master, over 1,400 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy. Zither, young master, Zishang, was a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and when his full strength exploded out, it was comparable to the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths. Presently, the zither in his hand was even capable of amplifying the strength of over 400 ancient mammoths. It was obviously a grade 5 spirit weapon. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate. The origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed as his entire strength exploded out, and at the same time, he utilized quake energy with the intention of dodging. But, right at the instant he reacted, that zither string seemed to have transformed into the reaping scythe of the god of death, and it was only a foot away from him, too swift. Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy, as he was utterly unable to dodge. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to utilize the inscription, a cold snort sounded out. Swish! An even swifter sword light flashed by and blocked the zither string that Zither, young master, played. Bang! The sword light that was condensed from origin energy exploded, destroying the zither string that Zither, young master, played. Zither, young master's face flushed red, and he felt something sweet in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His gaze descended onto the person that attacked, and he said in a low voice, Peak Master Qin Xiang, I only wanted to test the ability of the man that Kerr took a fancy to. Could it be that you don't feel it's beneath your dignity to attack me? Qin Xiang said indifferently, Kerr is my personal disciple, and her man is someone that I want to protect. Her words were filled with the intention of protecting her own. Zither young master's expression was gloomy, and he abruptly looked at Duan Lingtian as he shouted coldly, Kid, if you still think you're a man, then bring out the spirit of a man and fight with me, Duan Lingtian. The victor will obtain Kerr. The loser will forever vanish before Kerr. Do you dare? Zither young master's tone contained traces of coldness mixed within. Zishang, you're shameless. Kerr's beautiful face went grim. At the instant Zither young master attacked Duan Lingtian, she'd taken Zither young master to be an enemy. Now, when she heard Zither young master issue such a bet with Duan Lingtian, she was instantly exasperated. Kerr, only a strong man is able to protect you. A coward doesn't have the qualifications to possess you. Zither young master refused to let go, and his pair of cold and fierce eyes stared at Duan Lingtian. Ha 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 ha, whereas Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing loudly instead, and he looked at Zither young master as if he was looking at a clown. What are you laughing at? Chapter 373. What are you laughing at? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face gradually vanished as he said indifferently, I'm laughing at your ignorance. Ignorance? Zither young master's face sank. Who do you think you are? Using my fiancé as a wager. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your head? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. As soon as these words were spoken, the peak of Dubhe Peak was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian is too awesome. He actually dares directly scold Zither young master. As expected of the #1 genius in the history of our 7-star sword sect, he doesn't care in the slightest when facing an outstanding talent like Zither young master in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If I had half of Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it wouldn't be to the extent that I still haven't broken through to the nascent soul stage. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples were filled with adoration towards Duan Lingtian as they spoke. This kid. Zhang Fan shook his head and smiled. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's current actions caused him to feel a wave of delight in his heart. This Zither young master was indeed too arrogant. This wasn't the Z-clan. No wonder Kerr is determined to follow him. A rare wisp of a gratified smile appeared on Qin Xiang's face when she saw this scene. She was extremely satisfied with this prospective disciple. Satisfying. Zhang Song felt a wave of excitement in his heart. Presently, the person that stood before Duan Lingtian was Zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Although he was an outstanding inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, and was even the son of the Mizar Peak's master, causing him to possess an extraordinary status in the 7-star sword sect. But it was only like this in the 7-star sword sect. After leaving the 7-star sword sect, he was nothing, and was unable to compare to one of the 5 great young masters, Zither young master. Now, when he saw Zither young master being humiliated, he was just like his father, and he felt delighted in his heart. Zuoqing's beautiful eyes squinted as she glanced at Kerr with envy. In the past, she was slightly puzzled. Why would outstanding women like Kerr and Li Fei be willing to follow the same man? Now, she seemed to slightly understand. This man had too much charm. At the very least, in his eyes, his woman was his reverse scale. He would not allow anyone to blaspheme or humiliate her. Zither young master regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in disbelief, What did you just call me? He thought he had misheard. Humph. Duan Lingtian's gaze was ice-cold as he swept a glance at Zither young master. Could it be that apart from having a problem with your brain, there's also a problem with your ears? Hiss, 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 hiss. Gasps could be heard all of a sudden. The group of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples felt their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian, is there no end to it? One had to know that the person standing in front of him right now was not some kitten or puppy. Zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, and was far from something the Duan Lingtian could compare to. At this moment, oh, an ear-piercing sound abruptly sounded out, and a black figure that was like a cloud that covered the sky instantly flashed out to envelop Duan Lingtian. Bastard! Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy. The demon beast, Dark Rock, that Zither Young Master rode over seemed to have felt Zither Young Master's rage, and directly flashed towards Duan Lingtian, the instigator of all this, desiring to pounce and kill Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, accompanied by a sword light flashing out, Zhang Fan's voice sounded out. Fuck off. The sword light was like a shadow as it flashed directly towards the Dark Rock, terrifying the Dark Rock to the point it returned to where it came from, and its enormous body shivered. As a demon beast, it was naturally able to feel how formidable that sword light was. Along with the sword light being annihilated, the ancient horned dragon silhouette above Zhang Fan was annihilated along with it. Bastard, if you dare attack again, I'll surely kill you. Zhang Fan's voice revealed traces of coldness. It terrified the Dark Rock to the point it lowered its head like a human and emitted a wave of sorrowful cries. Peak Master Zhang Fan. Zither Young Master's expression was extremely unsightly when he saw Zhang Fan interfering. Zhang Fan glanced indifferently at Zither Young Master. He was friendly to Zither Young Master earlier because he felt Zither Young Master's potential was great, and Zither Young Master would sooner or later attain his current height. But now, Zither Young Master was going against Duan Lingtian. He naturally knew what was more important. Not to mention Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Just based on Duan Lingtian's unparalleled natural talent, it was already worthy of him going all out to protect him. Compared to Zither Young Master, he looked more favorably upon Duan Lingtian's future. Little bastard! Zither Young Master's gaze went slightly cold as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. If you have the balls, then don't rely on others and fight me openly. If you don't dare, then you're a coward, a piece of trash. You don't have the qualifications to possess Kerr, and you don't have the qualifications to protect Kerr. What number one genius of the Seven-Star Sword Sect? In my opinion, he's utterly a cowardly piece of trash. Presently, Zither Young Master had already found out about Duan Lingtian's identity from the whispers of the crowd of Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciples. This Duan Lingtian was the genius disciple that the crowd of Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciples spoke of when he just arrived, the genius disciple whose natural talent in the martial Tao far surpassed him. At that time, he was unconvinced in his heart. As far as he was concerned, in the younger generation of Cloud Moon Kingdom, only the first two people amongst the 5 great young masters were able to make him take them seriously. Even if it was the other 2 people that were ranked behind him, he wouldn't even spare a glance at them. Right when Kerr was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and she was about to refute, Duan Lingtian spoke first, and he glanced indifferently at Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master, right? Whether I have the qualifications to possess Kerr or not seems to be something that isn't up to you to decide, right? One must know one's own limitations. One must know one's own ability. As for you asking me to have a fair and square battle with you, don't you think it's funny? You, Zither Young Master, how old are you this year? How old am I, Duan Lingtian, this year? You want to have a fair and square battle with me? Don't you feel ashamed? As he finished speaking, a wisp of ridicule appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. To him, killing this Zither Young Master was extremely simple. A single bone corrosion inscription would be able to send him to the afterlife. The reason he didn't do this now was because he knew that even if he utilized the bone corrosion inscription, he would still be stopped by Zhang Fan and Qin Xiang. As the peak masters of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, it was absolutely impossible for the 2 of them to allow Zither Young Master to die in the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Perhaps, in their eyes, Zither Young Master's crime didn't warrant death. Duan Lingtian's words caused Zither Young Master's face to sink. A coward is a coward. According to what you said, I, Zither Young Master, am unable to fight you in this lifetime? So long as I fight you, it's me bullying the weak? Zither Young Master continued to ridicule, wanting to infuriate Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he said indifferently, if you really want to fight me, It's not impossible. 3 years from now, I'll have a fair and square battle with you. 3 years. Duan Lingtian's words were filled with strong confidence. Zither young master's eyes squinted and cold lights flickered within. He glanced at Qin Xiang and Zhang Fan who stood nearby, and he noticed that both of them had calm expressions, seeming to not be shocked by Duan Lingtian's words, and his heart couldn't help but sink. Meanwhile, 3 years? Duan Lingtian is really scheming. He's currently at the mere age of 21 and is already at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. With his natural talent, surpassing Zither young master in another 3 years isn't difficult. Duan Lingtian will surely be able to defeat Zither young master in 3 years. I'm confident. I'm confident as well. The crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. When the whispers of these inner court disciples entered into Zither young master's ears, it caused his face to sink. This Duan Lingtian is only 21 years old. A 21-year-old 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Such natural talent has indeed surpassed me. Even I haven't stepped into the 9th level of the Origin Core stage when I was 21 years old. 2 years. I'll give you 2 years of time. Zither young master looked at Duan Lingtian, and his words had the intention of bargaining as he said with a low voice, I hope that 2 years from now, you, the #1 genius of the 7-star sword sect, won't shrink back and rely on the strength of another. At that time, I'll defeat you and even kill you. I want to let Kerr know that only I, Zither young master, am the most suitable man for her. After he finished speaking, Zither young master's figure flashed to return to the back of the dark rock. When he left, he had an exasperated expression. He was like a completely different person from when he first arrived. 2 years? Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered as he stared at the back of the dark rock that carried Zither young master away, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he muttered, As you wish. That Zither young master, Zishang, is too shameless. Zhang Song slightly felt indignant on behalf of Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, if there were 3 years of time, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao, surpassing Zither young master wouldn't be difficult. But 2 years of time, it was extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian to defeat Zither young master. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said indifferently, Actually, in my eyes, there isn't much difference between 3 years and 2 years. Since he said 2 years, then 2 years it will be. In this way, perhaps it can give me some pressure and allow me to arouse all the potential in my body. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was filled with strong confidence. This caused the 7-star sword sect inner court disciples present to feel a wave of admiration. Duan Lingtian desired to defeat Zither young master in 2 years of time. If he was able to accomplish it, then perhaps Duan Lingtian would become a peerless genius in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that surpassed the 5 great young masters. When they thought of how such a peerless genius appeared in their 7-star sword sect, they felt a wave of excitement in their hearts. Kerr and Li Fei's gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they were filled with tender affection. Young master, this is my master, the peak master of Alcade Peak. In next to no time, Kerr introduced Qin Xiang to Duan Lingtian. Then she looked at Qin Xiang with a red face.
Master, he's my young master.
When she looked at Qin Xiang, Kerr had an embarrassed expression.
Peak master.
Duan Lingtian lightly bowed to Qin Xiang, as she was Kerr's master and had the qualifications to make him bow. Qin Xiang glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Looks like before you. My face is even greater than the face of the sect leader, Qin Xiang remembered. Even if it was before the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, the young man before her had never bowed. Chapter 374. You're Kerr's master, so you're my senior. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. Kerr's judgment is very good. Qin Xiang nodded and smiled to Duan Lingtian, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with had the feeling of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Kerr has no parents. In the future, this master of mine is like her parents. You have to treat her well, and if I find out that you've let her down, I'll absolutely not forgive you." As she finished speaking, Qin Xiang's eyes emitted a wisp of coldness. The imposing manner of a void initiation stage expert swept through Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to instantly seem as if he was at the center of a storm. "Don't worry, Peak Master, in my eyes, Kerr is more important than my life." Duan Lingtian spoke sincerely. Qin Xiang nodded, then left with Elder Bai, who was beside her. Zhuqing followed and left. "Kid, 2 years of time. Are you really confident?" Zhang Fan looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes squinted as he asked curiously. "Peak Master, if you don't believe me, we can make a bet." How about we bet 10 million gold?" Duan Lingtian's face revealed a fox-like smile. It caused Zhang Fan to be unable to refrain from having a vigilant expression, and he rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. "Kid, you're obviously not one to suffer a loss. Only an idiot would bet with you." When they saw Zhang Fan and Duan Lingtian being so casual with each other, everyone present, other than Zhang Song and the 2 parties involved, was completely stunned. Most people couldn't help but doubt in their hearts. Was this middle-aged man that stood before them now and rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian really the peak master of their 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak? After Zhang Fan left with Zhang Song, Duan Lingtian left Migres Peak with Kerr and Li Fei to arrive at Migres Peak. Everywhere they passed, the Migres Peak disciples respectfully greeted them. Today, Duan Lingtian's actions on the peak of Dubhe Peak had once again convinced them. To say that he didn't respect the sect leader in front of him, since the establishment of the 7-star sword sect, probably only Duan Lingtian alone had such courage. "Scoundrel, you're still cultivating at Migres Peak? Isn't Tianshu Peak's cultivation environment better?" Li Fei asked curiously. "Little Fei, you will know very soon." Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously as he held the hands of Kerr and Li Fei, one in each hand, and entered Migres Peak under countless burning and envious gazes. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's luck with women is truly enviable. Yeah, the 2 women by his side are absolutely the most beautiful female disciples I've seen in the 7-star sword sect. We're all humans, we're all men. Why is there such a huge difference? The group of Migres Peak disciples were extremely envious as they spoke. After Duan Lingtian confirmed that no one was following him, he brought along Kerr and Li Fei to follow along a remote mountain path to ascend the peak of Migres Peak. As they looked at the empty peak of Migres Peak, Li Fei asked curiously, "Scoundrel, why did you bring us here?" The peak of Migres Peak was coiled by clouds and mist. It was completely white, and there was nothing to see. "Come." Duan Lingtian brought Li Fei and Kerr to the side of the cliff, then lightly smiled as he said, "Kerr, little Fei, both of you stand here. When you go down later, your movements must be slow. I'll be watching you from below." "Below?" Duan Lingtian's words caused Li Fei and Kerr to have bewildered expressions. In the next moment, their faces went pale. Because they saw Duan Lingtian actually leap down the cliff, their faces went pale, and for a moment, their minds were in chaos, and they practically forgot what Duan Lingtian said to them earlier. "Young master." Kerr stuck her head out, looked down the cliff, and called out with a voice that contained slight trembling mixed within. "All right, both of you come down." Suddenly, a voice sounded out from below, causing the gazes of Kerr and Li Fei to light up. Only now did they realize that Duan Lingtian's actions earlier wasn't courting death. Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree, and his palm seemed to have transformed into a cattail leaf fan as it started fanning. For a moment, the clouds and mist above him gradually dispersed. Kerr and Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian standing on the crooked tree, as they never imagined that there was actually such a crooked tree growing at the side of the peak of Migres Peak. "Come." Under Duan Lingtian's call, Kerr and Li Fei jumped down successively and landed on the crooked tree. At this moment, the clouds and mist converged together once more and blocked the crooked tree. Now, even if someone stuck their head out from the peak of Migres Peak, they wouldn't be able to discover the crooked tree. "Scoundrel, where's this place?" Li Fei asked curiously as they walked in the cave passageway. "You'll know in a moment." Duan Lingtian kept them in suspense, and then brought the 2 girls into the stalactite cave. "This is Looking at the stalactite above the cave, the two girls were shocked. Young master, this wouldn't be the 10,000-year stalactite milk, right? Kerr took a deep breath and asked with slight disbelief. That's right, this is the 10,000-year stalactite milk. The 10,000-year stalactite milk you drank before was found by me here. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the scene when he discovered this place. This could also be considered his fortuitous encounter. Kerr and Li Fei came to a sudden realization. Squeak, squeak. Right at this moment, a clear cry sounded out, and a golden furry little head poked out from under Kerr's sleeve. Little Gold. When Duan Lingtian saw the baby jade-eyed heavenly mouse, he couldn't help but think of the two mutated little pythons. He sighed in his heart. I wonder how Little Black and Little White are doing after leaving with Xuanai. Xuanai dotes on them so much, they'll definitely be doing very well. Now, Duan Lingtian had also gotten over it. In his opinion, as long as the two little pythons were doing well and could have a better future, even if he couldn't see them again in the future, he would still feel happy for them. Squeak! Suddenly, the little gold mouse flashed out from under Kerr's sleeve and directly pounced towards the cave wall at the side of the stalactite cave. Then, it borrowed the strength of the cave wall and jumped onto the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Next, a scene that caused Duan Lingtian's group of three to be astounded appeared. The little gold mouse lay on the 10,000-year stalactite milk and actually started to gnaw on the 10,000-year stalactite milk. It didn't leave the 10,000-year stalactite until its belly was bloated. It lay on the side of the stalactite cave, motionless. Its furry body now propped up its belly, making it look chubby and cute. Another foodie. Duan Lingtian was speechless, and he felt his heart ache as he glanced at the hole that was gnawed out of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. This little gold is really wasting natural resources recklessly. Young master, where's Little Black and Little White? Suddenly, Kerr seemed to have thought of something, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression full of anticipation. Yeah, scoundrel, we haven't seen Little Black and Little White for a long time. Li Fei also looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian sighed. Although he knew that he would have to face this moment sooner or later, he didn't expect that it would be so soon. He didn't conceal anything when facing the two girls, and he spoke of the sequence of events. Little Black and Little White have left? After Kerr knew everything, a wisp of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, and her beautiful face was filled with reluctance. She'd watched those two variant little pythons grow up with her own two eyes, and her feelings for them were extremely deep. Now that she knew they'd left, she felt a wave of sadness in her heart. Little Sister Kerr, we'll still have the chance to see Little Black and Little White in the future. Didn't you hear what Scoundrel said? Little Black and Little White are only cultivating with the demon beasts by the side of that mysterious young girl, and it's not like they're never coming back. Li Fei gently consoled Kerr. Although she was slightly sad as well, she couldn't compare to Kerr. Besides Duan Lingtian, the two little pythons had always been closest to Kerr. Perhaps it was because when they were just born and broke out of their shells, the first people they saw were Duan Lingtian and Kerr. They took Duan Lingtian and Kerr as their parents. Their feelings were extraordinary. That's right, Ku'er. Little Feier is right. Little Black and Little White will definitely come back. Our place is their home. Although Duan Lingtian wasn't confident in his heart, he still advised. He could understand Kerr's current feelings. Back then, when Little Black and Little White had just left, he had the same feeling. It was as if a piece of his heart had been cut off. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Squeak, squeak, seeming to have realized Kerr's disappointment, the little gold mouse that was originally lying lazily on the ground cried out twice, then leaped up once again and landed on Kerr's shoulder. Its little head rubbed against Kerr's face, and it comforted Kerr humanly. Little Gold, I'm fine. Kerr held the little gold mouse in her hand and lightly smiled. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse nodded, and its jade-green eyes flickered with a sheen of joy. Little Gold's cultivation. Earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't intentionally use his spiritual force to detect the little gold mouse's cultivation, but now that he'd slightly probed, he'd instead clearly witnessed the little gold mouse's current strength. The little gold mouse had actually broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. He still remembered that the little gold mouse from over a year ago seemed to only be at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Looks like the 10,000-year stalactite milk has caused the little gold mouse to be reborn. The little gold mouse now possessed the natural talent of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and its potential ought to have been developed to the limit. Even if little gold didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk, with the bloodline in its body, it would still be able to become a demon emperor sooner or later. Now, after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, I wonder what kind of changes will occur. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and was filled with anticipation. Little Gold's current strength is obviously only a step away from the half-step void stage. It wouldn't be long before it would be able to break through once more. What would happen to a jade-eyed heavenly mouse after consuming a large amount of 10,000-year stalactite milk? Even in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there was no record of it. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian left the stalactite cave and Migres Peak according to the voice transmission of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and headed to Dubhe Peak's Dubhe Hall. Dubhe Hall was precisely the cultivation place of the 7-star sword sect's leader. I wonder why the sect leader asked me to come look for him today. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and was filled with bewilderment. Chapter 375. As the cultivation place of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Dubhe Hall was slightly larger than Migres Hall and Mizar Hall. Duan Lingtian had only just arrived outside Dubhe Hall when he saw a gray-clothed young man walking towards him. The young man was around 25 or 26 years old, had an ordinary appearance and an expressionless face, and he held a sheathed sword in his hand as he slowly walked over. Looking at the symbol on the young man's clothes, he was obviously an inner court disciple. "You're Duan Lingtian?" The young man stood before Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a bright light as he asked with a calm tone.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded and was secretly shocked in his heart. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that although this young man's age was inferior to the son of the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Song, his cultivation was even more profound than Zheng Song. If he didn't misjudge, this person's cultivation had already stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. His age feels to be even younger than Zither Young Master. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, "Master has been waiting for you for a long time." The young man called out to Duan Lingtian, then turned around and brought Duan Lingtian into Dubhe Hall. "Master." After the young man brought Duan Lingtian into the hall, he respectfully and reverently bowed to the middle-aged man in the hall, then turned around and left the hall to guard outside the hall. It was as if he'd transformed into a door god. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and lightly smiled, and it could be considered that he'd bowed. The middle-aged man was precisely the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. That person from before is actually the sect leader's disciple. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Linghu Jinhong stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and besides shock, there was only shock in his heart towards this 7-star sword sect disciple that rose swiftly. The rise of this Duan Lingtian was simply a legend of the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jinhong's stiff face revealed a slight smile. "I heard that Zither Young Master had descended to our 7-star sword sect 3 days ago. You made an agreement of 2 years with him?"
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded, and he wasn't surprised that Linghu Jinhong knew about this. What a joke. Linghu Jinhong was the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, and he had eyes and ears everywhere in the entire 7-star sword sect. As expected of the number 1 genius since the founding of our 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian, I really look forward to the scene of you fighting Zither Young Master in 2 years. Linghu Jinhong glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then changed the topic. "Do you know why I asked you to come here this time?" Duan Lingtian shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. "Then do you know that besides our 7-star sword sect, there are another 4 top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" Linghu Jinhong asked again. "I've heard of them." Duan Lingtian nodded, as he'd heard Xiong Quan mention this. "Sect leader, could it be that you asked me to come because of those 4 great sects?" Ling Hu Jinhong was slightly surprised that Duan Lingtian hit the nail on the head, and he nodded. 1 year from now is the day of the martial competition of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects. I asked you to come here today mainly because I wanted to tell you about this. Martial competition? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly curious. The martial competition is a tradition passed down from our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects since many years ago. It's held once every 3 years. On the day of the martial competition, the younger generation disciples of the 5 great sects below the age of 30 will participate in a martial competition. As Ling Hu Jinhong spoke up to hear, he sighed. Our 7-star sword sect's younger generation hasn't produced any outstanding disciples in the recent years. During the martial competition 2 years ago, and the one 5 years ago, not a single disciple of our 7-star sword sect that participated in the martial competition entered the top 3. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone. Martial competition? Seems to be slightly interesting. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to feel Ling Hu Jinhong's helplessness. The 7-star sword sect was the publicly acknowledged #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at any rate. But in 2 martial competitions in succession, not a single 7-star sword sect disciple entered the top 3, and this undoubtedly showed that the 7-star sword sect's younger generation disciples were inferior. Presently, the 7-star sword sect's strength relied on the experts of the older generation. It could be imagined that when the experts of the older generation gradually retired, the 7-star sword sect would surely head towards decline if there were no outstanding juniors. The young disciples of the other sects are very strong? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Ling Hu Jinhong nodded. I presume you've heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. 2 of them are from the other 2 great sections. Besides that, there are a few figures in the 4 great sects whose natural talent is only inferior to the 5 great young masters. Sect leader's meaning is to let me participate in the martial competition of the younger generation of the 5 great sects 1 year from now. Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Ling Hu Jinhong nodded, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Presently, besides my disciple Huang Ji, the disciple of the Fekta Peak's master, Ming Qiu, and the son of the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Song, amongst the young disciples of our 7-star sword sect below the age of 30, there's only you. Although their strengths are stronger than you, their ages are far older than you. You're different from them. You have boundless potential. I don't have extravagant hopes that you'll be able to be ranked in the top 3 of the 5 great sects martial competition 1 year from now, and I mainly want you to go experience it. After another 4 years, I believe that it would undoubtedly be an extremely simple matter for you to obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition. Ling Hu Jinhong spoke of his plans in one go. Experience it? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Looks like this 7-star sword sect's leader really didn't have confidence in him. With a quick thought, Chunshi came to an understanding. Although he'd revealed formidable natural talent, he was only a 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artist after all. Not to mention comparing with the outstanding disciples of the 4 great sects, he was even far inferior to the 3 comparatively outstanding people in the 7-star sword sect's inner court. The sect leader's plan was extremely obvious. 1 year from now, he'd bring him to experience the martial competition of the 5 great sections. Only on the day of the martial competition 4 years from now, would the sect leader hope that Chunshi would be able to bring honor to the 7-star sword sect and obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition in one go. Duan Lingtian, in the following 4 years, the sect will spare no effort to foster you. From today onwards, you can stay in my Heavenly Pivot Hall to cultivate. My Heavenly Pivot Hall is the main spirit point of the 7-star sword sect's 9 great spirit points, and the cultivation environment here is the best in the 7-star sword sect. Ling Hu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke slowly. Obviously, he'd completely placed the hopes of the 7-star sword sect onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Ling Hu Jinhong's words. After all, the current Ling Hu Jinhong was determined to allow him to obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition 4 years from now. This glory had an extraordinary meaning to the 7-star sword sect, and it represented the rise of the 7-star sword sect's younger generation once again. The best cultivation environment? Although Duan Lingtian had noticed that the cultivation environment here surpassed the Migres Hall and Mizar Hall when he'd just arrived at Heavenly Pivot Hall, but compared to his stalactite cave, there was still a huge gap. Sect leader, I've already gotten used to my current place of cultivation. Duan Lingtian tactfully refused Linghu Jinhong's good intentions. In his eyes, the stalactite cave he'd noticed was truly worthy of being the best place of cultivation in the 7-star sword sect. Of course, he didn't speak of it. The stalactite cave was his secret. At least, it was his secret before he left the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian, you. Linghu Jinhong never imagined that Duan Lingtian would refuse his good intentions, and was stunned for a moment before continuing to persuade. Duan Lingtian, a good place of cultivation is able to increase your cultivation speed. The Heavenly Pivot Hall is your best choice. You can be at ease. I'm only asking you to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall, and I don't have the intention of taking you as a disciple. With your natural talent, I feel that I don't have the qualifications to be your master. As he finished speaking, Linghu Jinhong laughed in self-ridicule. Sect leader, you've misunderstood. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm a person that's used to a place, and I need at least 1 or 2 years to get used to it. Truthfully speaking, I've only barely gotten used to the place of cultivation on Migres Peak. You suddenly asked me to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall. I'm worried that the advancement of my cultivation would be even slower. Linghu Jinhong's magnanimity caused Duan Lingtian to feel reverence from the bottom of his heart. He was able to discern that this was a true gentleman. He was absolutely not someone that the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, could compare to. So that's how it is. Linghu Jinhong came to a sudden understanding, and he didn't doubt the truth of what Duan Lingtian said. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to be unwilling to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall. After all, the cultivation environment of the Heavenly Pivot Hall far surpassed the other places in the 7-star sword sect. Of course, the reason Linghu Jinhong would think like this was because he utterly didn't know of the existence of the stalactite cave. Otherwise, he wouldn't think like this. Since it's like this, then I won't force you. Within these 4 years, if you have any cultivation needs like medicinal pills, you can come look for me, and I'll do my best to help you. Linghu Jinhong promised Duan Lingtian. For the sake of allowing Duan Lingtian to be able to bring honor to the 7-star sword sect in the martial competition of the 5 great sects 4 years from now, he decided to spare no expense to foster Duan Lingtian. Only for the sake of allowing Duan Lingtian to obtain the honor of first place in the martial competition. Then I won't be courteous. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile and didn't refuse, and his eyes emitted a strand of bright light. Looks like I'll be able to save a great deal of money for my future cultivation. When he bid farewell to Linghu Jinhong and left, Duan Lingtian once again saw the young man that stood guard outside the audience hall. This young man ought to be the personal disciple that the sect leader Linghu Jinhong mentioned earlier, Huang Ji. This Huang Ji was younger than Zhang Song, yet was far stronger than Zhang Song. Presumably, the sect leader Linghu Jinhong had placed most of his hopes on Huang Ji during the martial competition of the 5 great sects 1 year from now. This Huang Ji is at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. If nothing unexpected happens, he ought to be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage 1 year from now. Chapter 376. After obtaining Linghu Jinhong's promise, Duan Lingtian wasn't courteous in the slightest. So long as he needed any materials, he would directly go ask for them from Linghu Jinhong, and every time, Linghu Jinhong would be able to prepare all the materials for him within a day. The sect leader is really efficient. Duan Lingtian walked out of Dubby Hall, once more with a brilliant smile on his face. But, when he arrived at Migres Peak, the smile on his face froze. With a glance, he saw the middle-aged man that was walking towards him from afar, and his face sank. It was precisely the Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and cold lights flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian indifferently swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then went around Zhao Lin and directly walked towards Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian. As long as you don't hand over the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, I won't let you off. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled. It was Zhao Lin's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's body slightly paused. Then he turned around and coldly looked Zhao Lin in the eye as he replied via voice transmission. Then please feel free to come at me, Elder Zhao Lin. I only hope that when the time comes, you won't regret it. Regret? Zhao Lin started laughing, then looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Duan Lingtian, I know your natural talent in the martial Tao is strong, but if you want to surpass me, Zhao Lin, without 10 years of bitter cultivation, it's simply a fool's dream. I don't believe that I, Zhao Lin, won't be able to find a chance to kill you within these 10 years. Zhao Lin's voice transmission was filled with icy cold killing intent. Then I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian calmly swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then entered Migres Peak. After confirming that Zhao Lin didn't follow him, Duan Lingtian directly returned to the stalactite cave, then withdrew a pile of materials and started refining a spirit weapon. What he wanted to refine now were 2 Grade 7 spirit swords. These 2 Grade 7 spirit swords were refined for Ke and Li Fei. For the sake of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Duan Lingtian held back when he refined the spirit weapon. But even then, the 2 Grade 7 spirit swords were still bestowed the characteristic of amplifying strength by 30%. Grade 7 spirit swords that amplified strength. In the entire 7-star sword sect, besides the sword in Hu Shuifeng's possession, there was probably only these 2 swords. After he finished refining the spirit swords, Duan Lingtian started refining medicinal pills once more. The medicinal pill he wanted to refine was a Grade 7 medicinal pill that reigned above the origin strengthening pill. This Grade 7 spirit S to Lingtian's S Tions. They, a medicinal. S, T Lingtian, was 2-2 to Duan to Lingtian to Lingtian's. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at the 3 medicinal pills in his hand. 3 nascent break pills with a purity of 90% and above. Once it was taken out, it was sufficient to cause people to fight to the death for it. After sending the 2 Grade 7 spirit swords to the hands of Ke and Li Fei, Duan Lingtian returned to the stalactite cave and sat on the stone platform as he pondered slightly. Although the sect leader has placed all his hopes on the martial competition 4 years from now, I might not still be in the 7-star sword sect 4 years from now. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He believed that with his natural talent and the resources he was able to utilize at the moment, he would surely be able to go even further 4 years from now. His goal: step into the void stage 4 years from now. Once he stepped into the void stage, it would be completely useless for him to continue staying in the 7-star sword sect. The martial competition 1 year from now. I must give the sect leader an explanation. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually became firm. Extremely strong confidence was emitted from his body. This confidence seemed to have transformed into a shapeless force that seemed to even dare pierce through the heavens. Cultivate. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and his mind was completely immersed. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, wind WYRM form. Within Duan Lingtian's body, the origin energy ceaselessly roiled as if it would never know exhaustion. The vast origin energy ceaselessly roiled before finally converging within Duan Lingtian's dantian. The origin core within his dantian had already condensed and strengthened to the limit. The nascent soul stage, as its name suggests. When the nascent soul is born from the origin core, that is the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian, who possessed the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, wasn't unfamiliar with the nascent soul stage. He knew. Presently, if he wanted to break through to the nascent soul stage, he must make his origin energy burst open the origin core within his dantian and give birth to a nascent soul. Only in that way would he be able to truly step into the nascent soul stage. Swish, within Duan Lingtian's body, the origin energy ceaselessly roiled and flowed, as if transforming into a surging river that flowed without end. His origin energy was ceaselessly strengthening and transforming, all for the sake of that moment when the origin core breaks open and the nascent soul is born. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in cultivation. and he had no distractions in his heart. He tried his best to dissolve the medicinal strength of the origin strengthening pill. After the medicinal strength of one origin strengthening pill was dissolved, he didn't even open his eyes as he directly swallowed another origin strengthening pill and continued cultivating. Cycle after cycle. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack in the sky. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long had passed. He only knew that he ceaselessly consumed origin-strengthening pills and ceaselessly condensed the origin energy within his body, all for the sake of charging into the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage was his goal. When hungry, he would open his eyes and roast meat to eat. Precisely speaking, he would eat. The words wolfing down food perfectly describe the scenes of Duan Lingtian eating and drinking without restraint during this period of time. During this period of time, Kerr and Li Fei had come over a few times. But every time they came, what they saw was Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in cultivation. They didn't disturb him and silently watched Duan Lingtian for a while before leaving. No matter what their man did, they would unconditionally support him. Only because he was their life, their everything. On this day, I've arrived at the limit bottleneck. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. With a raise of his hand, 3 medicinal pills appeared in his hand. It was precisely the nascent break pill. After swallowing the 3 nascent break pills, Duan Lingtian continued cultivating, and the origin energy within his body became even more overbearing as it ceaselessly charged into the final bottleneck. The origin core within Duan Lingtian's dantian was ceaselessly expanding as well. It might burst open at any moment. One day, bang! Within the stalactite cave, a shapeless wave of air stretched out from the young man that sat cross-legged on the stone platform and spread out, causing the air to shake and transform into circle after circle of ripples. In the next moment, the young man opened his eyes, and his eyes were dazzling like an array of stars as they flickered with a bright light. After a short moment, the bright light gradually dispersed and transformed into tranquility. Finally, nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile, and he was indescribably excited. The nascent soul stage, he'd finally successfully broken through. Whoosh! Under Duan Lingtian's excitement, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. Instantly, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. A total of 211 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Just like when I was at the origin core stage, the current me still possesses the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, more than martial artists with the same cultivation. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. The strength of 11 ancient mammoths is the strength of my fleshly body that was bestowed upon me by the spirit serpent form and raging python form. At that time, Duan Lingtian cultivated the first form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the spirit serpent form. When he was at the body tempering stage, his strength far surpassed martial artists with the same cultivation. When he was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, his strength was even 2 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artist. After breaking through to the core formation stage, the second form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the raging python form, bestowed upon Duan Lingtian the method of tempering his fleshly body with origin energy, and it even caused Duan Lingtian's fleshly body to be formidable to an abnormal extent. An ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist's strength was only comparable to the strength of 12 ancient mammoths. But when Duan Lingtian was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, his strength was comparable to the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. It was practically twice the strength of an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist. This extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths had always followed Duan Lingtian until now. Coupled with the quake energy bestowed upon me by the third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WYRM Python form, relying on the grade 6 spirit sword that the withered old man left behind. So long as it isn't a second-level nascent soul stage martial artist that possesses a grade 6 spirit weapon or above, I'll be able to kill them all. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he had a preliminary judgment of his current strength. Of course, If it was a second-level nascent soul stage martial artist that possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon, then if Duan Lingtian were to go against Duan Lingtian would surely be surrounded by dangers. As time goes on, the extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths and quake energy will become less and less helpful to me. Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of this. In the future, relying on the extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths and quake energy, he might be able to dominate amongst martial artists of the same cultivation level. But once he encountered a martial artist with a higher cultivation than him, it would become more and more strenuous for him. Just like now, so long as that second-level nascent soul stage martial artist also possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon, unless Duan Lingtian was able to gain the initiative by striking first. Otherwise, if he were to meet force with force, then Duan Lingtian would lose for sure. Core breaks and nascent soul is born. Unconsciously, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and he started to look within himself. Presently, the origin core within his Dantian had already completely vanished. At the location where the origin core was, a ball of completely milky white infant-shaped gas sat there, lifelike. This ball of infant-shaped gas is completely formed from origin energy. Duan Lingtian knew this like the back of his hand through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The pressing matter at hand is to increase my cultivation as soon as possible. Once my cultivation encounters a bottleneck, I'll immediately stop cultivating and rely on the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, to comprehend wind force. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian withdrew a medicinal pill and swallowed it. This medicinal pill was a medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian had refined before he started cultivating, and it was called the Nascent Nurturing Pill. It was a medicinal pill used by nascent soul stage martial artists to cultivate. It was similar to the Origin Increasing Pill consumed by Core Formation stage martial artists and the Origin Strengthening Pill consumed by Origin Core stage martial artists. Continue cultivating. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the nascent soul stage, Duan Lingtian was able to feel that circulating the mental cultivation method of the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WIRM form, was even more smooth and easy. The origin energy within his body ceaselessly flowed as it charged towards the next stage. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.